That was a question I asked myself. What have I been doing all this time? Wow. And that's because, and I asked that question to myself because I'd done about 2015, so 14 years of moon landing host research. And I said to myself, man, I suck at research, because if they didn't go to the moon, they would have never had the globe. How stupid am I? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I'm always asking people, and telling them you've never experienced it. You've only got flat earth data. If you've moved around this earth as much as I have, you've only got flat earth data. There is no globe data in your brain or in physical memory. You've never done it. Not on a globe, you haven't. We haven't been living on a globe. Yeah, I'm glad my brain was able to recall, go back in time. Much like a pack of cards when you flick them, like that. Yeah, I just went back and, it all happens in a nanosecond. The brain can process that quickly sometimes. And yeah, I just went, wow, it is flat. Boy, it is. Oh, and then I used to play with the game, PSP, Let's Become a Pilot, right? And it's a simulator. You've got the jet fighter, you've got the stunt planes, passenger airliners, and all my game playing came back to me again, saying it was flat all along. Yeah, why didn't I notice? Because it was flat. Wow, over the Grand Canyon, level, horizontality everywhere. Oh, just so many times that I'd seen the horizon so dead level and not cottoned onto it was a level dive I'm living on. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to be saying keeping healthy, because it does pay dividends. I remember back in the early days, 2015, 16, 17, I was still asking myself, is this some kind of psyop? It is flat, but I mean, are they playing games there online? Am I with a bunch of people that are later on going to tell me, Jim, it's a globe all along? But how can it be? I'm not seeing the curvature. I mean, boy, I had those moments as well. But no, I'm holding firm now because I'm just not experiencing it. Sorry, it's just not there. That aeroplane flies level, ships level for 2 weeks on the ocean. And that's a long time at sea. 2 weeks for a young boy, 8 years old, 9 years old. Funny thing is, when I spoke to my brother and my brothers said the same thing. They recall the horizon being level. Funny that, isn't it? I learned to play table tennis on that ship, the MV Oriole, on the way back from Nigeria to Southampton, England. 2-week journey, stopping off at Las Palmas, the Canary Islands, Morocco. Yeah, some nice places we stopped off. As kids, we didn't go off the ship because my mum didn't want us to get lost. So she went with her friends, newly found friends on the ship, this is, and then all of them being Nigerians. So obviously they had a lot in common. And we went off, did the sightseeing. We were left on the ship to play. Yeah. So we didn't actually step off the boat at any of these stop-off points. I was able to do that on the journey with my dad. Yeah, I was able to go sightseeing with my dad on the second time. But when I went the first time with my mum and my brothers, we weren't able to leave the ship the first time. The second time we went by Southampton to Nigeria by ship. I was able to do the sightseeing then. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. And the main thing that's seared in my brain is that the horizon is just level. Yeah. And since then, I've travelled by hovercraft, ferries, speedboats, jet skis. Yeah, it's that horizon is level. It's nothing. The latest revelation is that you're at the beach 3 miles. You can't see the action, right? Beyond that, there's action going beyond that, and you zoom in, right, from the video, and you see people there doing it, and you think, wow, that is amazing. It is level. Just can't see it. Yeah. You got people on windsurfing going on, jet ski going on, speedboating going on. Everyone's having a good time screaming and shouting. You're at the beach, you can't see it, you can't hear it until you see the video itself and you see the guy zoom in and you think, wow, that is amazing. Unbelievably flat.
Where'd everyone go this fine evening?
I was just wondering the same thing. If I had to guess, probably over at politics. I go check.
Yeah, I'd probably stay out of there. It
I'm
doesn't
just here.
stay out
I'm
of there,
just
but
here listening.
No, there's only a few people in there.
Yeah, listening to no one talk. I was just answering some Glober on YouTube. We're in a back and forth. It's not fun on YouTube because it's just a bunch of people saying in the comments, you know.
that and a lot of bots. Yeah, I gave up responding on YouTube a long time ago.
Are we live right now, ladies and gentlemen?
We are live, broadcasting worldwide, live on YouTube.
Yeah, we are live.
Hold on.
Would you look at the? Let's look at it.
I'm a YouTube moderator for this place, and I'm coming for these fools.
Yeah, so there's this young lady who's been back and forth with me this afternoon and this evening, going on about how she's found some drop over distance and she has observations to prove it. And I said, oh, well, you better get your evidence ready to present to David Weiss so you could collect your 3 Bitcoins because she's commenting on one of his videos.
Did she run, or is she going to be back? You think she'll be back?
Yeah, I tell you. Now we just make sure that I am clear. This is the English Hub server, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just pressed the button that showed where you all were, and I hate that at least on mobile anyway, it doesn't tell you what server you're. But I tell you, I do think that of the various places we've been in, I think this has been the best of all.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she didn't run away. She's she kind of got bombarded because she took one of those positions like, oh, I'm not taking either side, but then immediately starts taking the Globe side, which is kind of so funny. But yeah, I mean, I just told her, I was like, well, if you want to see any evidence, I can't really post it here. I can't link any videos. So if you try and share any links on a comment thread, the comment automatically gets deleted by YouTube. So there's nothing I could share with you. And I told her, I said, you should go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YT channel and follow the link to the Discord server. And yeah, basically just thanked her for that, and that was that. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Welcome, Noreen. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on Earth to learn about the Earth. We're
Yeah,
looking
welcome.
for curvature.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, welcome. It's nice.
All right.
Nice to pop in.
Fine. Thank you. Where are you from?
Yes, yes, welcome.
Oh, you got people from all over the place in here.
Yeah, I'm from the United States.
I am for Egypt.
Yeah, welcome. Since after all, this is the English Hub. But do you mind sharing? Are you? Have you? Do you speak English well, or did you come into practice with this, or did you come in to learn a little about the topic, or we're here to do all of the above, whatever's fits you. I tell you, the one thing that I have always learned, Jenna and John, is that no matter where the people who are learning English come from, that usually they have a much better grasp of the advanced technical details of English than I, as a native speaker, ever have. And so uh, I do
I
really
don't.
like the idea of this server.
Yeah. I don't speak English well, but I'm trying to learn it.
You speak it really well, actually.
Yeah, I speak Arabic.
That's a beautiful language. I would love to learn Arabic.
Yeah, and I tell you what, probably the most beautiful word in the Arabic language is salam. You know, the English word peace just does not capture the feeling like you get with salam, at least in my humble opinion.
Really, the Arabic language has a beautiful meaning and a beautiful word.
have
So
any
we're gonna just-
arguments,
Well,
substance to any of this.
hey, I mean, if you're calling this word salad, does that mean you disprove science then? Because you say, oh, it's word salad.
You
so
don't
it
even
sounds
know
like
what
gibberish.
science is. Give a scientific experiment for any of the bullshit that you just claimed. Let's start with
Okay.
gravity.
It's not going to
Okay.
happen.
So you have grabbed any object you hold right now, throw it up in the air. Does it come back down again?
Okay, what's the hypothesis?
I threw a helium balloon and it just kept going up.
Yeah, what's the? I mean, the bro's claiming science. He's saying he threw something in the air, and that's science. What's your
So-
hypothesis?
I mean, if something goes up, it eventually comes down because of, well, gravity.
All right, you don't know what the hypothesis is. Yeah, all right. I got what I came
gonna
for.
deny-
That's good enough. Thanks.
You prove science doesn't exist in flat Earth logic.
No,
Thank
you
you for
don't
proving
even
that.
know what that is. That's what we just demonstrated. Thank you.
It's what it's a basic concept where things fall down eventually because of
No,
things
that's not what
falling down.
science is. Science is not a basic concept where things fall down. You start with a hypothesis. You're going to predict how this is going to affect that. You didn't formulate a hypothesis. You didn't do anything scientific. You just did something stupid and then declared some sort of cause about it that you have no clue about. You're just an idiot.
So an idiot for believing in science. So we don't believe. So if I didn't believe in science, I can finally understand the flat
Not
Earth
even
logic.
about belief, dude. You don't even know what science is. That's what I'm pointing out.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know what
Did I
science
not
is?
say that?
Yes, I've been trying to help you figure it out. You're going to do a hypothesis test.
No, that's
Really?
word salad.
Observe an
That's
natural
word
phenomenon.
salad, man. That's word
No, no,
salad.
no.
You know, you say that's word salad. You
Okay,
know?
very mature. Yeah, just say my words back to me. That'll help you.
Well, no. Well, you said it's word salad. You know.
Hey, belief is the
because
enemy
what you
of
said
knowing.
was what I said wasn't.
Oh,
Figure
wait,
it out.
wait. Hang on. What was that? Belief is the enemy of what?
Of knowing things.
The belief is the enemy. Belief is
Like
the enemy of
fire's
knowing.
hot, man. Do you know that fire's hot?
So-
or do you like believe that fire's hot? Which one are you going to go with?
Well, with that logic, isn't that how cults operate as well? Like kind of cults
No.
or religion?
Oh, wait. You went into cultism over just fire's hot, dude. It's
Well,
hot
you
or
know,
yes or no? Is fire hot? Yes or no? Simple question.
yeah, it's pretty hot. It hurts.
Yeah,
It's very
okay.
painful.
There you go. Fire's hot. That's not a belief,
Okay.
bro. This is a knowing things. This is where knowing versus believing.
But the belief is enemy of knowing. So if I think the fire is hot, I believe that. So I shouldn't believe that fire is hot. That's your
Oh,
logic, right? Because belief is the enemy of knowing. I believe the fire is hot,
Oh my goodness,
but I
dude.
believe it alone.
Dude,
So
belief-
I had to.
Listen, friend. Holy shit. Belief is the enemy of knowing. It's just a phraseology, dude. It's not a literal logical syllogism. It's just pointing out that if you know something, it's a greater truth than belief, because beliefs can be wrong.
But I believe the Earth is not flat.
You could believe whatever you want to believe. You could believe the Earth is a raptor.
So flat Earth logic is abstract and it can be up to the interpretation of
No,
your
wrong,
or imagination.
wrong. Flat Earth is this, friend, and I'll explain it to you very simple. This is the proposition. The world is arranged horizontally. Sea level is truly horizontal, and it's the baseline for all elevations and depressions. Therefore, the highest height and the deepest depth of the surface of the Earth is between two parallel planes that are benchmarked to sea level and parallel to the plane of the horizon, arranged horizontally level just like a table for practical use. The Earth is flat.
And what about those boats that cross oceans and stuff? Wouldn't they hit this hypothetical wall then, logically speaking?
Okay, how many boats just head out and say, I'm just going to keep going till I crash into a wall?
Well,
or do they actually say, you know what, I'm going to go from this port to that port?
I'm referring to transatlantic ocean container vessels that deliver 4,400.
Yeah,
plus
they're on the
containers.
water. They know where they're going. So, for example, when I order something from China, it comes to the east coast of the United States. They have to go
But the
around
thing
Cape
is-
Horn or wherever that little space is. They might have to go across the Panama Canal or something. I don't know. But they certainly aren't crashing into any walls.
Well, the thing is, on a flat Earth,
No offense.
China would be on the underside of a flat shape.
Why? How does that even make sense?
Well, on a round Earth, you can see where the curves are bought on a flat Earth. You're looking at a two-dimensional representation.
No, dude, listen. All of the continents, all of the faces of the continents are on the top surface of the Earth contiguously.
Okay.
They can travel across a parallel horizontal plane and arrive at another one of the continents, dude. There's no going to the other side of a coin like it's being flipped in the magic of space by a giant finger of God.
Interesting. Well, thanks for clarifying that out.
Yeah, so imagine a table, okay, and everything is on top of the table.
Okay.
Yep.
What's underneath the table, nobody knows, except God himself, or whoever was down there. But it certainly isn't any of us.
So how do volcanoes exist then?
Wait.
Yeah, perfect. I'm glad you asked. Check this out.
Check it out.
So there's a thing called a science fair. And the kids, they make volcanoes to bring to the science fair. And when they bring them to the science fair, they bring the volcanoes on a flat tray.
Oh yeah, that's just a representation of a volcano. But what is it? I mean, it's just a presentation of a volcano.
Right. So what I mean by that is that volcanoes have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude.
I mean, they do change the terrain of Earth, don't they?
On a local scale, they don't change the entire form of the entire Earth.
I mean, it changes it in pockets, doesn't it?
So
like
does
when the volcanoes,
sand dunes. So what? What are you on about? You're talking about topography.
Listen, I think we got to take a different track with this guy because he's getting a little defensive. And rightly so, because some people heckled him in the background when he was first asking a sincere question. So let's reset and let's just answer his question sincerely, like he's really a novice at asking these types of questions. As he clearly
What's up?
okay.
So
What's going on?
So also, here's another thing, because the world currently uses a round Earth model for poles. On a flat Earth, north and south would be on the same plane.
Yeah.
Would it not?
Yeah, all the land is on the same plane. Yeah.
Agreed.
Then why did you think China would be under it earlier?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Don't go backwards.
Okay. Well, how do seasons work on a flat Earth exactly?
The same way they work on a globe Earth. Exact same way.
Well, that would require revolving around an object.
No. No, I'll explain. So the way that the seasons happen in the globe model is that throughout the year, the Earth and the Sun are in different spots relative to each other. So the relative position of the Earth and the Sun throughout the year. On a flat Earth, we know the Sun isn't over our heads all the time, and sometimes it's more day, and sometimes it's less day. So more times the Sun is in the sky over my head, or less times the Sun is in the sky over my head. So it's the same answer. Throughout the year, the Sun has a different relative position to the Earth. So the answer in both paradigms is this: the relative position of the Sun and the Earth throughout the year.
So it rotates above the Earth, flat Earth, right? Is that how you think it works?
Dude, the sun clearly is above our heads, and it clearly moves around. Its exact circuits are unknown.
Its exact circuits are unknown.
Yeah, we only have our impression of what we see on the user end, right? So from our local, we could say the Sun is here, the Sun is there, from my point of view, and just point at it. But nobody's ever been to the Sun, and the Sun can't be triangulated.
So you believe the Earth's flat?
No, the Earth is flat, friend.
Okay.
How does the horizon exist then?
Well, what do you mean? How does what do you mean by horizon?
Well, there's a saying historically from a long time ago that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. How does that work exactly on a flat Earth?
Oh, you mean like how do you not see the sun, and then all of a sudden you're seeing the sun?
Because on a flat Earth, though, you would see it, and then at some point there would be it'll be completely black outside because you can't see the sun at all because there's literally this flat edge, as it were, blocks all that sun for however indeterminate amount of time.
Well, no. no flat earthers thinking that the flat world has a sun going underneath it, like in the ancient Egyptian Anubis carrying a chariot across the sky with the sun dragging it, and then he goes to the underworld. Nobody believes that.
All right, how do you explain the moon then? Because with the moon's somewhat that you could see somewhat of a what looks like a maybe not quite perfect circular shape. It's can you explain that?
Oh yeah. So the moon is what it is. What the moon is not necessarily what the Earth is, and the Earth and the moon are different things. There you go.
I know about when there's a shadow on the moon. How do you explain that?
Oh, interesting. So you're first off, you're assuming it's a shadow. Second off, you're assuming it's a shadow of the Earth. No one's ever been in a vantage point to see. Yeah, fair point. But no one's ever been in the vantage point to validate the three-body relationship between the sun, the moon, and the Earth, and validate that that's a shadow. Secondly, you're claiming that the shadow is of the outline of a sphere Earth. The problem is that with one sphere casts a shadow on another sphere, it gives an S-shaped shadow. Not only that,
shaped shadow?
S-shaped. It's called the sinusoid because it's a complex curve. So one shadow is already curved. It's then being cast on a curved object, which then complex curves. So now you have two curves. That makes an S. Now that can be modeled and demonstrated in reality. Secondly, you can take a straight object and shine a light and cast a shadow from a straight object onto a ball, and that shadow will curve because the straight curve is adopting the curve of the form of it's shadowing onto. So you can actually create a curved shadow from a flat object, and a curved object like a ball casting a shadow on another ball would result in a complex curve. We never witness a complex curve on the moon. So to assume that it's the Earth's shadow isn't necessarily a good assumption. It's certainly not proof of anything.
I mean, how do you explain eclipses then?
Okay, again, you're assuming the three-body relationship. Nobody's validated this three-body relationship.
What is this three-body relationship exactly?
Well, you have the only types of eclipses there are lunar and solar, and it also involves the Earth. You have three bodies: the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon.
Well, isn't there other planets though?
Yeah, none of those are involved in any of the eclipses that we see on a local level.
Okay.
It's a three-body.
Yeah, so all of those are assumptions, and they're models in people's minds, and they do make graphics and stuff about it, but no one's ever observed the three bodies. However, we do know that we're standing on the Earth, and that the Earth has no demonstrable curvature, and therefore it's flat and not a ball. Go ahead.
So it's that flat, they would be able to see every single continent, every single country.
No, that's false.
Every single
That's
road.
false.
No.
Nope, not true.
Hey man, it's raining today and it's cloudy and it's foggy. How far can I see? Anybody? Yeah, 500 yards.
Visibility report.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's like the light is bouncing because of droplets in the water through a process called refraction, which kind of distorts how light gets perceived, right?
Well, let's say that's the case. So you've just agreed that if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't be possible to see everything on the Earth. Now, we already know, according to the Rayleigh extinction atmospheric coefficient, that the dithering of light will result in an opaque atmosphere at approximately 250 to 300 miles, depending on the conditions. That means after 300 miles, you ain't seeing nothing.
Then how is it the space station able to see the Earth then?
The space station is not greater than 300 miles. Not only that, we're talking about looking out across the Earth, where the atmosphere is the densest, versus looking down through the atmosphere or up through the atmosphere, where it is the least.
So I'm pretty sure the atmosphere gets thinner the higher you go up.
Right.
They're
Yeah. So, yeah.
not the
Yeah. That's
the other
point.
way around. No, you were saying the air got
No,
thicker
what I'm
as you
it
go.
doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
When you're
matter.
looking down, it's thin where you are, and it gets thicker as it goes down. If you're looking up, it's thick where you are, and it gets thinner. However, the equivalent is still the same amount of total thickness. Does that make sense?
I mean, the problem with that is, it would be hard to do flight in that situation, wouldn't it? Because planes rely on a very thin atmosphere to fly.
Yeah,
right?
no. Planes, when they get into thin atmosphere, can't fly.
That's right.
It's called the aerodynamic ceiling. Yeah, hold on. It's called the aerodynamic ceiling. Planes, after they get to a certain altitude, they can't maintain lift.
I mean, how are they still flying in the sky? I literally just saw a plane fly by. So how are they not crashing?
Okay, one more time. So simple, dude. Once they reach a certain altitude, they can't fly. So if they're flying, they haven't reached that altitude yet.
And what is this mystical altitude?
I think for planes, it's like 100,000 feet, quite high. And it's like 3 times higher than the average plane flies at 35,000 feet, which is like the commercial ceiling. And that's just they chose that for ideal purposes. They could have chose less. They could have chose more.
Well, yeah,
planes that are designed for like. Oh, go ahead.
Well,
You believe went to the moon?
I don't know who said that, but
Do you believe we went to the moon?
I believe it. Yeah.
Easy.
Not you. Fucking other faggot.
Oh shit! Don't do that. We're having a nice conversation here, man. Talking about planes at altitude where they would stop to perform. Or where's the efficiency of the? Do you want to maximize the efficiency of the plane? I think it's 35,000 feet is like the standard, plus or minus.
Flat Earth, dude. I'm gonna blow my brains out because of you.
Flat Earth, dude. I have a concern.
Don't have concerns. Have please.
Well, I can't be confident about everything because I now think my marriage is at risk. My wife.
All right, you're muted. Back to airplanes. High altitude. There's a ceiling. I was touching on it there. That there's a perfect ceiling for airplanes, especially.
Because there's literally no air. There's literally nothing to feed the engines because they'll be starved and like.
Yeah, you want to be above the weather, basically. You're above it.
Yeah, but it's actually more important. It's more important that there's not enough lift that can be generated.
Well, yeah, because the air is literally too thin. Because of vacuum, right? Once you hit a certain point in the atmosphere, you get a vacuum. That vacuum means there's no oxygen, which means the engines can't burn because they need the oxygen to ignite the fuel source, right?
That's the story.
I mean, that's basic chemistry,
Yeah,
no air or no oxygen.
The Earth is flat, you bum bitch. That's all you talk about 24/7 every fucking day.
Yeah, that's what I do. You got a problem with that? What's up?
You don't wake up and go to work?
I got to wake up and go to work tomorrow. Yeah.
What will you do for work?
Just checking out the Earth. We live on
your
Earth.
business, man.
Nah. What you do for work?
Right now I'm doing construction, man. What's up?
Construction.
Yep.
So what? All that falling and fucking nasty take it up.
Yeah, I'm doing.
We're talking about planes, man. We're not talking about.
We're talking about planes, airplanes.
Well, in the limit, not to be thrust, but it would be the wing.
Hang on. If we're on the related note of construction, the problem with construction, if you were building a brick wall and you were building it in a straight line, wouldn't that you run into a problem because you would have to stack more bricks to compensate for curves? Because eventually,
it's called force the line, and because you're very familiar with force the line, it's called force the line. Yeah, you would have to if you were building a wall on a curved earth, man, you would have to eventually at some point, you would have to compensate for some kind of drop over distance, I think is the term. Yeah, you would have to compensate for that. But here's the funny thing, man. Nobody's ever done that in all of human history. Nobody.
I mean, bridges.
How about me and you go to space and see if the Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, let's
I'll
go
build
to
a
space. That's the answer. Let's all just jump on a rocket and go to space, Mongos. Let's go.
It's the highest IQ shit I've heard all night.
Crap.
Yeah, let's bring
hang on, bro.
everyone
Are
from
you-
flat Earth.
Well,
Let's
hang
bring
on, bro.
all the
Are you-
people. Let's get
No,
everyone
no,
from
no, no,
flat
no, no.
Earth
You're under the
onto a
impression that
spaceship.
we're in doubt. We're not in doubt. We don't need to do that. If that's your standard, and that will convince
why
you,
don't
then
you?
you are welcome to do that. It's not our standard. We figured it out. We figured it out. If you want to know how we figured it out, you can ask us.
Is it because it would just instantly debunk everything about flat Earth? Is because the second you
No,
get
no,
space,
no,
your
no.
whole
If that's
worldview
your
is shattered?
standard, then you go for it, bro.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I wish you well.
So you guys are not going to take the space trip because it just debunks everything you have said.
I'm not in doubt.
Then why are you so hesitant to not go on a spaceship?
There is no such thing as a spaceship. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, we'll call it a rocket then. We'll call it a rocket.
Yeah, sure. If someone wants to, if it becomes available one day where it's affordable for the average person to go really high, not into space, just go really, really high, higher than what we can currently obtain, as commercial consumers, then yeah, maybe I'd do that. Not to check, not to see if the Earth is flat or not, just for fun.
By that time period, usually people would have forgotten that there was an entire, and how laughable the whole flat Earth thing was, wouldn't it be? Because everyone would literally, as soon as they left Earth, they would say, these flat Earthers were wrong the entire time.
Delusional? That's such meta.
Dude, what a big giant brush that guy's painting. Hey, T-Dub, man. What's the highest commercial flight I could purchase? Let's say I'm a billionaire and I want to go on a rocket. It goes how high exactly? I think you know the number. I'm pretty sure you do.
I think it's roughly 70 miles.
I think it's like 300,000 feet. It would be like
something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Right? It's not very high at all.
I mean, it's 40,000 feet, dude. It's 40,000.
That's the most available. If I'm a billionaire, I got money. That's the highest I can go right now, right?
No, that's a commercial airplane.
300,000
Do
feet.
you want to go in space?
No, I don't want to go in space. I want to just purchase a ticket.
Why don't you want to go to space?
Well, space, it's scary, man. It's kind of a scary place, man. I'm a little afraid. Yeah.
Are you scared to see if the world is not flat for real?
Man, I'm like scared I'm gonna get fucking crushed on re-entry or something. I don't know.
Watch this, bro. Watch this. Hey, how about you? Do you want to go to space because you're afraid to see that it's flat for real?
It's not flat.
Right. So, do you want to go to space?
Yes, I do.
Oh yeah, dude, I would love to go to space.
Okay, perfect. So, how high? Okay. So, how high do you need to go?
Let me talk,
Holy
bro.
fuck. How high do you?
I was talking first. Shit. I said, how about we
Get some
both go to space?
testosterone.
How about we both go to space and then see how it really looks?
Yeah. How far do we need to go?
You need to go sky high.
No, I'm serious. Like, I'm seriously asking, how far do we need to go?
We need to go sky high.
All right, so you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know how far you need to go. So I don't know how much money I need to save up.
Yeah, they charge per mile, you know.
Knows how far we need to go.
How high is space, Jamar? Get with it. Come on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Construction Worker. Do you know how high we need to go?
Yeah.
That's what he's asking you, bro.
That's what we're asking you, bro. You don't know. And
You're the one who wants to go to space, man. You got how much gas we need, bro?
Dude, you guys are funny. I'm gonna give you a little bit of credit for at least being funny, but in reality, none of us are going to space, man. Not one of us are going to ever go to space.
Come on, bro. Come astronauts, bro. We
Never going to happen.
No, yeah, actually, we are already in space. So it's not like, we're not in space.
You're in a fantasy space.
I mean, our planet is like currently floating through the Milky Way galaxy in the solar system, right? So, yeah, we are in space.
Shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Yeah.
Question mark, what are satellites?
Hey, I'm sorry, bro, flat Earth dude, but you don't sound pretty convincing. You don't even sound like you can convince yourself, bro. You literally need a Twitter and Facebook post to convince you of going. Look at me, I'm a flat earther now. Yeah.
Do you have
this
proof
guy's actually insane, bro. Like, bro.
What is your proof that we're floating around
He cannot even think for himself.
Wait. Why are y'all getting so pressed? Okay, I'm just over here calm, and y'all over here try to.
Okay. How about we get some proof here? If you think that we're floating around through space, how about you give us the information that we're floating around through space? How would you prove that? Go ahead. Throw out your information there, that we're floating through space. So we just have to look it up. So we have to agree with somebody else. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe? Have you ever experienced it floating through space?
Yeah, we are currently experiencing it right now. We're literally experiencing it right now. We are just not aware of the current movement of the planet and the solar system. You don't have any proof because we are too small. And if we want to talk about perspective, right? Because it's all about perspective. Yeah, we won't notice it because our bodies are not trained. Our bodies are not used to measure the movement that's currently happening outside of this Earth or with the Earth, right? We can't measure it because we are not massive.
So what you're saying,
measure it. So is this a concession?
No way.
No,
Yes,
that's
sorry.
not what I'm saying. Our human bodies cannot measure.
Oh my God!
Right?
Heretic, what he's saying is experiencing it, not experiencing it, is experiencing it.
Yeah, so we are experiencing it, right? We just don't feel it because our senses are not adjusted to it.
We're not that good, man. We're not that good. Earth is lying to us. The cosmos is lying.
K2, see that you have a plane in your picture there. Why do you have a plane in your
yeah, man, that's an AC-130 flying gunship with a 105 millimeter howitzer, 2 machine guns, and a 40 millimeter pack-on. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of engineering on this planet.
Oh, have you ever flown in one? You know a little bit about planes.
No, dude, I would love to fly
We actually have black box data. We've got data from a black box that show us how planes fly, and they do not fly over a curve. That's something that doesn't happen.
That's a fact. Jack.
What doesn't happen? Sorry, can you say that again?
I'll try that again. We have black box data from a plane, from a jet, from an airliner, and they do not fly over the curve of Earth. That is just an absolute fact.
Backed up by fact.
Well, the thing is, I've seen a black box before, and they measure longitude and latitude. But this would imply that the Earth is round.
Those are flat Earth measurements, longitude and latitude. So thank you for pointing that out. Those are derived from measuring flat Earth elevation angles
probably looks at the
elevation
unfold on a table,
angles
right?
to stars.
On a table.
That's your latitude and longitude. I wish this guy would shut the hell up. K218B, or you're going to get muted.
Down flat on the table. This is how you
Yeah, that was
Oh my gosh.
that was super chaotic. Bring it home, relax.
Looks to me that longitude and latitude represent.
I mean, K2 made this really easy for you guys. He basically just conceded that there's no motion detected. That's really all he did.
I mean, longitude and latitude are used on a three-dimensional shape.
Can't measure it, therefore it's there. It's one of those things.
One of those magical things.
It's so big and we're so smally. One of those things.
You would never notice it. You know, you would never.
So we don't detect it, therefore it is.
Exactly.
I mean, as if it wouldn't be the case that we would not detect it if it was not. You know, if there is no motion, of course we wouldn't detect
There is a way to prove it. There is a way to prove it one way or another with planes, though.
I don't know why everybody has to jump in the middle of everybody's sentences. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that.
Dave,
that's fine. Go ahead. No, that's fine. I already gave up on it. Go ahead.
Dave,
I thought we were just kind of all saying you can't detect it, but you can and all that. But yeah, you would be able to. Planes prove that we're not on a spinning ball every single time they land. And I can prove it to you, K2.
It's a hell of a claim. New perspective.
We'll take him off mute so you can talk to him.
Can you prove?
No, I'm still here. No, I'm still here. You just server muted me. Like.
Okay, now I can hear you. So K2, are you familiar with the idea
Imagine being like, oh no, hey, let's mute this guy, and he's gonna concede his point because we server muted him. Yeah, that's not how debates work, my friend.
Well, it doesn't have to be a debate. I just wanted to explain something to you that you'll be able to see since you know about planes, right? You know that they say that
why do you mute dude speaking fast? Why you mute him?
Hang on just a second.
You're gonna keep muting me, bro. Every single time you keep muting me, I'm just gonna keep continue speaking. Right? So you might as well fucking continuously.
Don't mute him, please.
You might as well do that.
Keep muting the man, bro. Let him talk.
K2, let's have a back-to-back conversation, okay? Do not talk over top of other people. Somebody wants... You're talking over me right now. Stop it or you're going to get muted. Somebody wants to have a conversation with you.
Hey, Bob, let him be unmuted. But let me just talk to him one-on-one real quick, and I got to go. But hey, K2, real quick, let me just ask you a couple questions. Like, you're familiar with the ball Earth and the way they say it spins fastest at the equator, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator,
dude,
and then it tapers up.
Debate. Listen, I would love to debate with you about this, right? But it's going to be in either 1 minute debate or a 2 minute debate. And there's no going to be in between. So we're either going to agree together right now that it's going to be a timed debate, or I'm just going to leave the channel and you can talk.
You can go.
It's going to be a conversation.
K2, I just want to. K2, let me just talk to him real quick. Let me go back and forth. K2.
And then I pull out the Q-tip, orange chunks come out.
Goodness gracious!
Yeah, that guy needs to be muted.
I got a question for the flat Earth.
Hey, wait, no. This is K2 and me, real quick. I just want to explain a concept. It's not a debate, K2. It's just a concept that I didn't know if you got yet. Because you're into planes, you might think this is interesting, right? Because you know about how they say that the ball Earth spins fastest at the equator, right? Like 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Are you familiar with that? And then it tapers up to 0 at the poles. Do you know that? Are you familiar with that, K2? He's not.
Listen, dudes. Again, I'm going to keep going to my original point. Do you agree with a timed debate? Yes or no?
Oh, fuck. K2. I don't want to debate you. I just want to talk. I just want to walk at it. I don't care. I don't care. He's not going to participate.
Listen.
He's not going to
be here in the debate Discord.
K2,
I fuck with you. Stand on business.
Discord. What do you mean?
Yeah, goodbye. K2, you're getting banned. Okay. We're not going to play this argument game where every time we mute him, we play this routine. Just state your presentation, homeboy who wants to say it. Stop asking him to participate. He's not going to. Just go through, answer your own questions. Don't wait for him. If he wants to listen, he'll listen. Okay. Yeah, it's easier. It's better with this concept if he actually gets the concept. I don't even think he knows about the globe. It doesn't sound like he knows there's a tangential gradient. My point is always that If the plane takes off with a conserved momentum of anything but the place that they're landing, that they can't say the conserved momentum is keeping the plane in sync with the Earth. I don't think he's patient enough or even knows the globe model enough to get that. But if you took off from a place where it was only 500 miles per hour conserved momentum, and you're trying to land where it's 1,000 miles an hour, you got to have a mechanism that keeps the plane in sync with that new tangential velocity. So the plane wouldn't even be able to land. And if you say it's the air, then you have winds going the opposite direction, heavier one day as opposed to another. So the air is not going to overcompensate one day and then undercompensate another day to keep your plane moving backwards if you're facing westward when you're trying to land. So it just wouldn't work. It breaks the globe. There's no way we're on a globe, and planes prove it every time they land. That's all I was trying to say.
And we have black box data that proves that planes don't fly over a curve.
You obviously
isn't listening to any of it.
Black boxes record longitude and latitude, which are three-dimensional coordinates on its surface.
The black box data shows that the plane doesn't fly over a curve. That's what it shows. We have it. We can post it if you want into the side chat. But it shows that the plane flies flat, straight, and doesn't deviate from a ball. It doesn't have to fly around a curve. It's flying on a flat plane.
Hey, I know a pilot that got fired for saying that. Okay? Her name was Lady Co-Pilot on YouTube. And yeah, she got fired for saying, like, dude, we just
Sounds
fly
like, so Jane Doe said it, some generic name that someone could just come up with. It's like a Jane Doe name. Do I really trust that Jane Doe?
Up with it. I talked to her personally a couple of times. She was a.
Why the secrecy? Why the secrecy?
There's no secrecy, man. You can go on Mark Sargent's YouTube channel and find the interview.
I mean, that means there's people like Man Pilot or.
Anyway, she got fired for saying the Earth's flat. She's just a co-pilot. Yep.
Well, considering how pilots need to know what longitude.
Anyway, all pilots know and treat the Earth as flat and stationary, man. Every single pilot. I've talked to I
mean, if that was true, though, that lady pilot got fired for saying the Earth is flat. So if they did believe the Earth is flat, that would mean all the pilots would be fired instantly with that logic.
You got a big brush in your logic, man. It's a little too big, and you got to bring it back home here because. Talk to a pilot, man. Do it yourself, like I did, and check it out. Don't believe me, man. Ask them.
Who's them?
A pilot. Any pilot, you want to meet a pilot next time you're on a plane. Talk to the pilot, man. Ask him if he treats this Earth as flat and stationary or as a globe.
I mean, the last pilot I talked to, they told me and educated me on something called longitude and latitude. That's how they determine flight.
The black box data is now posted in the side chat, so you can read it in a week. Planes do not dip their nose over a ball. They fly flat, straight.
Yeah. Every single pilot knows this. That's the great thing about it is like, ask any pilot. Just ask them, man. Do you guys treat the Earth's flat and stationary? And they're like, yep. Bet your ass we do. If we didn't,
but the thing is, the thing is, but your lady pilot got fired for saying the Earth is flat. So how does this work? It seems like a contradiction, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you think about a big corporation she's working for. She thinks the Earth's flat. Obviously, they teach the globe in school. Throughout all of education. She's like, no, man, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. And yeah, she got fired. Duh. I mean,
ask a question for all the flat earthers here. It's going to be off topic a bit, but do you guys believe in vaccines?
Well, we don't talk about
that. Topic. We're just going to cut that right there. Thanks.
No,
we're just going to cut it right there. That's it.
No, it's a simple answer.
No, it's not. We're not answering it. We're cutting it right at the end of your question. Next.
Why? Why? No, like
because we don't discuss that. It's off topic, like you said. It's against TOS. It's against the TOS specifically of this channel. So that's the end of that. Yeah. Move on to your next question.
Come on. Yeah, don't even go anywhere near that stuff, bro. Don't even go close.
Flat Earth channel, bro. Flat Earth.
Flat Earth, man. We're talking about Earth. We don't talk about
medical topics at all. I'm not going to indulge it. We'll just give you your answer. We're not giving you any rope. Next.
Get back to Earth, man. If you want to go to the moon and the stars, that's cool. But Earth is where we live. Trees. We got beautiful rivers, oceans, mountains. We got valleys.
Man, it wouldn't exist but it wouldn't exist because the Earth is flat, though.
Wow, who said that? I mean, this is where we live. I'm not being objectively controversial at all. I'm saying, hey, man, we live here on trees and rocks and all kinds of cool stuff, man. Oceans and lakes and rivers and waterfalls, man. Everybody loves waterfalls, man. Everybody. Yeah, we live in a great place. It seems like we're stationary. We're here. We're doing our thing on Earth.
We're stationary because of momentum and gravity.
We're trying to fool anybody about some kind of Earth outside of Earth. We're not here to trick you or say, hey, man, there's a bunch of mountains on Mars.
I mean, if you're not trying to trick anybody, why do you guys get so defensive when people point out round Earth theory in this channel? Why do you get so defensive about it?
I don't know if I've been this defensive about it, but maybe other people have. I don't know. I'm just here to, do the...
What's your round Earth theory? You said that you got round Earth theory. Let's hear it.
Yeah, there you go. Globe.
Well, gravity, right? That's a very basic starting point.
Gravity.
Right?
So what about gravity? Does gravity prove? Let's say that there's gravity. What is it that what does gravity mean to you? What's your definition of gravity?
Well, something goes up, it must come down.
What about a helium balloon?
Oh, good old balloon.
But the thing is, eventually the pressure changes differential. You eventually encounter something that changes the pressure, and eventually it just pops because of the pressure differential.
Okay, but it went up though, so gravity didn't pull it down.
Right.
That's because the density of hydrogen is lighter than air. But the thing is, if we look at a concept like density, then if we look at density is the amount of gravitational force on a particular.
Okay, you can believe that if you want. Now, how about this? How about a steel anvil? Okay, like one of those things that the blacksmiths use to bang out some heated up steel on, and they got their hammer there and they're banging on it. Now, what if there was a big pool that was filled with mercury, and the blacksmith, threw the anvil into the pool of mercury? What would happen to the anvil? Would it sink?
I gotta think about this. Just give me a second, okay? Just let me think about it for a moment.
Well, spoiler.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is what I learned in high school, but isn't mercury heavier than steel? So wouldn't it just sink? This hypothetical anvil?
It floats in mercury. Anvils, mercury, bro. No gravity.
My bad. Well, the thing is, can we use something called density to prove this then?
Hey, welcome
we can use something that's called specific gravity. Gravity, that is not the gravity that you are referring to. Specific gravity is tied totally to density. It's totally tied to density. And that is specific gravity. That's how boozes are made, like your beer and your wines. They use specific gravity to measure the alcohol content in them.
Well,
okay? That has nothing to do with something being pulled down.
Right. Exactly.
Actually, isn't it called a hydrometer?
Yeah, they use a hydrometer, and it floats in the liquid, and it'll float higher or lower depending upon how many sugars are dissolved into the liquid, determining its density.
Yeah, it's density, and the density is still powered by gravity. If we just take out density out of the equation, it's still gravity underneath it.
So, can you tell me what gravity is? How would we test for gravity? How could we prove gravity?
Well, like don't let them get past that first question you asked. What is gravity? If you're going to say it's underneath it, you got to define it. Yeah, you got to tell us what it even is. That's the first thing you're going to have to do before you even ask if you can test for it. Go ahead.
Okay, usually it's downward forces on an object or surface, as it were.
Downward force. Okay, well, that's a problem.
How is that a problem? I mean,
gravity hasn't been a force since 1915 with Einstein's relativity.
So you're telling so that apple didn't fall in Sir Isaac Newton's head; it just flew right up.
I don't need to do anything different than understand what's going on with the medium that we're in. If something is denser than the medium that it's in, it will go down. Why things go down, I don't know. But it's the same reason why some things go up, like the helium balloon, for example. So
it's because
there's no gravity. No gravity took place here.
I mean, if there was no gravity, wouldn't we all be flying into space because we're not held down properly?
Oh, all of a sudden your density change? Would your density change if there was no gravity and you would float? No, you have density. You're denser than the air around you, so you're going to be down on the ground. That's just the way that it is. I don't know why that's a problem for you.
So gravity does exist.
I didn't say anything about gravity. I said that you were denser than the medium that you were in, and therefore you were on the ground.
Yeah, so what powers density? It's the downward gravity being applied.
The downward gravity.
Yeah.
I think we need to figure out what the hell that is and how we can test for it to prove it. Can we prove this downward gravity? How would we test?
Well, how would we test it? How are we talking right now? Otherwise, we'd be all flying away from our computers right now, or whatever devices we have.
No, that's you saying that if there wasn't this thing that I can't prove exists, we'd be floating.
I mean, if we didn't have gravity, we would all be just flying into space.
You can't even define it, dude. You didn't even define it accurately at all within your own lore, dude. You don't know what it is even or what to say it is. So basically what this amounts to is if we didn't have the thing that keeps us from flying off, we would just fly off. Yeah, thanks for that. That was worthless.
Yeah.
You know that we live in the same world. You know that we live in the same world.
What would you say?
And we live in reality, and we don't go flying around. We all seem to be able to walk around with no problem because we all live in this reality. And you want the reality to be something different if all of a sudden it's flat because it's scary. No, it's just flat.
So you guys have a flat reality and there's a globe reality. So there's two different worlds in your worldview.
No. I'm telling you, it is what it is. What you experience is flat. You don't experience globe. You don't walk around going, oh my God, there's a globe here. You experience the earth as flat, stationary. That's how you experience it every day in your life. That's what goes on.
I mean, if things are stationary, isn't that because of something called momentum?
Well, yeah, zero momentum. How do you know if something else is moving? How do you know if a car is moving?
I mean, if the world we perceive was flat, we could just knock over objects just by pushing it with our finger. It'd fall flat.
What?
Like, no, nothing. Well, flat means it has no depth, correct? So.
No, that's not what it means.
Then define flat then.
As in, it's an orientation level? Horizontal?
Okay.
So the surface of something can be that, and it still have three dimension about it, right?
Well,
it doesn't have to be two-dimensional to be flat.
Well, the thing is, though, flat is a 2-dimensional representation. If you represent flat on a 3-dimensional surface,
that's going to be one aspect of the 3-dimensional reality we're experiencing, right? Yeah.
By that regard, so you're thinking that in this flat Earth reality, we're just cartoons on a piece of paper?
No, bro. Stop the gaslighting, bro. This is a pathetic.
Yeah, let's do a test. Let's do a test. Hold on, friend. Let's do a test.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Let's do a test right now. I'm standing on a floor made of plywood. It's flat. Plywood has 3 dimensions. Duh. I just picked up a tool. It's flat. It's called a square. It's actually a triangle. It's flat. It's got 3 dimensions.
Square is
flat doesn't mean dimensionless. Listen, friend, the tool called a square is actually in the shape of a triangle. It's for squaring edges. In other words, making them 90 degrees.
Yeah, and is it a flat object?
Yeah,
I've used the flat edge because I've used a flat edge before, and it's got a bit of a raise in it, so you can actually draw the flat edge on it. So it's kind of a 3-dimensional shape.
Wow,
it's not exactly flat.
I see the problem here. You're dumb. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm going to make this excruciating clear for you. The term flat in practical use does not mean 1 dimension. It doesn't mean 2 dimensions.
Okay,
that's like saying my flat screen TV. That's like saying hold on, friend. That's like saying my flat screen TV. I'm going to have to sue the company that sold it to me for false advertising. It's got 3 dimensions.
Well, when you said it doesn't have 1 or 2 dimensions, it's not flat anymore. It doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist in 1 or 2 dimensions, it doesn't exist. Then that flat idea doesn't exist.
Hey, listen, dude. When I buy a surface plate from Starrett that sells granite surface plates, right? They mill the surface of the plate. It's about 1.5 inches, sometimes 2 inches thick, marble, cement, or some other type of stone, right? They mill the surface to flat. They sell it. This is a flat reference table. Now, rest assured, it's 2 inches or 1.5 inches thick. Sometimes they're 4x4. Sometimes you can get them 6x4, 8x4, depending on how much money you want to spend.
Then how
the
thick
3x4, the 3x4 costs $3,000, $3,000 for that. And the reason is because it's milled to have a flat surface. Flat, dude. Yeah, it has 3 dimensions.
Milled flat.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
So if that's
when it's milled flat,
of course it does. You look at it.
So
listen, friends.
What is the thickness of
Hold on. Hey, listen, Mr. Rude. Other guy just asked a question, didn't he? You immediately asked a question after he did. Are you denying him the answer?
Sorry, my bad. Say what you're going to say, Batman.
When it's milled flat, does it have any bumpy bits?
Yeah, when something's milled flat, it's milled to a tolerance. So, for example, a Starrett table is 0.00054.
So flat.
That's tolerant.
Flat.
Yeah, that's flat.
So in that regard,
okay, so can you define flat?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
And I will. And I'm about to.
Please.
But I can feel that other guy about to talk through me. So I'm waiting a second to see if he will. Yeah, so it's where the extent of the width, okay, the variance of the height,
is significantly less, and all points on the surface are between two parallel planes.
So your definition of flat was. Sorry, say that again. When the width and the. What was that?
Yeah. Across the whole width of the thing, the height variance is significantly less, and all of the variance of the height is between two parallel planes across the surface of the width.
Parallel plane.
Yeah, yeah. So when you look up any milling book, when you look up any engineering book, when you look up any book where they manufacture any type of anything, that's the way they define it. And by the way, that's the way we all pretty much define it.
I think it's still flat. It's
So only look, I'm gonna put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this. Only a retard would say that a sheet of plywood isn't flat. Only a moron.
Well, we're being particular over definitions here, aren't we? So if I had two parallel planes
I know.
that were, say, 8,000 miles apart, and I could fit a giant globe in between them, is that globe flat?
No, that doesn't match the definition, dude.
Well, it fits your definition. It's within some tolerance of two parallel planes.
Dude, you need to go back and listen to the live stream.
We all agree.
Then
the Earth is flat.
No, go back and listen to the live stream, and then you'll figure it out.
So the thing is, though,
I'm just asking you for a definition.
Because it seems
I gave it to you already.
So AI
You're too dumb to
Overlord.
understand it.
So the thing AI Overlord isn't flat up to. Well, is it flat relative because you have tolerance, right? Because everyone has a different tolerance of what flatness. It could be 1 micrometer to, I don't know, maybe 1 millimeter.
Yes, dude. Yes, dude. So a piece of plywood, a piece of flat plywood, okay, that's very smooth to the touch. You know, like an $80 or $120 sheet that's cabinet grade. So you're going to make cabinets with it. You know, it's not like rough that you're going to make a shed with. If you zoom in on it with a microscope, it's going to look bumpy, right? But the overall surface is still between two parallel planes, to where the height variance is much, much less than the width.
So flat is variable. It's up to, like, it's. So flat is relative then, because, you know, you said if you're using a flat as in shed, it doesn't have to be as flat. Yeah. You're building something for cabinets and furniture. It's flatter.
Notice the word as flat. Flatter, less flat, more flat. They're all still flat.
So does that mean there's millions of different kinds of flat Earth models then? Because, you know, it's up to interpretation. Because it could be they all fit my definition, dude. Which is, by the way, the mechanical, practical, three-dimensionally realizable definition of flat surfaces.
How about from the deepest ocean to the tallest mountain? How would that be? Deepest ocean to the tallest mountain, that plane.
That's 13 miles.
Can anyone from this flat Earth chat, any of you guys provide a model of your flat Earth? Because there is just the one model. Can you guys provide it?
Yeah, all points on the surface are between two parallel planes with a tolerance.
No, I'm looking for a picture.
15 miles across 192 million square miles. There you go.
I'm looking for a picture. Like a flat earther's depiction of what their flat Earth looks like.
Well, I'll tell you this, I'll tell you this. When you go to heaven and you look back at the Earth, let me know how it looks.
Pretty sure I'll see a sphere. You know. I mean, if it was flat, you know, that'd be kind of crazy to be think, you know, if it did look flat, it'd be crazy if we were all sharing this consciousness of this one child, right? Just doodling this circular Earth, then sure. Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Where did you ever see a sphere? Where did you ever see a sphere for the Earth?
You know, like the International Space Station, you know, they do live footage all the time.
And they show the Earth as a sphere?
They do, actually.
Really? Go ahead and post the image of a sphere in any of their live footage.
1 second, I'll post it. Hang on.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, dude. We all know what's going to happen. Is you're going to post a portion of an arc and assume that's a portion of a sphere, and then say I saw a sphere when you didn't see a sphere at all.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Here's another. It's just that it's so big that it can't really fit onto one camera unless you got if you're really, really far away, like quite a bit of a distance.
It's so big that we can't show it as a sphere. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you need to be further away. It seems to be a sphere to me, you know.
Seems to be.
When you composite all these images together, like grab all these pictures to create one cohesive image, it seems to be a sphere.
A whole bunch of curves and put a whole bunch of curves together to show that it's a sphere. This is not going very good for you at all.
Well, things are rarely explained in short and quippy sentences, right? Because, you know, a short and quippy leaves out a lot of detail when trying to explain things, right?
So you have no picture of the sphere. You have a bunch of pictures of some curves. So I'm not sure, did you just waste our time asking for a friend?
Or are you gaslighting me right now? Because, you know, you said when I asked questions.
No.
I asked the question.
Sphere.
Sure.
I'll grab one. Picture of the sphere.
Sure.
And you
I will share one. Here you go.
I showed you a picture. You showed us pictures of a curve.
Yep. Hey, by the way, thanks, Kiwi Buzzy. Those show that the Earth is round, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and we know that didn't come from the International Space Station.
There's more. Looks like there's plenty of footage then that literally shows that the Earth is round. You know, all these satellites literally show that the Earth is round. So. Anyways, the blue marble is an iconic picture of Earth. So.
It's a composite. So, which satellite of the Earth is round?
How is it possible that the rest of the Earth fits on the other side of what you showed us there? Like, it's absolutely not going to happen. It's ridiculous. You've got a fairy tale drawing, and that's all that you have. And you have a belief system that you believe that you live on a globe. And that's all fine and dandy if that's what you want to believe.
Picture. Looks pretty round to me.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. I love it.
So, if belief is the enemy of knowing, does that mean that believing in science is you shouldn't trust science?
The picture that you just posted. Let's talk about the picture that you just posted. Okay, you just posted that picture. Now, how is it possible that curve on that arc would encompass the whole entire known lands of the Earth? There's no way. That thing is so small. It's like you live on planet California or something. That you're not going to have the whole Earth in there.
Well, yeah, it's a matter of perspective. Like if you for example, from the perspective, let's say a gnat on a baseball.
We can't see the Earth as a globe because it's a matter of perspective. So one more time, we can't see it as a globe. You're not helping yourself here because you're not showing us the globe.
Are you? It sounds like me now. You're the one that's gaslighting me because when I asked questions, you said it's gaslighting. Because here's what I was just saying: it's a matter of perspective. So if you have a fly, let's say a gnat on a basketball, they'll look flat to the because they literally can't comprehend just how large the basketball is. But because we can see the basketball,
well, I'm talking about I'm talking about the specific picture that you posted in the side chat.
Yeah.
How is it possible that the whole Earth will fit on that ball? That ball is so small that you've created with that picture that there's no way that about probably 90% of the Earth won't fit. So I don't think that's a picture of the Earth.
You create what's called a composite because it's so massive. You need to take multiple pictures of it. It's like how you take with your smartphones when you take a panorama picture.
So what you're telling us is that the Earth is so big, it's absolutely enormous, that it is impossible to take a picture of it, and you have to take small pictures and fit them together and call it the whole.
Yeah, it's called compositing. It's the same reason.
Why are you deciding to composite them together into a ball shape?
Well, the picture logically fits into a ball, not a square.
Show that from the raw data.
Yeah, it's from the picture, the blue marble. Have you ever seen?
Oh yeah. Show that the raw data logically fits together into a ball, because that just sounds like some crap you made up.
Yeah, just read that Wikipedia page.
Robert Simmons.
Yeah, how does it logically just fit together into a ball? Can I see these picture pieces that just logically fit together as a ball, please? Can I see those? Let's take a look.
Okay,
why are you saying that? Why are you even saying that?
All right, I'll show you. I'll just literally load the picture. Just give me a second. Here's the how they do compositing. They take a swath of Earth, and then when they start piecing them together.
Cool story, bro.
Quite simple. Cool. Quite literally, just like a giant space camera.
Yeah.
You know?
That's how I would fake it if it was a ball. That's how I would fake it, right? Isn't that how you would fake it? I mean,
I don't think I feel come in here and lie like this. Let's see the individual, which are puzzle pieces essentially that you say just fit together into a ball. Can we please do that? How did you make that fucking claim, dude? I don't know why you think you need to come here and lie like this.
Especially since Robert Simmons said that was the hard part.
He said it looked kind of flat. They just projected it into a sphere in Photoshop. He didn't say anything like what you said. You are the only one saying that. So I don't know why you're desperate to cope for your stupid little silly globe religion that you have to come in here and just lie like this. But it's kind of pathetic.
It's kind of pathetic.
Robert Simmons was the artist of the blue marble, so we got that on our side too.
About him.
Yeah, an artist rendition. Robert Simmons, thank you for the Globe Blue Marble 2.0. Thank you.
We're just going to deny that, compositing exists, cameras, science.
No, we're not. What are you doing? What is this straw man? No, we're not denying that compositing exists.
Well, no.
Obviously, you can take a bunch of pictures and stick them together. Nobody's denying that. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Well, you guys' core belief, you just said it on this live stream, that belief is the enemy of knowing. So if I don't have to believe what is true, I can believe what's false too, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yep, 100%.
So if I ultimately think...
Not true. But you can also believe what is true. And what is true is fire's hot, man. I checked it out. It's super hot.
But I may believe it's hot, but I can tell people it's rather cold, right? Because belief is the enemy of knowing. So if I can make people believe fire is cold.
We're taking an off-ramp here. Yes, we're done trying to demonstrate that the blue marble is actually a genuine, legitimate photograph of the Earth in any way.
Also, Also, Batman of the Globe just provided a wonderful picture, and that's how compositing works, by the way. So
I know exactly how compositing works, and that was never under dispute whatsoever. What was contended with was your claim that all these separate images,
hang on,
you just stitch them together, and then what you get naturally is a ball. They just fit together like puzzle pieces.
Didn't you just say it was never disputed? So basically, what you're saying is
the act of compositing. You can do that with sound. You can do that with visual imagery. You can do that. Yeah, that's not being argued with.
So, thusly, if we stitch all these pictures together, logically, we can create a round Earth. How is that?
You can create whatever you want when you stick random. You can create whatever you want when you stick different things together, dude.
Yeah, so
that's why it's not photographic proof.
Fractal.
Well, you just said how compositing.
I can do the same thing with sound too. I could take this conversation and I could clip out our voices any which way I want, and I could composite something out of them, and you wouldn't be able to say, well, I guess you could if you wanted to be stupid. You could come in here and say, well, those individual clips of audio, they just naturally form that composite audio piece that he just played for us. No, they didn't. I contrived it, dude. Don't you get it? Apparently, you don't know what a composite is, and you're just in here parroting shit that you've read. Well, I know full well what it is. So do you understand what I just told you?
Yeah,
you're contriving something out of. Yeah.
You said that compositing has never been. What was it again? Never been what?
Oh fuck! You can't keep up at all. Go sniff some more glue. I'm done with you.
Sniff some glue, man.
I like having my brain cells. You know, dumb people smell gasoline, you know.
Yeah, I've heard of different people doing weird stuff with smelling things. Yeah.
Thing is, you know, if we composited all those pictures and we just laid them out, well, as you are flat, pun intended, but like if you laid all those images side by side, they would not line up, surprisingly. There would be pieces that would be out of order. But the thing is, if we logically put them together like a puzzle, you would get around Earth, isn't it?
That's a lie. That's a lie. Demonstrate that. Let's see the individual pieces that they took, and let's see how that was the outcome. Go ahead.
Well, look at Batman's of the Globe's picture there. You see, there on the top is the composited picture. On the bottom were the pieces. Now, if we didn't line up those pieces,
that's not the blue marble. Let's do it with the blue marble. Go take those individual shots that they use for the blue marble and demonstrate that's the logical outcome, because we have the artist on record saying it looks kind of flat and he had to wrap it around a ball in Photoshop. He's telling us outright it's a Photoshop effect, the fact that it even ended up as a ball. And you are here arguing with the man who made the image himself. Okay?
Yeah, actually,
so you got to come with something pretty good. I'm sick of you just saying this shit, dude.
Heretic, he actually said that was the difficult part.
Yeah, he did say that. And this guy here is saying something else about the art piece that guy himself created. What the fuck is wrong with you and your arrogance to go ahead and just make a claim about someone else's work like that? The fuck, dude?
If Earth was flat, you know, and we took a picture of it, wouldn't it be like putting a puzzle together would be super easy? But considering how it's a three-dimensional shape,
you could composite a bunch of pictures of the Earth's surface, and you could wrap them around a triangle or whatever you want to in Photoshop, dude. You don't understand this?
So I could wrap the entire Earth on a triangle.
Yeah, whatever shape you wanted to use. You could do it with anything. You don't get it?
Well,
obviously, out of your depth.
Well, the problem with a triangle is you would cut out large swaths of continents.
Well, you have to do that too. You can't fit 100% of the land on half of a sphere, which is all you're going to see within one frame, isn't it?
You know what? I got to stop here for 1 second because I got to jump in here. We live on a flat plane. That's where we live. And what you experience on a flat plane. So you keep saying, well, if it was flat, it was this. No, we experience the same thing because of where we live. We live on a flat, stationary plane. So there's no, well, if it was flat, it would be this. No, it is the way that it is.
Did you then define to me what moderate resolution imaging spectrometer or MODIS technology is? Can you explain how that works?
Our job is not to
it'll work the way that it works on a flat plane. That's where we live. Anything that's doing anything is happening on a flat plane. I don't know why that's so difficult. Nothing's different because we say that the Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, and practically used as flat. That's all that we're saying. Water lays flat and level, seeks its level, and over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is water. So over 70% of the Earth is flat.
But the idea of flat is subjective because what?
No, it's not. Measurements are not subjective.
No. Look, we got deepest ocean, 7.5 miles. Tallest mountain, 4 to 4.5 miles high. So we're talking about a horizontal, flat, stationary plane that has topography. That's dips and valleys, heights and dips, all that kinds of stuff for about 12.5 miles. That's the deviation over the entire surface. That's where you live. Nothing is different because it has to be flat. It is what it is.
Well, the problem is flat has to what tolerance, though? Because flat may be within 1 millimeter or flat within 1 centimeter.
I already told you it's about 12.5 miles from the deepest ocean to the tallest mountain. Okay? Your point?
About. So that's the problem. You said about. So what's the tolerance?
Yeah, tallest mountain to the deepest ocean. It's about 12.5 miles. Is that not good enough for you?
Well, when you say about, that's implying intolerance. So.
MX, stop being difficult.
I mean, that's being stupid.
When you're talking in miles, half a mile out is not a problem. When you're talking in feet, half a mile out is a big problem. So the problem you've got, MX, is it is measured as flat. So you can talk about spectrometry and the moon and the sun and the stars and all the little bugs that crawl across it. It is still measured as flat. There's nothing you can do about it. You can cry about it, we'll point and laugh, but that's about it.
So
deal with it, bro. We have.
What do you have? Does anyone from this flat Earth group have a picture of a model of the flat Earth?
Why do we have to have pictures?
Well, it's proof. You guys are all about proof, so give me you guys.
It's measured as that. Go and look at the laser transits.
Can you show me these quote unquote laser transits?
Quote unquote? Can someone post up one of the laser things, please? I'm at work. So, MX, let's do this nice and simply. Do you know what a tangent is?
Well, depends on what a tangent is. Are you talking geometrically or when you're in a conversation?
Geometrically, do you know what a tangent is?
Well, tangents used in trigonometry, traditionally speaking.
I didn't ask what it was used for. I asked, do you know what it is?
Yes, it's usually a straight line, that touches a curve or a curve.
Excellent. That's the basics of it. So if you get a laser and shoot it horizontally, wouldn't that act as a tangent, allegedly, on your ball?
The thing is, though, depending on the weather conditions...
no thing is, yes or no. If you've got a laser and you shoot it across the surface of Earth, Earth is allegedly supposed to be a freaking ball. If you shoot that laser across a large body of water, that would act as a tangent. True or false?
Well, I was going to point out that if you had a laser, and if the Earth was flat, and you had...
I didn't ask if it was flat. I said, allegedly, it is supposed to be a ball. If you shoot a laser across it horizontally, would it be a tangent? Yes or no?
I was going to explain my point. If you let me finish, please.
Why can't he just answer yes or no? You allegedly got a ball. You shoot a laser across the bastard, and that would be a tangent. Yes or no? Why are you sidestepping?
Well, it's just that
it's not that hard. A 6-year-old kid could probably work this out.
Okay, so no.
It's not a tangent. Why is it not a tangent? It's supposed to be a ball, remember? You've just got a line and you've put it next to a curved surface. Allegedly, it's a ball. So if you've got a laser and you're shooting a straight line across the surface of a ball where it's touching at one point, that would be a tangent. The point where it touches would be the tangent point. So let's change the word tangent to laser.
Okay,
all of a sudden now, you've got a laser acting as a tangent. So from the tangent point, as you get further and further out along that laser, the ground should drop away around the ball. Some of the guys call it drop over distance. At 10 miles, that's supposed to be a 66-foot drop.
You said drop around a ball. Did you just say that?
Drop over distance.
But you said ball earlier, right?
It's allegedly supposed to be a ball. If that is the case, at 10 miles, there would be 66 foot of drop. The issue you've got is when they do these, there's no drop. And to add insult to injury, they're not doing them over 10 miles. They're doing them a little bit further.
The thing is, though, even if you had this laser...
You can't comprehend the fact that they're supposed to be drop over distance. Actually, I think you can comprehend it. I think it irks you because there's something in your life that you've aspired to do or believe that you're doing that you think you're some kind of ball-tied magician, and it pisses you off when you've just found out that it's flat and you've got no miserable excuses to come back at.
You're just yelling
can I just
over
step
what
in here just for a sec here? We're getting a little carried away here.
I just didn't get to say much.
Why are you so passionate about defending the globe? Do you have definitive evidence that you live on a globe? Have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe? Or do you just believe that you live on a globe because you've been told that you live on a globe and now you're just trying to defend it?
Well, here's the thing. If I had a laser and I shot it from, let's say, Canada, and I was aiming it directly at Australia at exactly the same level, the problem is the laser, you wouldn't see the laser.
So now he's gone to the other extreme. Why don't you go and shoot one for 40 miles? That'd be a good start. Find yourself a nice big body of water, do that, get your mates around the other side to test the drop and see how far out it is.
What kind of laser are we talking about?
Light doesn't travel forever, whether it be a laser, just because it's been designated as a laser beam doesn't mean that it will go forever. Light attenuates at a very specific rate. So light does not travel forever. That's could be a problem for you because that's not going to work in your idea.
So if the laser doesn't work, then it doesn't seem like an accurate way of depicting.
That's not what I said. I said a laser. I said that a laser will not travel forever. You can use it over certain distances. There are lasers that will go for 40, 50, 60 miles. That's not a problem. But they don't go forever.
So could you say then maybe the laser is used to confirm a certain biases?
To confirm a certain biases, all it's got to do is stay in a straight line. That's it, as lasers do. That's probably why they use them.
To just prove that they're flat Earth theory.
No, because they want a beam of light that's dead straight.
That's why they use lasers very specifically, because of the characteristic of the light that comes from the laser.
So you're just using the laser to just reinforce the flat Earth theory.
No, we're using the laser as a tangent because allegedly you're supposed to be on a ball. Remember? That's what you're defending. So we put the laser out there, and then we measure the drop over distance. So the distance is away from the tangent point. As you get further out, that drop should increase.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you have something called diffraction, though.
Of the laser? Well, fancy that. I'm glad you brought that up, because there's this cool little piece of equipment called a collimator that they put on the end of the laser to focus the beam so it stays straighter for longer. Thank you for bringing that up.
So you're changing the variable that if you're putting this code over it, you're changing.
It's still straight. It actually is designed to focus the beam and keep it straighter, so it doesn't diffract as much.
So you're obscuring, like the thing is, you're tampering with your data.
You're making excuses now. You brought up diffraction, and I just kicked it across the floor. Next problem. Keep trying.
Well, the fact is, if you have raw data, you try not to tamper with it as much as you can by putting this code on here.
It's not tampering with anything. The whole purpose of it is, as you brought up, diffraction. And I'm glad you brought it up, because it's a known problem. So at the end of the beam, the circle would be probably 20 foot wide. This is no good for taking measurements from. They want that beam as tight and as narrow as possible. So they put a collimator on it to focus the beam.
But that's tampering with data, though. You're using
It's not tampering with data. It's not tampering with data, because the light gets measured, sharp for a second, the light gets measured post-collimator at both ends. So the light comes out of the laser, through the little focusing tool, then it gets measured distance from the ground. Then they do a little drive around the other side of the lake and measure it again. So it is not being tampered with.
Well, can you take the same record? Can you do the same results and take out the collimator? Can you record the data without a collimator?
Why would you bother? And have the spread of the
end. Well, the thing is, science is about observing raw data, right? By putting.
So you're making excuses now to try to defend something that you've got absolutely nothing about.
No, that's like saying draw me a precision drawing, but don't sharpen your pencil to make your drawing precise. Good grief.
McDuck, look, you are in here and you've been given all kinds of information, and you seem to be defending something that you don't know for sure, but you have a belief in. That's, I think,
I do need a collimator.
Obvious.
Can't you just observe this without a collimator?
Well, I'm trying to point something out here that I don't understand why you're trying to defend the globe. Everyone here in this venue used to believe in the globe. We were all brought up the same way. We all learned the same stuff through school, okay? About the planets, the stars, yada, yada, yada. We all learned that kind of stuff. And we got older and we started to go, well, you know what? If it's true, we should be able to test it.
Then
and
the
we've
flat
gone out and
earthers
tested it. No, it has nothing to do with flat earthers. It has to do with people. It has to do with people. People went out and started testing stuff and find out that, you know what? It just doesn't measure up. And you're trying to defend it. And all that you have...
If you can reproduce this data, take off this collimator.
Calm down for a second.
Take off this collimator and get the same result.
You're the ones that have tested it, and you're the one that's trying to defend it. And all that you have is a belief. And we're the ones that have some kind of evidence.
Then are you of the belief? Are you of the belief, though?
Dub, hang on. I just want to get in here. I want to ask a clarifying question. Did you say before the word diffraction with a D or refraction with an R?
Diffraction.
With a D,
with
right?
A D. Yes. Okay. Diffraction.
You know what the distinction between the two is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why would diffraction be a problem? Whether there is or is not any?
Because it would, diffraction would interfere with the perceived result. It would cause an interference, literally, it'll change how things are perceived. It's like you're having
Yeah, how so?
Well, it's Well, it's like having two signals in a headphone and one slight off. You'll get this beating noise because they're not quite in sync with each other.
No,
okay, so not really, but I'm curious to see how you see this being an issue in this context.
Well, I'm saying in the context, science is about observing raw data.
So can you answer the question? I'm asking you specifically how light diffracting, whether it diffracts a lot or a little or none at all, in an ideal sense, how that would affect this outcome.
Yeah.
I just want to see if you understand what you're asking for clarification on.
Well, was asked clarification. Why do you need this laser system thing, this focusing lens to reproduce your data? Why do you need to use this whatever tool? Why do you need to tamper with the information? Why can't you just give people the
information? Tamper with the information? What do you mean tamper with the information? It's just part of the
using this. You're using this focalizer or whatever this thing was.
Whatever the instrument was. Or even worse than that, dude, it's actually built into the instrument itself. Whether you actually have one or not tacked onto the side, it's just the instrument itself. Because you could argue, you could argue any built-in means of collimating the light, even within the instrument itself, is a form of tampering. But then, anything that's not a light bulb. Check this out. You could argue anything that is not a light bulb that radiates light out in all directions is a form of tampering.
Well, isn't putting a second collimator on top of a collimator kind of just...
No, you don't even have to do that. You can have it, not even, dude. You can have an extremely powerful collimator within the instrument itself that does the same thing. But you mean to say that collimating in and of itself is an act of tampering, thereby nullifying the argument? That's stupid.
Well, from what I was told earlier, that you guys use a collimator to focus your light. So I thought, the collimator was changing.
But all the measurements are done post, not one pre, one post. You understand that?
So can you help me explain how that works exactly then?
You have a laser. The light comes out of the laser. You measure that light distance from the ground. You then travel your 10 miles or 20 miles. Maybe you don't travel. You've got someone else waiting there. They measure the distance from the laser to the ground at the other end.
Yep.
If you're on a ball, there would be drop over distance. Now, what happens is, with your diffraction, light spreads. The best way to describe it, it's like an ice cream cone. Your end is the pointy end, and it spreads and makes a great big dot circle at the other end. You've probably seen cheap handheld lasers where they put a great big circle at about a mile away. That's what happens. The problem is, at your end, where you're holding the laser, it is a very fine point, maybe a couple of eighths across it. At the other end, there's a bloody great big circle. So where do you measure it? Do you measure one side of the circle, then the other side? Or do you put a collimator on and have it more focused over the longer distance? Which would be more sensible for you? A beam that's the same distance over 20 miles, as in same thickness, or one that spreads out?
To actually get an actual sense of it, I would get as much raw data as possible without the collimator.
Yeah. I get that. You got a hard on for raw data. That's nice. Which one would be easier for you to work with? A consistent beam that is not spreading out, or one that spreads out? Which would be easier for you to get raw data from?
Yeah, dude, this is raw data.
You would not use a collimator. Because if you use the collimator, it changes the outcome data.
So check this out, dude. Sorry, Matrix. I just have to get this out, dude. You mean to say...
you two talking.
No, yes, my apologies again. But from what you're saying, it sounds like you mean to imply that the rawest of the raw data is basically a light bulb. Right?
This is such an insane
Is that the only thing you'd be happy with? Do you see how that follows? Right? No collimated light, right, equals Basically, a light bulb that shines in all directions. How would that be helpful, sir?
That would mean we exist in a three-dimensional space.
Okay, thank you. Sure, but that's not helpful to the argument.
Well, if
we're trying to measure something, right? We're trying to emulate like a giant ruler, if you will, a straight line, right? If you don't have a straight line, you're not doing the thing that you're trying to do, right?
But the thing is, with the collimator, you have it all. The light goes everywhere. Thus, we live in a three-dimensional space. So that would automatically mean the Earth is not flat.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Dude, you sound high as shit. Are you high? I don't want to talk to a high person.
He thinks in order for the Earth to be flat, it can only have two dimensions, dude. The guy's literally brick, brother.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
He must have accidentally wandered into Bev's server one day and got contaminated. Guy goes to Home Depot. He says, "I'd like some flat plywood." They bring him some plywood. He's like, "No, I said flat plywood."
I need some water. I'm a bit stoned as shit right now, so I need some water.
Say what you need
If
to
it's
say, bro.
no, I need to understand, because if it's not made of particles, then it's clear why you have a problem. Like
Okay,
you don't
what if
you
it
don't
was
agree
made
with
of
that. Wait,
particles?
let me
Then
finish
what?
the sentence. Let me finish the sentence. But if you do think it's made of particles, then I need to understand where is it that you don't kind of believe that gravity can provide the pressure. So that's why I'm asking the question. Like because we're gonna go in two different directions.
We're
Given that,
basing it off of gas laws, Maxos.
What?
That's right. What? We are basing our information off of known gas laws. Please feel free to look them up. Gas expands to fill available space.
That's not a gas law at all.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. It
Yes,
really
it
isn't.
is. Yes, it is.
No, but like it
Yes.
isn't though. Because the way it works, right, is that the way you do thermodynamics usually is by connecting it with the sort of the microscopic model, right? So basically, you assume
We're not dealing with a microscopic model.
He said that we can know about if it is like a sphere or about the planets that we see in this space. But I mean, when we see a planet or when we see like the moon, we see like different I don't know how to explain it, phases of the moon. So I want to know if at your point of view you have like something to explain it. I'm not like I'm not like debating. I just want to know like your point of view about the different phases of the moon, you know.
Phases or faces?
I don't really know. Sorry, I don't know how to
Are you
pronounce it.
saying phases, like where you can't see some of the moon?
Yeah, but what's the difference between you pronounce it?
Just wasn't sure if you were saying faces, like the face on your head.
Yeah.
Or phases, like PHASE or FACE.
I can't not taste the difference in that when you pronounce it. But yeah, I mean
face, face like with eyes, nose, mouth.
Yeah.
Face.
Yeah.
Check the
Face.
side chat. I have a photo.
Face.
Like a face or phase, like where that seems like the moon's partially.
But does
darkened.
it sound the same? Does it sound the same or not?
No, face. Are you saying face, like not eyes, nose, mouth?
Yeah.
And then phase. Yeah, it does sound a little similar. It's spelled differently.
No.
Faces.
I want to know which one he means. Face, as in eyes, nose, mouth.
Yeah, I mean the second one.
Okay.
Phase, like phases, where it appears to be darkened a little bit.
Yeah, phases. Yeah.
Phases, right? Phases. Okay, so I don't know. That's my short answer. Is I don't know what causes phases of the moon. I don't know what causes the moon to become darkened.
You think that?
I know why. I know why they tell us it is. That's because of the angle. They're saying that your position on Earth relative to the position of the moon and the sun, because they say that the light from the moon is coming from the sun, it's reflected sunlight. So depending on the angle from which you're going to observe the moon, you'll only see a part of it lit up. And because it's moving and changing its location throughout the month, relative to you and the sun and the moon, it's going to keep changing like that. That's why they tell us. But I would like to see evidence of that. Like that's just a story that they tell us. That's why, right? I'd love to know why, but I wouldn't even know where to begin trying to work out why there's phases of the moon.
Okay.
So you have no interpretation for it?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. Like it could be some sort of relationship with the sun. I don't know, right? I have no way to verify that that's true because I don't have a God's eye view. I can only describe And this is all any of us can do. Anybody, you, me, anybody else, right?
I mean,
all
for
you
me,
can do is describe what you see. That's all you can do. You don't have an overall view of reality to be able to say, this is why that's happening. This is why I see this thing in the sky, the way I see it.
I mean, the thing that you can describe the thing that you see, but so you see, if you have to say what you see, you will say that the shape of the moon change. So that's, for me, it's not like logical. So I have to think about that the rays of the sun, like go, and it goes. It's related with the sun, and in different times, we can see because there's a shadow. Like,
we don't know what's causing the moon, so we can't make any definitive claims because we don't even know what the moon is, Mimi. That's the whole problem. Like, you're coming from a place where you think you have an understanding of what's causing these things, right? Why? Because an explanation has been given to you. But the proof of how any of this is verified is the one piece that's missing, right? And when you verify the lack of curvature, right? When you can verify that piece, which is something you can do, all of the other claims that have been made fall apart, right? And when those claims fall apart, you're left with a void of data, right? You had all of this data beforehand, right? Before realizing that the Earth truly isn't curving, you have this reference data, right? That you could go and say, okay, well, we understand this because of this, and we have all these inferences, but it's all based on trust, right? It's not based on knowledge. It's based on trust in the people that are, presenting you with this information. So when you come to the realization that, wait a minute, they lied about this one very important thing, which is that the Earth is a sphere, right? So once that is crushed and you know that that's no longer a fact, now you're left with this void. Now, how we, it increases the mystery, right? It increases the things that aren't known again, right? So you go from a place of, oh, I got all this knowledge, I have all this information, to a place of, well, I'm missing a lot of information that I used to have. So this necessity to replace all of that knowledge is definitely felt, man. I mean, we've all been there, but you shouldn't be jumping to try to understand things that aren't easily understood, right? I don't think that like trying to figure out what makes the moon do what the moon does is going to change the fact that the Earth isn't curving, right? So not knowing, it might be where you're at for a while after learning that the Earth doesn't curve.
Yeah, that's why we encourage people to come back down to the earth, come back down to the ground. Let's start at the fundamentals and then work our way up. We'll figure out what this thing is first, or what qualities it definitely has or doesn't have. And then we can start working our way up and maybe look at some other things, like things in the sky. And if it gets to the point where you're just left with not enough information to be able to figure that out, then so be it, like John said.
But I mean, because it's my opinion, or as I think, because only like using a telescope, we can see like the faces. I don't know how you pronounce it. The faces, because it's only possible. Like if
like phase, like think about it, like with a Z, almost like you're saying it was Z. Phases. Yeah, like phases.
Phases.
Yeah.
Phases. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like with the pH. Phases of the moon. Yeah.
Okay, so the phases of the moon, like, I mean, there's the only way that we have to explain it is or as I know about like the sun, the that reflects like the sun, and with a telescope.
That's not your opinion.
And with
Sorry.
And with this same telescope, we can see we call it in Spanish cráteres. You know, cráteres,
craters, impact craters.
Yeah, and that you know, that tell us that it is like a sphere. I don't know, that attracts or that things impact the moon, because that things are attracted by the Earth. So I mean,
that's a leap. That's a leap, because there are even if the moon's surface was solid or permeable, right, and was capable of having indentations formed in its surface, doesn't necessarily mean it was formed by impact of something, right? Now, all of this isn't your opinion. You never looked up at the sky and worked all this out. You were told all this through somebody else. This is somebody else's opinion that you've adopted, right? I highly doubt that, left to your own devices, that you would have gone out and looked at the moon and thought any such thing that you just mentioned. You would have just gone, I don't know what that is. I wonder what that is.
Even if we gave you that the moon is a sphere and stuff hits it and the light from the sun is reflecting off of it, what's that got to do with the surface of the Earth?
What, sir?
Even if we gave you that the moon is a sphere and it has impact craters because things hit it and the light from the sun is reflected off of its surface, what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Sorry, I don't really understand what you said.
What he's saying, even if we agreed with everything that you said about the moon, right? If we agreed, what does it have to do with the Earth, the surface of the Earth?
Oh, okay. So no, I just was answering. What was your? What did you think about the moon and that and the planets? I was just answering that. But about the curvature of the Earth, I mean, I still believing about Eratosthenes did, and about the travelings that people made. If I don't remember bad, when Cristobal Colon went to America, and then few years. Wait. And then few years after Cristobal Colon discovered America, discovered there was like people traveling right there before him, but discovered after
he didn't discover it. But I get what you mean.
But I mean, we call it discover because
No, he got lost. That's like me, looking. That's like me, because he was looking for India, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. So it'd be like me, claiming that I discovered chocolate cake when I really, meant to make a vanilla cake or something.
But
he didn't discover it. He wasn't looking for it, right? He didn't discover it. He accidentally ended up there. You call that discovery?
You mean
that's not discovery, bro?
Yeah, but you mean discovered something by mistake? It doesn't mean that you
didn't discover it. There were people already there, by the way, too.
He mistakenly found people that were already there. Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to your point. He mistakenly found people that were already there. Continue.
Yeah. Okay. So as you said, he discovered people. Yes. Mm-hmm. So he discovered people that the people from the most important part, like historical, was from Europe, and the most important part, Europe. The countries, the places around the Mediterranean Seas were the most important for the European culture. And those countries down of the Mediterranean Sea. So it was like a discoverment for most of the people, and it was a so good discoverment for the culture, and it was an important thing, obviously.
And how does this mean the Earth is a sphere?
What are you from, Jedi?
The UK.
The UK. Okay. What did you say, sir?
I asked you, how does this mean that the Earth is a sphere?
Oh, okay. Yes, I was going to that, but you said about discoverment, but for me, that's not the important thing. I was going to say that yesterday I talked about Eratosthenes, but I mean, I had another thing running in my head. It was that when Cristobal Colon discovered America, and then a few years after that, I don't know how much years after that, a little bit. I'm not sure about the exact date. There was like a guy. I don't know if he was Spanish. I think that he was from Spain. Made travel around all the world. I think. Wait a second, please.
You talking about Magellan?
Wait. I think that he died between in the expedition, but I think that the people of the ship, I think that they stayed, but I think that he died. I'm not sure about he died, but I know about
it's all good. What's the point? How did they figure out that the Earth is? What did they do that tells us that the Earth is a sphere?
What, sir?
What did these people do that tells us the Earth is a sphere?
I mean, it was an expedition. It was,
they sailed around.
That they did around.
Yeah, they sailed around. How does sailing around?
I understand how you sail around. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how does sailing around prove the Earth is a sphere?
Because they did a travel, but I know. What do you mean? Like, you think that they did like around it, not like, but they did like why do you use recto, like straight travel.
They didn't. What? They didn't travel straight. They followed like continents and so on.
I can help you a bit with the argument of Eratosthenes.
Really?
See, yeah, I can. Eratosthenes realized that he could use geometry and shadows to estimate the Earth's circumference.
Yeah, we were talking about sailing around for a bit. Now we're talking about Eratosthenes. Okay, so Eratosthenes.
Well, yeah, but actually, can I finish my point? Sorry.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. The thing is that I searched the name. He was called Fernando de Magallanes.
That's what I said. Yeah, I was trying to help you.
And his date was in 1521, and it was finished by the Spanish Juan Sebastián Elcano.
Mm-hmm.
And as he told us here, it was like they started to travel in Sanlúcar de Barrameda, Spain, with 5 ships, and they after 3 years with only one called La Nao Victoria, they finished and they obviously for me they assumed that the Earth was spheric. That's
that's unfortunate.
If you want, I can.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, wait a second. If you want, okay. If you want, I can like take a look and see about the travel, like the travel that they made.
Okay, we already know about it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Did they go in a circle?
Yes, I'm going to search about that right now. So I will search it, because I don't know the exact like way that they did, so I will search it.
So
Okay.
how does it prove that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, I will search it. I mean, if I
Oh, you
if I
don't
do.
know. Oh, okay. I thought you knew. Now you've got to search up the thing that you were building up to. Sorry, dude.
Don't be disrespectful, please. I mean, I told you that I'm going to put effort in trying to find the exact travel that they did to answer your question. So I'm gonna search it. But sorry, Mobstar wanted to talk about Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I know the way that they did it. So, the experiment is really simple.
It's not an experiment.
Eratosthenes make an
It's a
observation.
measurement.
It is called, I think, Aswan. It is in Egypt. Well, at noon on the summer solstice, the sun shone directly overhead in Sin. It lit up at the bottom of a well and vertical objects. In that way, they cast no shadow. And he sent a messenger. He paid him to go to Alexandria, about 800 kilometers to the north. And at the same time, they put a stick and see how it casts a shadow, making, well, in the earth. And when you travel 800 kilometers north, it makes an
I
angle
think.
about
Sorry, can I?
7
I think it was not like a stick. It was like I'm not sure. It
No,
was.
he's
I think it
right
was
at
a
the moment. It's something that casts a shadow. We don't need to interrupt. He's got a well. He's got a stick. There's many stories. There's two wells. Sometimes there's two. Sorry. Sometimes there's one well and one stick. We don't care. Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the word you were like seeking is naman. This is really similar to a stick. Well, the case is that it projects a shadow of 7.2 grades. So, using logic and thinking about a full circle, 360 grades, 7.2 grades is about 1/50th of the Earth, and if
About
the distance
483 statute miles. 500 states.
between Sian
Approximately 800
and
kilometers.
Alexandria was 800 kilometers, then the
Mm-hmm.
full circumference of the Earth must be about 800 kilometers
Sorry.
multiplied by 50.
My friend.
Yeah, tell me.
So thank you. You've done a really good job at telling us about what Aristophanes did. You've even pointed out that he assumed that the Earth was a sphere. All of a sudden.
Yeah,
okay. So we understand that within the story of Aristophanes, he already assumed that the Earth was a sphere. He also assumed the distance to the sun and how big it was because it was casting in his assumption parallel light
between the Earth
rays.
and the sun has nothing to do with it.
Excuse me, can you say that again? I was talking. Pardon?
Yeah, the distance between the Earth and the sun has nothing to do with this.
It does because it would make the light rays parallel.
The angle is
parallel. Yeah, in his story, an infinite distance to the sun is fine. So the light rays are parallel, right? And the Earth, within how you described it, is already in a sphere. But we're supposed to be proving. Oh my God!
Okay, so you say that Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth.
He did just a moment ago.
Yeah. And he did because the Greeks knew or think. I'm not gonna disrespect your what you think. So let's say better think. Eratosthenes assumed because the Greeks think that it had curvature, and it was that he did that experiment. The first city was Alexandria, and the another one was Siena.
Can this only be done on a curved surface?
What, sir?
Can shadows only be cast on curved surfaces?
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Can shadows only exist on curved surfaces?
Well, the way it was projected.
No, excuse me. I need an answer to my question.
No, you don't need that. You need an explanation.
No, I just need an answer to my question. Can shadows only be cast on curved surfaces?
You're being stubborn.
I mean, I think that this guy called.
Nobody answering the question. It's quite fucking obvious. Why is nobody answering the question?
Please, chill, please. I mean,
I want somebody to answer my question, not divert from the question, because I have further questions.
Yeah, I'm not going to go away. I promise. Promise. The thing is that.
Fuck me, dude. Please don't.
I promise.
Just answer the question.
I promise. I promise.
No, just answer the question.
Okay, what do you want me to answer?
Yeah, I've just asked you, can shadows only be cast on curved surfaces?
Shadows can be cast in curved surfaces depending on the angle of the light where it comes
Sorry,
from.
Angle? Okay,
yeah.
Let me give you an example, dude, right? Because you jumped in and said logically, and it's really silly. If I stand under a light source, right, say with a cup of coffee, I'm going to see a reflection of the light source above my head, much like a well. If I walk away from being under the light source and see the angle of the sun decline in the sky and can measure that angle declination of the sun in the sky by putting a stick in the ground and watching it cast its shadow, I can do the very same thing on a flat surface when I walk away from being underneath a light. So at the moment, I don't know where the spheres come in. You've just got the sun directly above one position and the sun not directly above another position. And because of the angle of the light, it's casting a shadow. This sounds to me like a right angle triangle, where the right angle of the triangle is the well, the sun is at the top of the vertical, and the hypotenuse would be the imaginary line between the sun and the top of the stick, casting a shadow. The adjacent, obviously, across the surface of the earth between the well and the stick. So I'm asking, why is there a sphere involved when I can obviously demonstrate this on a flat surface, and you've given me a triangle with angle measurements in it?
Okay, wait. Okay. So I'm gonna answer you, but this guy called Mobster has like ideas that I have, so of course I understand that he can answer like
Right, dude, I don't mean to be rude, but can you very quickly get to the point, please?
Yeah, okay. If you want that, okay, but I'm having a chill conversation, so okay.
All right, dude.
Okay.
I'm not trying not to be rude, but when you talk, you take a long time to get to the point. I just need you to get to the point because I really want you to understand what I just said.
Then you know, Rome was not.
Remember, this is a server.
Okay,
to,
sir.
Talk and practice
Mobster,
English, not to
Mobster,
discuss.
Can I speak, sir?
Yeah, you can.
So as we know, Rome was not built in one day. You know, so these debates take so long, and that's the reason because you're here. You know, you
Can you get to the point? I don't need an introduction.
Oh, okay. So in a curved planet, like how do you call it? Rayos. Let me translate it. Rayos. Rayos solares. Like sun rays. Yeah. Sun rays. Travel like impact in different points and different angles. You know, and when the shadows are like different, it was used to Eratosthenes to calculate that it has a curvature because the solar rays, the sun rays, impact in different angles. You know, but if it were flat, the sun like in the same angle, in all places.
That's incorrect. Angle. What's an angle?
Are you really asking that?
Yeah, because if you understood what an angle was, you wouldn't be invoking a curved line surface of the earth. An angle is the intersection of two straight sides. This, what Aristosthenes done, is more commonly known as a solar elevation angle. The solar elevation angle of the sun is taken between the imaginary line between the observer where the sun is and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's why I pointed out to you, good gentlemen, that you've just given me a right angle triangle. The sun at the top of the vertical and the top of the hypotenuse, the well directly underneath the sun, and the stick along the adjacent at the end of the hypotenuse that isn't directly underneath the sun and has an elevation of the sun at 83 degrees above the horizon or 7 degrees below the zenith. This is going to obviously cast a shadow when you're not directly underneath the light source. It is a solar elevation angle measurement. You can't take solar elevation angle measurements if one of your lines, surface of the Earth, is curved.
I don't really know what you said, so the only thing that I understood is what are angles, you know?
Yeah, what are angles, dude? Let's start right at the beginning, being as you didn't really understand what I said. Let's go back to the beginning. What is an angle? Define it for me, please.
Lines.
Lines? So two parallel lines?
No.
Is that an angle?
Lines? Can I answer, please?
What kind of lines?
You said lines.
All right. Can I
think
answer?
that was your answer. You said lines.
Lines that find in vertice. Vertice. Vertex? Vertex.
Very good. Yeah. Very good.
Two lines that meet at a vertex. Those lines of an angle, are they straight lines?
What are straights? Straight like
shortest line between 2 points. For example, within a triangle. You know what a triangle is, don't you?
Yes. If you mean like...
Good. So you understand tri means three. It is a three-angled, three-sided shape. Now, an angle is where, like you said, two lines meet at a vertex. The question is, are those lines straight?
You mean, you speak too much and that's not like my level, I can understand.
Okay. Do you mean straight lines?
Yeah, like, straight, like, they are like...
Yeah, good. So you have to have straight lines for an angle, don't you? If one of your lines is curved, is it an angle?
Are you asking me, sir?
Yes, it's a question.
But what was the question, sorry?
If you have two lines that meet at a vertex and those lines are straight, that's an angle. If I curve one of the lines, is it an angle?
No.
Oh,
I don't know your question, but I think that no. No, I think.
Yeah, no, your answer is correct. Yeah, no. An angle is only the intersection of straight lines. If you have a curved line in it, you can't measure the separation, right? Because it's continuous. So when Aristosthenes is measuring a...
Yeah, sorry.
Go on, you wanted to speak?
No, what was you going to say about Aristotle's?
Sorry, can I speak?
I mean, nobody is speaking now. I don't know if Jedi wants to speak more, but...
Eratosthenes had a straight line between Cyane and Alexandria, a straight line above the well to the sun, and a straight line from his stick, from the end of the shadow to the top of the stick to the sun, at right angled triangle. No curved lines.
But the shadows show.
But the shadows what? What does shadows mean? It can only be a sphere.
I can replicate this in my house with a light above one point and then casting a shadow on an object at distance away from the light. I can do the exact same thing on a flat floor.
The Chinese did this on a flat Earth. It's a solar elevation angle measurement, right? How high is the sun above the horizon? When we're 500 stages away from it being above the well, it appears to descend downwards towards the horizon because of perspective. We measure the solar elevation angle from either the zenith of our position downwards towards the horizon or upwards from the horizon to our zenith position. This is an angle measurement taken from the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth has to be flat, horizontal, for us to measure an elevation angle up from it.
Okay, can I speak about what T-Dub said? Can I answer what he said? T-Dub said?
Go ahead.
If it goes quiet, just go ahead. You don't need our permission, do you?
Okay. About like you said about that these straits, sticks, we will call it sticks, that Eratosthenes put in those places were straight, and that's the reason because you didn't see angles there, right? I only want to know is it was that what you said?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you say that, sir?
Say what? Can you repeat it, please?
Okay. Am I right that you said that that the thing there that Tosthenes made with the straight sticks, we will call it sticks, don't show the angle, right? You said that.
No, I never said it doesn't show an angle.
Okay.
I said he has three angles. Well, he has a right angle triangle. That's what he had, like Jedi already explained.
But I mean, the angle is the shadow.
No. Right.
Yeah, so I mean, the angle that the sun.
You measure. Right. So I got a stick. That's my vertical line of my shadow. I've got an adjacent. That's the length of the shadow. We're going to have to have an imaginary line for the hypotenuse from the top of the stick to the end of the shadow. Now, there's two angles we can measure here. One at the top of the stick, which is 7.2 degrees or something. Let's just call it 7 degrees. At the end of the shadow, at the end of the hypotenuse, we can measure an 83-degree angle. Now, this is just a smaller version for us to measure that angle because we can do it by using a sextant. But the larger right angle triangle is between the stick, the well, and the sun. Because the first measurement is directly underneath the no shadow. That's described as 90 degrees, where the vertical line intersects the horizontal plane of the Earth perpendicularly at 90 degrees. So it's a right angle triangle, and he's measuring a solar elevation angle with a little shadow and a stick.
Yeah. The angle is what the sun make. Like the sun make in the vertical stick that T-Dub said.
Yeah. Now, if you stand underneath your light in your, say, living room and point up to it, it'll be 90 degrees. Keep pointing at the light, though. When you away from it, you'll notice that your arm starts to go downwards. Right, this is an elevation angle measurement from the horizontal plane of your, say, your kitchen and your arm. That's what this is. It's an elevation angle measurement, my friend. Angles require straight lines.
So you say that the problem or the difference between that angles are because the elevation of the terrain?
No.
Sorry, what did you say? Can you explain it, simplify it, please?
Do you remember when I was asking you to point at a light that you're standing under?
Did you say that the different shadows, the different angles or shadows?
If you move away from being underneath the light, you can watch the shadow increase in size in front of you as you keep walking. Have you ever been outside at night and walked underneath a street light?
I don't understand really. I don't know what is your question.
I'm asking you if you understand how shadows work at the moment. Do you not understand how shadows work?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. So if you stand underneath a light, you're not going to cast any shadow until you lift your feet up. It's underneath you, right? If you walk away from being under the light, you watch the shadow increase in size in front of you as you walk away, because the light's behind you now.
Can you write it on the chat, really? Because there are a few words that I don't...
Okay.
Sorry, really.
In the side chat at 51 minutes past the hour, posted by John Luna, you see the second image? Now, the second image, the one at the bottom, shows on the left-hand side what I'm trying to tell you, right? Where you've got you walking away from being underneath the sun at 4 different points. The shadow increases in front of you. On the right-hand side, it's your imaginary idea of what you think's going on. But on the left is what I'm trying to show you.
You mean like the image of the experiment of Eratosthenes? The observation, sorry, of Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want me to see in that image? Sorry.
Okay. So you see the diagram underneath where you've got this on the left-hand side, you've got the sun and it's shining its rays onto 4 sticks that are on the ground. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Imagine you're directly underneath the sun where the stick is on the right-hand side, and you walk left to where the next stick is, and then the next one, and then the next one. You'll notice that the shadow length increases in front of you, like when you stand underneath a light in your living room and walk away from being under the light, the shadow increases in front of you.
But the... Wait a second. The line... Oh, left, the right. The right explanation is the... So I don't understand the image. Is that the thing that you believe?
Well, yeah. It's called a solar elevation angle, yeah.
Okay, you believe the left one.
Yes, because that's what we measure. You can't have, say, for example, 90 degrees on a curved line. You can't measure angles upwards from a curved line. The geometry on the right-hand side is, well, if we think the Earth is a sphere and we think that the sun is at such a distance away that the light wave is coming in parallel, then this would possibly be, something. The point is really, either way, doesn't really matter. It's not really proof of anything unless you want to take the one on the left-hand side where you're most definitely measuring elevation angles from the sun, which is something we do all the time. It's how we navigate and come up with balances. You're going to require a horizontal Earth to measure angles from. But yeah, Aristophanes had this geometrical idea. The Chinese did the same thing from a flat Earth principle. Same thing.
Okay, so in that image, do you try to say that Eratosthenes is wrong?
Well, yeah. Because you can't have angle measurements from a curved line. Why do you think he'd done the measurement from the top of the stick? He could have just done it from the end of the shadow at 83 degrees. The well was at 90 degrees directly underneath the sun. For us to be talking about degrees, it has to be a horizontal line.
I don't really know how to explain it in English, in my native language as I can. If you let me use Traductor. Okay, wait. But I don't really know. With that image and with the example that you put on the right place, you are trying to say that Eratosthenes was wrong, and why? That's what I want to know. So, I mean, so the Earth. So you believe, so you told me that you believe like you, or you as a group, you believe in this example.
Believe in the example. No, it's a measurement. It's called a solar elevation angle. It's a direct measurement from the surface of the Earth. It gives you the distance between the well and the stick. If you were to multiply the 7 by 69, you get 483. That's 483 miles between the well and the stick.
Okay. So, if so, in the left example that you make, if it were flat, all the sticks must receive the light in the same direction. Yeah.
What? If the Earth is flat,
yeah. Let me explain it again. In the left example, that you say that that's you think. If all the sticks that are in the example must receive the light in the same direction.
Yeah, that direction being where the sun is. Where the light source is. Yeah.
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 but in the right one, I think, right, in the right one, in this, like the curvature is like each stick is like, let me find the word, inclinado, inclined, wait, inclined, inclined different, so each one makes a different shadow of different,
So you can cause both phenomena with just moving around the light source and the surface. Yeah. Same thing. Two different causes.
The right example is what Eratosthenes did.
No, the right example is what Aristophanes assumed. What he did is on the left.
Yeah, I mean, he assumed, because he assumed before he made this observation.
Yeah, but on the left is what he did. Measured the elevation angle of the sun. On the right is what he assumed. He measured a flat Earth, but assumed a sphere.
But it's the right one that shows that Eratosthenes made.
Yeah.
Because he showed not he didn't discover, but he proved that the sun rays are parallel rays.
Yeah.
But and that's and the right example is true. The example that the Eratosthenes did,
It's true. Why did Aristophanes think the Earth was a sphere?
What, sir?
Why did Aristophanes think the Earth was a sphere? He already came into this measuring the angle of the sun, blah, 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 thinking the Earth was a sphere already. Why?
Because when he went to make this observation, we will call it observation, he assumed, because he already knew or think that it was like
why?
that.
Yeah, why did he already think?
Because there was like, before Eratosthenes, Aristoteles lived.
Don't you know?
Hello?
Yeah, don't you know?
Yeah. I told you. There was a philosopher called Aristoteles. Before, so many times before, I think like 100 years less. I don't know. Before Eratosthenes, Aristoteles, not the same. Aristoteles.
So he was a philosopher. So he didn't know either. It was just, we think the Earth is a sphere. And if we apply this idea, then we can apply these geometric principles and conjure up a sphere, even if it isn't one.
But I mean, he made observations about, like, how is this word in English? Wait a second. Eclipse. 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 He made that observation of of moon, lunar, as you go on the kill. Eclipses, and
that's it.
he viewed the stars. He observed the stars. And if you want to know about it, this is like his monumental works in his I only know the name in Latin is called De Caelo. In Latin, it's like
what about
the sky.
What is it? Sorry, dude. Sorry.
What
is it about eclipses?
What?
Be
Sir?
specific.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat it again, please?
You said eclipses, lunar eclipses.
Moon.
You just said that. What does this mean?
Aristóteles, ¿cómo se dice esto en inglés? En English, compiló. Compiled all these things, all the observation that he did in his monumental obra, like his monumental working called De Caelo in Latin, like the sky, And if you
I'll
want,
ask you again.
I can give
I'll ask
you.
you again. What is it about eclipses? You're just telling me he observed them. Okay. What is it about observing eclipses that would make somebody think the Earth is a sphere?
Because the shadow of the shadow of the Earth, put, I don't know the word in English, put in the moon.
Okay. So, is the moon flat?
No.
Okay. So, when you cast a horizontal surface shadow on a curved surface, what does it look like? If you have a straight edge casting a shadow onto a curved surface, what does the shadow look like? Is it a straight shadow, or is the shadow now curved because the surface is curved?
I don't know. Sorry. The question.
If I'm casting a straight edge shadow onto a flat surface, I'm going to form a flat shadow.
What is coasting? What is coasting?
Casting.
What is casting?
Making a shadow.
Can you
So
write
if
it? I
I've
can
got
translate it.
a table and I've got a light, it will cast a shadow on the wall. It will make a shadow on the wall. Right? You understand?
No, sorry.
You don't know what make means?
Yeah, make.
Yeah. So to make a shadow, that's what cast means. Where the light is cast. All right, I'm not going to help you, dude. I'm not going to help you if you're going to overtalk me, dude.
What, sir? What is cast?
In this instance, it's make a shadow.
You make a shadow.
Yeah. With a light source and an object. And it casts onto a surface, like a wall. Have you ever made shadow puppets before?
Cat's like cat, like cut, like with
CAST, cast, like of a film or movie.
With a scissor, like a scissor, cut.
Yeah, but
okay, I understand now.
Okay, good. So I'm asking you, is the moon flat? Because to make a shadow that's curved, well, I can have a flat, straight object and it cast on a curved surface. You understand that, right?
You go too fast, I think.
All right, mate. Sorry, I do apologise, dude. Maybe I'm not the person who should be speaking to you.
No, I'm really sorry because it's my fault. I don't really have
It's not
level of
your fault, dude. It's your second language. My accent sometimes is too strong.
Okay. It's better if you write it. I can translate it. If you can. Cast a shadow. Translate. Traducir. Proyectar una. Oh, okay. And the question was, I know what is cast now. But can you make the question now? Again, I understand the word now.
Okay. I asked you if the
what, sir?
The moon was flat. Is the moon flat?
No.
Okay. It's curved. I can make a curved shadow with a straight edged object if the surface is curved. You understand that, right?
The surface is curved. It wouldn't cast a shadow? That's you asking?
No. If I have a straight edged object like a table making a shadow, so it's straight, but the wall that the shadow is on is curved, will the shadow be straight?
Sir, I think I will not understand. So if you can write the whole question, really, I mean, that's the last thing that I'm gonna say today because honestly, it's late in my country. So if you read it, I answer it, and I will go. But oh, he left. Why? All right. Is somebody here? Hello.
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Hello, John. I will leave then. Tomorrow I join maybe, and we debate more. Okay. Have a nice day, guys.
What language do you speak? What's your native language?
Spanish.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Oh, he joined? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Have a nice day, guys.
All right, bye.
Yeah, I just want to say Gon Pachiro is a clown.
Doom, 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 doom. Okay, what did he do to you, CB? Did he touch you?
Did he? I mean, dude, he just got so cooked so bad in the other channel. He just came over here, like, holy smokes, bro. I feel bad for the guy.
What was Jenna asking? I think he was asking for, or she was asking him to prove curvature on a sphere. That's what I think.
Never gonna happen. I'm gonna go watch some Fresh and Fit in the Frontline Unfiltered chat. So I'll see you guys later. If you guys want to join, you know where to find me. Peace.
Okay.
Diablo. No dieron ni tiempo de llegar.
Dang.
Who's in here? Who's awake? Anybody?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
If you guys want to talk to Elderberry, you can. He's been here for a bit. I don't know if he wants to talk.
Fuck that.
I boot Bev as soon as he shows up if he's got anybody blocked.
What's wrong with you guys? I don't upset you, do I?
Nah.
Oh, that's good. Usually people get upset us because they're on shaky ground. That's what I find. So is the measured angle to Polaris and the 69 miles, is that still a thing for you guys, or have you had to abandon it?
I don't know, and I don't care.
You don't know? I thought that's how you got latitude. You know, for navigating and that kind of thing.
I don't know, brother. Doesn't bother me.
You don't remember?
That's all I know.
Okay.
No,
That's
I
how the Earth
never
was
argued
measured
it.
flat, though. Isn't that how
Really?
the Earth
Did I
was
ever
measured
argue?
flat, though, with that, that angle?
Did I ever argue that? Did I ever argue that point?
I think you probably have.
Nah, never have.
Oh, well.
Not one time. Never.
Okay, well, you talk for the basis of your theorems, I guess, just by being here.
What? What does that even?
The club.
What does that even make sense, dude? Oh, so if I'm in this channel, that means I subscribe to everything everybody ever says?
No, you're the one who tells everybody mostly what they must say. That's your role.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, do you like live in a comic book or something?
I just observe how people bend their knee when you come around.
Hey, Flat Earth is in the room. You guys ever bend your knee and take one in the face from me?
Nah. Yeah, you know.
I don't even remember the last time we talked. I know, right?
You know when you clarified you can have flat water on a ball. And several people agreed with you and seconded the motion, so I mean I guess they either agree with you that's true or they bent their knee to your assertion.
Well, I mean, do you disagree? Do you disagree?
Disagree with what?
Dude, I got a ball downstairs in the basement. In fact, I got like 7. And I can go get a pan of water, fill it with water, put it on top of the ball, and the water will be flat. So do you disagree?
So not an exclusive flat Earth requirement.
Dude,
then
what are you talking about? I'm talking about a ball. I'm talking about a ball in a pan of water. Yeah, I'm talking about a ball in a pan of water, dude.
No, you're talking about the pan of water. The water you're talking about, really, aren't you? Not the pan or the ball, really. Talking about the water.
No, the pan is flat, dude. The bottom of the pan is flat too. Yeah, but I don't expect you to understand. Listen, friend, I don't.
That, mate.
I know, but I don't expect you to understand what I'm saying because you don't know what the word flat means. So we're kind of at a loss here.
No, you rely on the audience thinking that I don't know what you're talking about, and hoping that they don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Let's try that out. Here we go, audience. You ready, audience? Watch this. Hey, define what flat means.
Well, if you have a pan with a wobbly bottom, it won't make any difference to the water in it.
Watch, audience. You notice how he didn't try to define what flat means when asked? Can't even ask.
And we're going back to the bit you're trying to deflect from. No, I'm addressing.
Yeah, that you don't know what flat means.
Deflect from for the audience, because you know that the flat pan or the wobbly bottom pan has nothing to do with the water.
Ah, you're right. The surface of the water remains flat, correct? What? Dude, I know that if you put a flat pan or even a bumpy pan on top of a ball
to any particular orientation, aren't you?
No.
You're using that to demonstrate.
No, it is.
Nothing to do
no,
with
it is
the
a particular orientation.
beneath it.
Flat? No, dude.
Yeah,
no, you're wrong.
With the surface
you're trying to gaslight. You're trying to gaslight the audience, dude. The orientation of flat water is horizontal, you dummy.
Yeah, but you said that's exclusive to flat Earth. That's a flat Earth.
Elderbear. Let's try this. How about I say one thing, then you counterpoint. Holy fuck, you're dumb.
It can be on a ball as well.
All right, I'm just muting your fucking dumbass, dude. Trying to make peace with you, you dumbass, so that I can be heard and you can be heard, without me having to walk to my phone and mute your dumbass. You say one thing, I counterpoint. You rebut. Then you say one thing. No, I say one thing, you counterpoint, I rebut. Why you gotta talk straight through me, dude? Like, what the fuck? So fucking annoying, dude. Like, literally, you're a fucking annoying fucker, dude. So I'm going to unmute you and see if you can comprehend how to let somebody else go, then you go, and back and forth. All right, go ahead.
The thing is, my experience has never been that way. You trained me. And so AI overbearing here is the one who likes to talk over people, try and obfuscate and change the subject. That's my experience of you. At any moment, if you don't like what I say, you mute me or kick me. That's what you trained me to do. You train most people to do that.
You're going to talk about the point anytime this century?
Yeah, the pan. The bottom of the pan has nothing to do with the water that's in it.
I agree.
And when you put your pan on a ball or a flat surface, it's not exclusive to either of those, to prove either of those, as you have stated.
Okay, that's true.
The water at rest is not exclusive to a flat Earth. Because it could also apply on a ball. You've said that.
Oh, my God. All right, so let's agree to everything so far.
No, you said it.
So
I know it's a bit of an embarrassment.
Okay, fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude. I just said let's agree to everything so far. Now that we've agreed, is the surface of the water in the pan flat? Yes or no?
Could be described as that. Yes. Depending on,
describe. What do you mean describe?
In there.
So you think water isn't flat?
Description. Flat is just a description. Flat is a description, isn't it? You said
Okay, so what types of things can you describe as flat if it's a description? What types of things?
Oh, we've done all this. We've done all this before. It gets us nowhere.
Okay, so then who cares? Who cares? Let's agree.
Congruent with the Earth's surface, don't you?
Okay, let's agree. Let's agree. Let's agree. Okay, let's agree that the water's flat. Whatever that means. That the water's flat.
What's flat?
The water in the pan.
And is that and? You could say if you looked at it and thought it was, that was your description of it.
Holy crap, dude.
That's how it is.
You went to home. Hang on. A minute ago, you went to Home Depot. You asked for a sheet of plyboard. It came out, and you said it wasn't flat. Why wasn't it flat?
No, I didn't, dude. I was making fun of somebody.
You said, you said I asked for a flat board. You asked for a flat board. So what was wrong with the board?
I was making fun of a retard. Hey, in case you didn't notice, I was making fun of somebody else, dude.
Funnily enough, AI overbearing. So am I.
No, you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the biggest retard in here.
What happened, Creation Bear? What happened was the previous guest. Well, let me fill Creation Bear in so he can get up to speed. The previous guest was arguing that flat only exists. Flat only exists in 2 dimensions.
Bro.
So nothing in the 3-dimensional world can be described or measured or thought of or quantified or named flat.
A flat screen TV.
Dude, what's wrong with these
TV
retards?
is described as a flat screen, but it is a 3D object. Yes.
What?
My TV is described as a flat screen TV, even though the whole of it is a 3D object.
Well, the screen itself is 3-dimensional. Do you think the screen isn't 3-dimensional, dude?
No, it's described as flat. That's the bit you're looking for.
But why? Why is it described? Why is it described as flat? Why?
Well, I guess it's his orientation as in, you see, what happened before, they had CRT TVs, and they weren't flat. They had a curved.
Yeah, but they did end up making flat ones. They did end up making flat screens.
And when the technology changed, they made them flat.
Yeah, but they had flat screen CRTs before they had flat screen LCDs.
And that was a selling point. That was a selling point because
I have one from
they were
Sony.
lighter. They took up less space.
Hey, notice how I asked him. Notice how I asked him. What about it makes it flat? Now he's talking about the history of television.
And they were described on the box flat screen TV. Though, yeah. When you look at your flat screen TV, you would describe it as flat. The screen, same as I would.
Why? What about it makes it flat? What about it makes it flat?
A visual description of it.
What type of visual description?
Well, it's not bumpy. It's not wavy. It's not curved.
Bro.
Well, at a micro scale, plastic is bumpy. On a micro scale, they are, dude. On a micro scale, they are bumpy and wavy.
Yeah, but
so it is bumpy and wavy.
For what purpose would you? For what purpose, AI? For what purpose do you need your screen to be flatter than it looks? What purpose?
Notice how he can't answer the question, dude. It's literally pathetic.
I am answering. You're trying to make the screen.
If the screen
and for everybody else,
yeah, exactly. So, right. So then, what is it? What makes the screen in total flat, dude?
Why would you need to zoom in to check if it's flat enough? Is it not flat enough for you?
What is flat, dude? You haven't even described what flat is yet.
I said it's a surface description. The descriptor.
What type of surface is it?
That's flat.
Right, but what about the surface makes it look flat? Okay, what about a surface? Yeah, what about a surface makes it look flat?
Well, it's different to something that's not flat.
Wow.
That's how you would know. It's not. It's
Good thing they didn't hire you to. Good thing they didn't hire you to make the 2025 dictionary. Nobody would know what any words meant.
concave. It's not convex. Visually, it's not concave, not convex, not rippled, not distorted. It's an even surface. Looks like that to me. That's all I've ever known. When somebody said that's flat, I never was told when I was a child to go and measure the mirror, the window.
Yeah.
Didn't have flat screen TVs then. I was never told to go and measure.
You know that there are.
It's just a descriptor.
Yeah, but do you know there are. Yeah, but do you know there are professions that actually have to measure things flat? You know that?
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Ah, so that means you can measure things
How
to
you
be flat.
describe in your? That's how you got to Home Depot with your sheet of ply. And you said,
yeah, that's what they did. They manufactured it flat.
What was not flat about it? You rejected it.
I don't know, dude. I was making fun of some moron.
Okay.
I was acting as if I was that idiot.
Yeah.
No, I was making fun of a kid.
I'm here asking you. I'm asking you for something
you are an idiot.
specific because I'm not an idiot.
Okay, you asked me. Holy fuck, dude. You asked me about the plywood, and I'm about to answer, and instead you want to talk about, I'm not an idiot. I'm here to get an answer for a question I'm talking through. The answer.
Go on.
Okay, so the homeboy's definition of flat that he was arguing for was that flat only exists in 2 dimensions. And so I was pretending to be him and said, hey, I'd like a sheet of flat plywood. They bring him a sheet of plywood, and then he looks at it and says it's not flat. Duh.
Why would it not be flat?
Because it's a 3-dimensional object, and he thinks flat. It's only 2 dimensions, for goodness sakes.
And so that was an observation, was it?
He doesn't get it, AI. He's too low IQ.
Yeah.
You could.
Bricked.
Bricked. I mean, if he brought out a 2D piece of plywood,
how would you?
How can he do that? How can he do that?
Exactly. Would you be able to see it?
Bro, what's wrong with these
I'm
guys?
not saying.
AI?
Hang on. I know you want to. I'm not saying he can. I'm saying if somebody was to bring out a 2D sheet of plywood, would you be able to even see it? Would you be able to even see it?
If it could reflect light, sure.
No. The flat bit you're looking for. What is the flat bit you're looking for in a sheet of plywood?
Bro, you don't even know what flat means. Just stop, bro.
Yeah, it's a description. That's what he was looking at Home Depot. And
yeah, guess what? Guess what? I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to blow your mind, brother. Do you know that if they put? Hold on, I'm going to say this first. Do you know if they put the plywood out and it gets like wet on one side and then it gets sun, the plywood will actually curl into a C shape and it won't be flat anymore? Do you know that?
You don't say. Wow. Now you know what's not flat. Now you know what's not flat.
Right. So if I know if I know that a piece of plywood is in a C shape, that means I know what flat means. Get real.
Well, you know it's not flat. You know it's not flat. You just said. You said the water has got in it and blown.
Right. So we know if we zoom in on the plywood, it's not perfectly smooth, right? We know that.
No. Why? What? For what reason?
Oh my God, dude! I swear.
This guy, dude. He's.
Wait. AI. While you're humping this work around trying to earn a few pounds or dollars, does that warped piece of plywood, that blown piece of plywood, does it impact the job you're doing?
The C-shaped one? Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you going to do?
Not buy it. Duh.
Okay. Exactly. Because it's not flat. It's not within your requirements. It doesn't.
No, it's not flat at all, dude. It's freaking C-shaped.
No, I know it's not. That's what I said. But when you look at it and you don't reject it, it's because it's flat to your eyes. And you go, yeah, that's good enough.
What?
My client will pay me. My client will pay me for the end product, which is what they expected that I would deliver.
Right, you're right. So if something's flat enough, then it's acceptable as being called flat. So if something is 190 square feet, right, and then has a variance of 0.013 inches, right, over the entire square footage, and it's arranged horizontally like a sheet of plywood, I would call that flat, wouldn't you? The answer is yes, you would.
Well, okay, if you're, it's not up to me. It's up to your customer. Who's going to pay you? Say, yeah, that's
Right,
okay.
right. Okay, okay.
The customer came,
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So it's subjective. It's
the customer came along, and if the customer came along and decided to measure it because he was a bit OCD and said, that's not as flat as I expected, can you remove it and replace it with a flatter bit? That would be the reason.
Right, so then it's subjective preference, right?
It's just a description of the surface.
Right, so then you have no standing. So by your own admission,
it's visually, hang on.
Oh,
it's visually obvious or it's not. Man. And when you go out in nature, you'll see that it's visually obviously not flat.
It is flat.
And that's not even
here's the problem. Here's the problem, Creation Bear.
Or a flat sheet of plywood, is it?
All right, cool story.
It's not.
No, it's actually flatter. Yeah. It's actually flatter than a sheet of plywood, depending on the piece of plywood.
It's a true reality story.
It's flatter than a sheet of OSB, dude.
Oh, yeah. That's what you say. That's what makes
Hold on, I'm going to have to mute you for this part.
Yeah,
I know, dude.
Yeah, go on.
I know. Because you're, I know. I'll mute him so I can say what I got to say.
Yes, you know.
You won't let me say this one. You won't let me say this one. Here, CB. He just took great pains to saying that flat is subjective within the tolerances you need to define flat for your purposes. Didn't he say that, Creation Bear?
Yeah.
He said it. He made sure he put some analogies in about the customer and you, and it's flatter and it's opinion and it's subjective. But then he's going to say the Earth isn't flat, and you, being us, can't say the Earth is flat. So which is it? Is it subjective within the tolerances that are sufficient for your purposes, or is it what he says? So he just shot himself in his hypocritical, self-righteous ass. But we all knew that's what it was all along, didn't we? All right, let's unmute him. Go ahead, brother. Lay it on us.
Yeah, I can see that you have some nonsense that tells you the Earth is flat.
No, you don't.
Because of your parameters of acceptance, it doesn't meet mine. It doesn't meet mine. And then when you say you measure it, that also doesn't seem to meet the parameters either. So when you're measuring to Polaris, you're getting 1 degree, and for every increment of 1 degree, you get 9 flat miles. And that,
dude, I got 69. I got 69 without measuring anything, brother.
I know you've not measured anything apart from a few little things for a job that you're doing. But you have to. You have to look at the sky to measure the Earth, don't you?
No,
I don't.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you have to straw man the arguments that meaning create. Yeah, dude, Creation Bear. He thinks that if some other flat earther makes an argument and we call ourselves flat earthers, that we have to abide by everything they say. Dude.
Yeah, I heard you. You were the day before yesterday, you were agreeing with exactly that with Indio.
About what?
AI overbearing.
What?
That the latitude and the longitude system cannot exist without the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's derived from the sky. Duh. No, that's not what I never said that. Hey, dummy, I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You agreed with Indio on the day. Indio said it.
Listen, hey, dummy. Saying that longitude and latitude are taken from the sky is not the same as saying that's measuring the Earth flat. Are you dumb?
That is how you measure it flat, isn't it?
No, that's what you're saying. But I never said that. Not one time.
How do you measure it flat then? How do you measure it flat then?
By measuring the flatness on the surface? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude.
How have you done that?
Yeah, it's very simple. Very simple.
You've measured an angle to Polaris, and for every 1 degree increment moving away or towards Polaris, You travel 69 miles.
Yeah, get fucked, dude. You're asking us a question, what we have done or how we think we're doing, and then you answer it for us with somebody else's answer, dude. Like, how do you think that's gonna fly, dude? You got a beef with like anybody that makes that argument and they hang their hat on that and that's the rhetoric that they use. Why don't you go have a beef with them then? Or why don't you explain it or the problems with it instead of trying to put it into our mouths as if it's our point and our argument? That's so disingenuous, dude. Okay? So you're either going to knock it off or you're not going to be welcome here anymore. Okay? If you want to critique arguments I've made to me, that's fine. Or if you want to critique arguments I haven't made with me, that's also fine. But you're not going to critique an argument saying that I endorse it and then just talk through the answers as if that's true, because that ain't going to fly. So for the love of God, get a clue. Okay, you're not completely unwelcome here, but if you're going to be that way, you're going to become that way. All right, go ahead.
Well, I hear you saying, you are curating something. You are the curator. The head curator, probably. And you curate a paradigm for other people. And it's backed up by terabytes of information. Backed up by terabytes of information, you told me.
I never said that either. I never said that either.
Yeah.
No, never. Not once. Never.
And that's how the claim.
I've never,
measuring the
dummy.
flat
I've never said either of those things, you dummy.
Okay.
What a dummy.
Well, I've got an argument for it.
What a dummy you
I have
are.
got an argument. I have got an argument.
Hey, I would like to hear it, but stop making it as if it's my point you're contending.
Oh, it is, though. You might want people to think it's not, that you represent that which says it is.
All right, dude. Then you can just go on mute. There you go.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, are you dumb?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I don't endorse, approve, or have a stamp of I've vetted and identified the validity of, against my own reputation, every single item that exists within the 24/7 Flat Earth venues, dude. I've never said terabytes of information because I don't believe that it's up to the point of terabytes. It's more like gigabytes. But it could be terabytes because some people do have large image files, but I just don't know for sure. Every time people say we have terabytes of information, it makes me cringe because I don't think that they've ever saw how much data it was, but maybe they did. I don't know. Hey, Creation Bear, does every statement that appears in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, do you endorse every single statement?
No.
Do I? No.
No. Hell no. Bro, I just want to know who hurt these guys.
Bev did.
No, wait, no. Who hurt Bev?
Bro.
Who hurt Bev?
I'll tell you that off air.
Yeah, the trolls did. Like,
really? The trolls got him?
Yeah, they trolled him so hard he cracked. Like, he basically lost any sense of himself.
And there's some side things that happen simultaneously. Like that's like a 3-prong attack, bro. Like I said, it's an off-air topic. It's off-air.
Given, like, they just hate. I don't know, dude. You guys did something to these guys because they're just broken. Are they saying the Earth is curved?
Dude, they wouldn't be able to give you a straight. Well, listen. Why don't you ask Elderbear, dude? Since you seem confused about his position.
Well, I've already roasted him. I've cooked him like 10 times, bro. He's not worth talking to.
I want to hear his argument.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Yo, Elder.
You haven't roasted anybody, Creation Bear. Don't you?
Dude, it's been live recorded, bro.
You think you have. You're living in an illusion.
No, it's live recorded.
Yeah. It's funny how the AI overbearing, he said that I'm the bear. In that argument, he was saying, oh, I didn't say terabytes, more like gigabytes. So how many of you will agree with the 1 degree to 69
I'm asking
mile
you a question.
relationship that is stated in your archives.
Wait, aren't
Will
I
you all
asking you a
stand
question,
up,
Elder?
and those who do not agree with it?
I'm trying to roast you again,
those who
Elder.
do
Why are
agree
you
with
running
it.
away?
I'm not running. I'm catching up
Okay,
with
well,
what I was
let
muted
me ask
about.
you. Let me ask you a question then. Why are you running away?
I'm not running.
All right, then stay right there. Are you saying the Earth is curved?
What do you mean by curve? Yeah, I can see the Earth's curving for sure. Yeah.
Oh, holy shit! You're lucky I'm away from the soundboard right now. What the fuck?
Right, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, CB?
Well, point
What do
and
you mean?
laugh. I'm gonna point and laugh.
Hey? Oh, yeah, that's it. That's about the limit.
I mean,
of you.
what else
Point and
should we
laugh.
do? We stuck at the hills.
Well, I'm laughing right now.
I don't
and
even have to
pointing at
roast you. You're self-roasted.
Yeah. That's why I know that it's not flat, because I can look at it and see that it's curving.
Where?
Upwards, downwards, all over the place. It's absolutely not flat. Couldn't describe it as flat in any form. Sorry.
Wait, okay, I have a question for you. I've got something for you here as well. So I've dealt with this many times before. It's very easy to deal with. Let me post something in the chat for you. Let me just grab it. I'm going to grab it here. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
I would be if I were you. Yeah, probably because you get air fried there too.
Hey, Creation Bear, we actually took the metrics of the Earth and a pane of glass, and the tolerances on the pane of glass that we looked up was actually the Earth was flatter.
Wait. Let me post something in the chat for you, Elder. I know you're like huffing and puffing. You're probably like walking, trying to lose some weight or some shit. I don't know what you're doing, but can you take a look at the chat real fast? Let me know when you're there. What the fuck? Who is Dove? Yo, Elder, can you look at the chat real fast?
Yeah, I lost connection there. I'm in a position where I know where the internet.
Oh, classic.
Oh, I'm here. I'm not running.
What?
I do have an argument, though. Would you like to hear my argument?
No, I just want you to look at the chat. No, I just want you to look at the chat.
No, I don't have enough data. Like I said, the internet's poor. I'll try, but
you don't have data.
Yeah, cake. A cake.
What kind of cookie?
Yeah, a cake. What about it? Is that a cake?
Peasant.
Or a piece of wood?
It's a table, bro. It's a table.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
All right. Is that table flat?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay, so it's a
Obviously
curved
not.
table.
You can look at it. Can't you look at it? Can you look at it and see it's not flat? I mean, obviously not.
No, oh my god, I can't believe this. I literally cannot believe these guys are this fucking retarded. Okay, so you're saying the table is curved then? It's a curved surface? Hello?
I mean, buddy, doesn't look, it's curving, yes, it does curve. Look,
My
you can see
god.
it's curving in all sorts of places.
So if I put if I put a cup on the curved table,
is this your roasting, CB?
Hold on.
Is this what you call roasting?
Yes.
What
yes.
a dickhead!
Yes.
I've got an argument though. Do you want to hear my argument?
No, see, look, notice how
hear
you're
my
like
argument?
you're not even letting me get to the end of my point here. You're
geez.
scared.
You've done
You're
it.
Scared.
No, I'm
You're
not.
scared.
Your table
All right,
is not flat.
Hold on. So you're
Look
saying
at the
this
picture,
surface?
everyone.
Hold on. Hey, yo, dude.
Look at the picture.
He's scared, Chad. He's terrified.
Go on, then.
He's terrified.
Go on,
He's
then.
gonna get air
Go
fried
on,
live in 4K.
Yeah, go on, CB.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not one of your
I know
hosts.
you're afraid.
CB, I'm not
You
one
are
of
one
your
of my
hosts
hosts.
that you can pull
You
a
are one of my
fast one
hosts.
on, okay?
You are one of my
No.
hosts. I'm gonna.
No, that's why you need
I'm gonna have
those.
you right
'Cause
now.
You can't get a proper woman who will actually speak to you logically.
They don't exist.
Yeah, go on.
They don't
Just take your
exist.
bullshit.
You don't have a woman.
See?
Hey,
There you go.
anyway.
There you go.
Dude, notice how you're not even letting me get to the end of my argument. You're so afraid, dude. This is hilarious. Yeah, okay. So he's saying the table is curved, guys. Does anybody in this chat have a table that's curved? Why would they make the table curved? You put something on, if you put your cup of water on the table, it slides off and hits the floor. The whole purpose of a table that is flat so you can put
that
shit
wouldn't
on
be a
it.
flat table. Yeah, but that image you shown, that image you hang
Oh, chat, this guy's a retard.
that image you shared does not fit within my description of flat. It might fit
Yeah,
for you.
It's a bumpy, lumpy
but you're a
table,
retard.
but the surface is flat.
You're a retard. That's why.
So you're saying the table is curved?
Yeah, you can see the little curves in it. See where it's curved in there? See those rough bits?
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. We're pointing out that it's bumpy.
Plus the other thing is. You can only see a little edge of the table.
Hold on a second. Yeah. You can only see the edge of the table. But we all know how tables are, Elder. We all know how tables behave.
Best they sent.
Hold on. We're air frying you live in 4K right now. I don't need to send you the whole table because it's not like there are tables out there that are curved on the surface. Why would you make a table that's curved? You put your plate of food on it and it slides off and hits the floor. Tables are flat so you can put shit on it. The whole point of me posting this image is to demonstrate that, yes, it may be bumpy and lumpy. There's grooves and all kinds of random shit like this in the wood, but it's still a flat surface that you can put shit on and it's not going to fall off. You guys are the lowest IQ that I've dealt with, probably in my history of dealing with flat Earth. This is embarrassing.
The thing is, the AI. No, it's not embarrassing. Embarrassing for you, because AI has said if you take your not flat table, if you take your not flat table and you put it on a ball, the not flat table will still be not flat, even though you're calling it flat. It has nothing to do with anything else. Even if you said it was flat,
it is flat.
It doesn't make the Earth flat. That table. Sorry,
it is flat. No, the table's flat.
Even if you said it was flat, even if I gave you your retarded vision,
can you
flat? If you put it on a ball, it has nothing to do with the surface beneath it.
Hold on.
Yeah, watch this, brother.
Can you post an image? Can you post an image in the chat where the table is curved? Like, can you show me a curved table? Like, are you inside of your house right now? Are you inside of your house?
I'm sure there's some artistic. No, I'm not.
It does sound like you're walking around to lose weight or something.
I'm Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretty fit.
Get some help.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. You're huffing and puffing.
I'm outside in nature. I'm looking at the land.
Hold on,
it's not flat.
Let's look at this table. Can you look at the chat?
It's curving. In fact, it's curving. It's curving. It's curving from my right to my left more than from me outwards. I can visually see that. It's very clear.
Hold on.
It's
no,
curving.
You can't see that. You don't see that.
Not
so.
Flat.
Are you looking at the chat one more time?
I do. You can't tell me what I see, can you? You can't.
Yeah, I can. I can't say that.
You might want to do that for the audience to do your little hoe dance. I'm not one of your hoes. I'm not impressed by your little dance and your little wiener.
I'm dancing.
Right? I'm not impressed by it. Yeah. I'm not impressed. So, I'm not going to give it up to you.
Gay as well.
Hey?
Can you look at that one more time?
Yeah, I'm not giving it up to you just because you got some little wiggly dance going on.
Yeah, I'm definitely dancing on you right now.
Hold on, let me play this game. CB.
Whoa.
CB, I want to play a game. Hold on, let me roll CB. Let me roll CB, man. Don't hog all the...
AI Untermensch. Is this AI Untermensch?
Give me a second. Give me a second, bro.
That was a roasting. What do you think, AI? That was a roasting, wasn't it, eh? CB really roasted me. Woo.
Yeah, facts. Look at the chat, bro. I want to look at the chat right now. Elder.
What a table you came up with.
Look at the chat right now. Can you look at the chat?
Yeah. I'm still interested in the 1 degree to 69 miles. And you're
Hold on, I know you want to run away.
AI
I know you want to run away. I know you want to run away. But look at the chat.
It's called a destructive dilemma. It's the measured flat destructive dichotomy argument.
Elder. I'm going to pass it over to AI.
You want to hear it?
Look at the chat one more time.
Hear it?
Hold on, Elder. I know you're afraid. Hold on, Elder.
If R,
I'm going to mute you. We're not going to let you run away. I know you want to run away from this, and then pass it to AI.
Well, hold on.
If you want to,
I want you to answer. I know he won't stop.
He's just yapping.
I gave him a chance to present it earlier, but instead of presenting it, he just wanted to frame it as if I have to endorse it or something. Like the guy literally can't present his own arguments on his own. He has to frame it with some kind of context. All right, Stevie, check this out. Look at that picture there. Is that flat?
Is it a piece of glass?
Yeah, it's a piece of glass. Is it flat?
Probably flat, dude. It's probably flat, yeah.
So this would disprove that a pane of glass is flat, according to this guy. So if he sees a hill outside his house, that means the Earth can't be flat. That would be like standing on this piece of glass saying the piece of glass can't be flat because this is the portion that I have available to see. I don't know. I mean, I do understand his point that if you're looking at it locally, it doesn't look flat, right? And that unless you have like complete knowledge of the entire surface, you couldn't get the economy of scale to say how flat it was. But if it's the case, and by the way, they do believe that the surface of the Earth is benchmarked sea level, and everything is between horizontal parallel planes, right? And all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which means they're all parallel to each other. That means that whether they realize it or not, they actually concede to the mechanical definition of a flat surface. So, I mean, they're just being pedantic, self-righteous, cultist zealots, essentially.
Well, someone hurt them. Yeah, someone hurt them really bad. It's just sharing their pain. I mean, dude, this is like the 11th time I've roasted him live in 4K.
Well, let's see if he can present. Let's give him a chance to present his
He
argument.
started talking about my dick, dude. Like,
I know.
what the fuck? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, dude, the worst part is, dude, that he actually stalked some girls that you talked to until he convinced them that he was a chick and needed to see the dick pics that you sent them, and then he looked at it for hours, and then he made up his mind.
Oh.
Listen, Creation Bear, though. He was going to give his argument, and you shut him down, dude. I wanted to hear it.
No, but I want him to address the friggin' picture once more, and then I'll pass it over.
I'm going to do so. I'll go to mute.
I just want to hear it. I just want to hear it. Elder.
Right. Well,
Can you look at the chat?
AI. No, AI
Elder.
said,
Elder.
let's hear. Hang on. AI said, let's hear his.
No, dude. We're gonna address the table, and then we're gonna move on. We're gonna wrap this up nice and clean. How about that? Can you look at the chat?
You don't want to hear the argument, do you?
You're afraid.
Hey? No, I'm
You're
not
scared.
afraid. I told you.
Okay, cool. Look at the chat. Let's take a look at the chat real fast.
Stupid ass table that wasn't flat, and then you said it's flat. Fine. For you. Go with
Okay,
it.
fine. How about I got another table for you? Can you look at the chat?
Got nothing to do with the ground it's standing on, though, is it?
That's fine. I just want to talk about the table real quick.
Yeah.
Unless you're
You
afraid.
can't equivocate that to anything larger than that, can you?
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to do that. I just want to talk to you about tables.
Yes, you are. You're trying to draw an analogy
So now
between
you know
a
my
flat
dick
table
size,
and
and
the
you know
surface of the
you're a
earth.
mind reader.
Come on,
So you know
roasty winky boy.
Now you know my dick size, and you read my mind.
Yeah, it's as small as your. It's as big as your intelligence.
Wait,
which is pretty minuscule.
That's
why you have to have a mouth.
You just make that up on the
because
spot?
you've got to glag your hose because you've got nothing else to give him.
At least I got host,
Sorry.
all right? So can you look at the chat, please?
Yeah, I know. But you could have the argument instead. I think you're scared of the argument.
I do.
But I wasn't asking AI to endorse it. He said, let's
dude,
hear
you're
it,
afraid.
and you keep
You're
talking,
afraid, Elder Bear.
so you don't have to hear.
You're afraid. Just let us know when you're ready to address the table. And we'll move on. I know you want to talk to AI. I'll pass it back. But you're going to get air fried by me in 4K live in front of this whole audience.
It's called a destructive dilemma. That's the form of the argument.
Let's take a look at the table here real quick.
Yeah.
Elder?
If P, then Q. If R, then S.
Okay, well, just let us know when you're all finished.
Did anyone prove the flat yet? Or are we still on the globe?
We're not on a club, no.
All right. Well, one day someone's gonna build a flat Earth.
Stupid to see that, then. It's not our problem, mate.
One day we'll find proof for the flat. One day.
You got all the proof you need, dude. Wait, do you think the Earth moves?
Go on.
I mean, there's, bodies of water that aren't curving, so there's that.
Demonstrate that.
Oh, any lake. The ocean.
The lake? You look at lakes?
Ponds, seas, bays.
Okay.
Oceans.
So what about them? What about them?
Oh, they're not like hills of water.
So you think they have to be hills?
Well, are you saying they're curved bodies of water?
I have no idea what you're saying. Like, can you just elaborate further, please?
So either they're curved or they're not. I mean, if you don't like the word hill, we can use whatever pronoun you want. Since you're a pronoun guy, what pronoun do you want us to use?
You mean proper noun?
Sure, whatever you want us to call it. I'm going to call it a hill, but if you want to call it like curve or mound, a sagitta, horizon, call it whatever you want. But you're talking about curved water, right?
Do you think globe earthers think there should be hills of water? Are you retarded?
I actually have screenshots of them saying that and sound clips of them saying exactly that. So yeah, that's what they have said. Yes, doctors actually, a doctor has said it.
That's adorable.
Do you want to hear the sound clip?
Sure.
All right, I got you. If you give me like literally 2 minutes, I'll play it into the speaker for everyone to hear.
I'm gonna wait very patiently.
Sounds good. I'm literally about to walk inside. I'll grab my MacBook and I'll play it live. We talked to a doctor as well. Apparently a very wealthy guy. A globe earther, hardcore.
Sure. What is he? If you don't mind me asking, it doesn't matter if you don't know this, but what did he have a doctorate in?
I mean, but he's on your team, so I mean, I'm going to shred him up and say he's not a doctor. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind.
He's a medical doctor.
A medical doctor, you say? Okay, that's actually interesting. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Hey, listen, man. Feel free to throw him under the bus. I have no problem if you want to throw your own side under the bus.
I'm just unironically, I'm really interested in learning about this theory, because when I thought globe Earth, I never thought. Yeah, let me finish. When I thought globe Earth, I never thought that the ocean would have hills, right? Like, I don't think.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it like that. I'm kind of joking when I say water hill, but basically you're talking about. Hold on. But dude, you're saying the water is curved, so I'm just. I mean,
well, like,
you look at,
what do you think?
You look at pictures from space, quote unquote, and you see lakes that are formed to a giant mound, a hill, a curved body of water. I'm like slightly trolling when I call it a hill. I know you don't like it, but you still think the water's curved, and it's funny to point and laugh at you. So I'm just calling it a hill.
Like, I guess,
but I know you're thinking, if you actually think that I'm talking about there's like flatness and then a hill and then back to flatness, like that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, good. Because like, look, I'm a.
But like the fact that you thought that is actually kind of cute, though. But I'm talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll finish my next
lakes that are curved.
I mean, just tell me when you're done, and I'll respond. Okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to help you out here. You're talking about bodies of water that are curved. Like if you look at a picture from space, you see a lake that's curved. Call it whatever you want. What do you want to call it?
If you need to stop to breathe, that's totally fine. Just tell me when you're done, okay?
Just tell us what you want me to call the body of water if you don't want me to call it a hill.
Are you good? Can I speak now?
You can answer the question.
Sure. So as a man who also likes making stupid jokes, I'm not going to criticize you too much for, saying hills. I guess that's fine.
And that is what you're hung up on, so.
Yeah, well, I need to keep talking because I didn't interrupt you, okay? But the reason I asked about it is because I'm genuinely curious, like, what you think that I think, right? Because I actually don't know what you believe I believe. So when you said hill, I was like confused a little bit. It's like, wait, do you think I ever believe hills? So turns out that was a joke. You don't actually think that I think in hills. You don't need to waste time getting that doctor's clip if you don't want to.
I'm gonna get it. So I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
If you feel like you need to, we already conceded.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
It's not actually.
It's not really a joke. It's a joke when I call it a hill. But you still believe in curved water.
This is Schrodinger's shitpost. It's just like I'm shitposting unless I'm not. Tee like whatever, dude. I don't care anymore.
No, hold on, wait, watch. I'm gonna post a lot of screenshots and I'll get the clip. I have 2 clips actually.
Whatever you're doing, have fun with it, okay? I just want you to have fun, okay?
Oh, you're afraid of getting roasted, or what's wrong?
No, I got an idea. Let's have him ask Elderbear what Elderbear's positions are. Let's see if Elderbear can explain his positions to somebody new. That'd be hilarious.
Wait, can I play the clip AI real fast?
If you want, it's not going to change.
It's not very long. It's not long.
Go ahead, buddy.
Dude, he likes clips. He likes clips. All right.
He's a clip.
Let him play with his fire truck. All right.
He's a clip hunter. He's definitely a clip hunter.
It's actually funny. Yeah, I fuck with you. Okay. For the one time, this is it right here. You guys are the one. Okay, let me make sure you guys can hear this. Let me turn my sound suppression down.
I think I could hear it. Yeah, just keep playing it.
All right. Let me just make sure y'all can definitely hear this. Okay, here's the clip.
All right, go ahead.
Saying that the boat. You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that. Nico, why did you say that, bro?
Because you say that? Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the higher point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill. Yes.
Are we good?
Clipcord, where you at, brother? I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you, dude.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's saying what you think you're saying. I mean, first of all, I think I think that he's ESL, so I'm not sure. Like,
oh wait! I have another one.
I don't know. I hope it's not as disappointing as the first one.
I mean, did you not hear the guy? Clearly.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, he's ESL, so like how much
so he just doesn't understand anything now.
I don't think he even explicitly said that it is a hill. Like he said, he's on top.
He literally did say that.
Man.
I get it. This is why I use that word water, because it throws you guys into a frenzy. No, you can't call it that. But you're still referring to the water as being curved, bro. Like that is. This is on you. We're basically just making fun of your worldview.
I feel like you would need to understand my worldview to make fun of it.
Wait, so you think that nobody in this call understands like how a globe Earth is? When we all used to be globers.
Sometimes I wonder, to be honest.
We understand the globe better than you. So that's cute that you would think that, though.
I mean, you accuse me of
Are you looking at the chat?
That I was joking, and then you say it's not joking, but it might be joking that I believe in hills. So I'm not even sure if you're making fun of me or you're making fun of yourself or what.
Okay, how about this? What do boats disappear over? What do boats disappear over?
Saying one thing, and then like instead of like jumping between two different beliefs.
How about this? What do boats disappear behind? Hello?
Oh, was that a question? I mean...
What do boats disappear behind?
A shed, if we're on land, I guess. It depends. What do you mean?
Boats on land. Okay.
Yeah, there are boats on land right now, you fucking idiot. Where do you think? You think they're on water all the time? Stupid fucking moron.
Is this their first time debating the globe Earth? The claim is that boats disappear behind the curve of the Earth.
24/7, like in water, they never bring them on land to like clean them or anything. You fucking stupid.
Just pay
goddamn idiot. Oh my god. You don't even know that they need to like clean boats every now and again. They paint them and shit. You think they're just 24/7 in the water? You're stupid.
Okay.
All right.
Well, when I go to Google and I look up for globe Earth proofs, it says boats disappear behind the curve of the Earth. We're referring to the boat being on the water. So
We should
what is the boat?
clarify that. Maybe
I
we
mean,
should clarify that.
we're in a globe Earth, flat Earth channel. I mean, do you think we're talking about boats being cleaned on the surface? You actually thought we were talking about boats being cleaned on the surface? How's that relevant? Anyway, I'll ask you one more time.
You didn't say. I said it depends on where they are. Depends on where they are. You didn't specify where they are, you dumb idiot.
Okay, so what do boats disappear
You
behind?
gotta tell me what you're saying.
I mean, it's context clues, my friend. But
No,
anyway.
you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me. I said
Okay,
it
so
depends. I said it depends.
I've even posted context in the chat for you as well, but you're not paying attention.
No, I'm not gonna read that shit. I'm not gonna read that shit.
What do I mean? I wouldn't if I were you because you're getting roasted. But what do boats disappear behind again?
I'm feeling very toasty. Keep going. This is my cue, by the way.
So I guess I'll just keep asking until you maybe finally answer the question. What is it that boats disappear behind?
Are they on land or not?
Okay, so I guess one more time, we're talking about boats on the water that are moving away from you and they're preparing to disappear bottom up. Why? What's causing this?
I came here to ask you that.
Okay, I guess I'll ask you again. So we're looking at a boat sailing away, apparently disappearing bottom up. There's something bottom of the boat.
I want you to know what it is. Tell me what it is.
All right, I guess we'll just move on since you want to answer the question.
Well, I wanted you to tell.
Take care. Have a good night. We'll move on. Someone else. And this is when they're afraid of their own worldview here, Jack.
Is Elder Bear ready to address the table?
Yeah, actually, let's go back to Elder and see if he wants to talk about the table. Sounds good to me. Oh, did he leave? Oh, he's still here.
Because AI is like, he's biting.
I know, he's being patient. He's letting me play with my fire truck right now, so...
Yeah.
Can someone unmute him? Can someone unmute Elder Bear?
A bit. He wants to hear the argument, but Elder Bear's got to eat his veggies first.
Why are these guys so afraid of me, dude? It's just funny.
Time to eat some broccoli, Elder Bear. Here comes the airplane. I unmuted him for you.
All right, so...
Bro.
Go ahead. Yeah, what's up, dude?
No, I just want to say, bro.
Okay. All right, Elder, can you just answer the question, then we can move on, please? He's probably still huffing and puffing around town, trying to lose some weight or whatever.
I didn't hear a question. I mean, you're talking, as usual, and nothing to say. So, if you've got a question, I might answer it.
All right, well, you'll do what you're told. So there's a table in the chat. You'll take a look at that and tell us, is the table curved?
Definitely won't do what I'm told. That's for sure.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
Might play around with you for a little while, but it's not doing as I'm told.
But look, I know you like my wiener and all that stuff, but just answer the question, please.
Yeah, well, we can't quite see it really, can we? It's kind of insignificant detail to your personality, which you have to have a loud voice to try and compensate for.
I'm speaking pretty calmly right now. I'm not really talking that loud. So there's a table in the chat if you're able to take a look. It's a green table. Can you tell us, is the table curved?
Yeah, no, I'm not looking at a picture at the moment.
All right, well.
You showed me a table that wasn't flat. You said it was flat.
Okay, well, we have
So it
another
wasn't
table here. We have another
it got
table.
curves on it. And that was for
Okay.
you. That's what you choose.
Gotcha, gotcha. So we have another table now. So if you could take a look at that, let us know when you're ready.
Is the table on land or is it in the water?
The table's on land, yeah. Table's on land.
What is it? What is it?
Okay.
Whatever's that? If you take that picture.
Uh,
For me, that's that green thing hanging down. Is that the table? What's that? The table
That's
cloth?
the green is the table, yeah. The green is the table. Yeah, the green is the table.
Curves, got a curved edge on it. This edge.
So you're saying those two tables.
That's curved.
Okay.
That's not flat.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I don't know what it is. It looks just a ridiculous picture. If that's the best you've got, CB, to try and confuse the.
You always start crying before we even get to the argument. You always start crying before we even make the point.
What is it? Describe what's in the picture.
Just get it all out.
Picture, then. Go on. Describe.
Get it all out, Elder Bear. Just get it all out. All I asked you was a question. Now you're crying.
You're the one who put it there, not me. You're the one who put it there.
Let us know when you're finished.
Describe it. Describe what I'm looking at. Go on.
You all done?
I'm waiting for your description of what I'm seeing there. What are you trying to prove?
Let's get a third table here in the picture. Let's get a third table going.
Let's go back to the red and the black and the green one. That looks fascinating.
Okay, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Let's go to the picture.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
Dude, just relax. It's gonna be okay.
Anybody else know what that is? Can anybody else explain? Because I mean, you all seem to have some higher intelligence and can tell me what that picture is or that image.
We've all seen this picture. We've all seen this picture like 100 or 150, 500 times.
I don't know what it is. AI, describe the picture because CB cannot.
It's a classic.
Green, the red, the black, the white.
Yeah, it's a classic where they think they're trying to measure curvature.
Something to stop you getting the wind or something.
Holy crap. Never mind, dude. I can't be bothered right now. Just gonna talk through your dumbass.
Yeah, how are you gonna talk through the answer, Elder Bear? This is
now you've got a computer on you. You've got a computer on your table.
Okay. So we got another table now. Can you tell me, is this table curved?
Oh yeah, big deal. I can't see from that picture to know whether it is or not. Well, I can't. I mean, it's a distance. It's an image. It's a distorted wide-angle lens.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So we saw.
I couldn't say because.
Hold on, Elder.
Well, you might want to trap me in something, CB.
Hold on there, buddy. I know you're feeling trapped, aren't you? Oh, you're probably feeling trapped. Okay, so how about this? We're going to talk to the chat here. We're going to talk to the chat here. I posted the first picture, right? And he only saw a smidgen of the table. He's like, "Oh, yep, curved table." We see this green table. Yep, curved. I post the whole table here right in front of me. He's like, I don't know. I can't tell if it's curved or not. Like, bro, what the fuck, dude? Oh, man. Too funny. Too funny. I don't know. Can't tell. Well, let us know when you head back inside, Elder Bear, and why don't you take a picture of your table or any table in your house if you have one. And let us know whether that table is curved or not. I don't see the purpose of buying a curved table, actually, where the surface is curving. Like, if I put stuff on it, like, wouldn't it be, like, falling off, or wouldn't it fall off? Like, the whole idea of having tables, you can put things on it so it doesn't fall.
It's modern art.
Yeah. I mean, how about I post another table? Should I get another table, chat? Let me get another table. Hold on. I have another table. Let's post this one. Bam. All right, let's post that one now. Okay, we got another table, guys. Let's ask Elder Bear if this one's curved. Elder Bear, buddy, you there? We've got another table in the chat for you. Can you tell us if this one's curved?
Yeah, it's not a table, that one, though. It's a plant stand.
Table. You said it's not a table. Oh my god.
A plant stand.
It's literally a table, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
If I went to the store, if I went to the store to buy a table,
I'm just gonna pop you back on me. Honestly, there's no point in talking to you, dude. Like, it's not a table. Okay, so we got 4 tables in the chat. The first one is a table that I would go to this like organic vegan freaking place and buy food, their chili and stuff, and they would serve me the chili on the table. And I took a picture because I'm like, for the people out there that say that because something is bumpy and lumpy and grooves and all this stuff, for those people that say that, well, then therefore it's not flat. Like, well, the table's still flat. They put stuff on it, secure. You know, it's the idea of a table so that it is flat. The surface isn't like a hump, a hill, or whatever. So that's why I took that picture. So he says, nope, that's a curved table. Then we have that compressed image that everyone's seen 100 million times, like AI was saying. Like a gajillion times, where some people say, well, look, this is the curvature of the Earth. And I always ask people about the table. I'm like, well, why is the table curved? Right? So he's like, okay, well, that's a curved table. Then I post a picture of a table that's like directly in front of me right now. And he's like, I don't know. I can't tell about that one. Then we post the 4th table. And he says it's not a table. Like, bro. I don't know what to do with these guys, dude.
Can't decide which one is more retarded, the boats on land or the not a table. You should make a poll.
We might have to clip that one out. We should make a poll. I'll make a poll. That sounds good.
Yeah, boats on land is pretty good.
What do boats go over? A shed, because like they get cleaned on land. Like, dude,
wow.
These guys, man. You gotta. I always tell them you gotta pick a side. Either you're the intellectual big brain, or you're the retard. So like you can't be the intellectual big brain and then be retarded at the same time.
Hey, bro, if your boat's going over the shed, it's a tornado.
He said, "You big dummy, boats can get cleaned." Like, what the hell? Oh my god, dude! And he ran away immediately. Honestly, this is why I know I caught some flack. I'll just throw it out there. I know I got a little bit of flack early when I started talking about water hills. That's a stupid argument. I even heard that from some flat earthers, right? But this is why I like it. This is why I like it, because you put it forward to them. Hey, you believe in water hills, right? And they're like, no. And then you walk them through a little bit, and they're like, actually, you know what? I do believe in water hills.
Hey, bro, man, you need to make an AI song. Don't go chasing waterfalls and don't go chasing water hills. And you need to throw in like verses of all the stupid things like, yeah, please stick to the boats over sheds like you're used to. And stupid to stupid, everything's stupid.
Yeah, please stick to the boats over sheds. Oh, dude, honestly, stuff like this makes it so enjoyable to be a flat earther, bro. This is incredible. That's not a table. That's what? Oh my god.
It's a plant stand.
Wouldn't that also be a table? Like, what the fuck? Oh man, dude. I have another example though. So let's see. There's probably too many people in here to turn my camera on, right? Let's see. Oh, okay, cool. You see this wall right here, chat? This is my wall right now. This shit's bumpy as hell, right? Super lumpy and bumpy. That's a flat wall, right? 90-degree angles. That's flat.
Where'd you post it?
Oh, my camera's on.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right? So anyone that's like, oh, yeah, but it's not flat. Okay, well, what's this? You see the 90, this is a 90-degree angle here. Oh, there it is again. Another wall. This is a flat wall right here. Yeah? Boom, flatness.
Oh, don't show too much.
I'm showing you everything. We're exposing it.
Was that underwear hanging over the bedstand?
You know, so like bumps don't make something not flat. That's the point. Yeah. So these elderbearer Bevtards are guys. These guys are retarded. That's a flat wall. I don't care how many bumps it has. Okay. Oh, how about this? The carpet. Yeah. That's a fluffy carpet on a flat floor. That's flat.
Well, that's not a carpet. It's a floor covering.
Exactly, bro. Yeah. So again, we have a bumpy carpet, like really fluffy. But this is a flat carpet, like on a flat floor. There's no curvature here. Simple. Anyone that doesn't get that's a fucking friend. Period. How about this? So one more example. This is my lantern. This is curved, right? Clearly. There's curvature here. Then we have flatness. TV, flatness. Plant. Thingy. There's curvature there. Right? Trash can. Curved. Floor, flat. I would present that there's always this dichotomy happening. Flat, curved. Flat, curved. Right? Curved. So there's no third option here. So bumps don't change anything. Ever. Oh. Even like my chair here is curved, table, flat. My mouse. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Ali's back.
You are always muting people. Every time I come here, you mute.
You're immediately crying. Immediately crying.
You are weak, Blade Ansel. You are so weak.
You're going to start crying immediately?
You are good at muting, my lovely friend.
Yeah, facts. Facts. I might just mute you right now. And not feel bad about it at all.
You are a disgrace for the flat earthers.
That's fine, bro. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. Do you have anything, like do you disagree with anything I just said? Do bumps make something not flat?
You are so silly. You are so silly. Bumps. Did you say bumps? Or you don't?
Like bumps, yeah.
You are a Zionist, actually, by saying bumps.
I'm a Zionist.
Yes. You are one of the people who thinks 9/11 is real. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. Of course.
I mean, dude, we're on YouTube right now, so we can't go full JQ. Just chill.
Are you afraid, Creation Peace?
No, I'm just trying to respect the rules here. All right, so should we just?
Anyways, Elder Beard, why you muted? Why he muted you?
He got roasted again. We're like 11-0. I'm like 11-0 against this guy. Ali, if you have something that's bumpy, can it still be flat? Ooh, Elder Bear's in the chat crying. Are you able to look at the chat?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to post something there for you. Take a look. Oh, wait. Are you inside right now? Are you like in your room or something?
Yes.
Do you have any tables that are curved on the surface?
Table.
Yeah.
I have too many tables. I have 3 of them.
If any of them are any of them curving on the surface?
Curving on the surface.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say, my lovely friend?
Well, I would say that all your tables are probably flat on the surface. You disagree?
Man, I don't want to insult you. Just avoid me.
How would you insult me? I mean, I don't see how you could insult me on that one.
I'm a flat earther, my lovely friend. I'm a flat earther by faith. Do you know faith?
Cap! Yeah, that's cap, bro. Just answer the question. Do you have any curved tables or no?
I don't answer any question. I just wanted to know why you muted people. You always muting people. But I disagree.
You do weird shit like you're doing.
You are just muting people, man. You are muting people.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Yeah, facts. I'm not gonna feel bad about it either.
I literally came in, looked at that guy talking, and watched him get muted real time. What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Kiwi? Golly, bro. There's another crazy night on Flat Earth, man.
At least I heard him saying, going around muting people. What was his issue? Globe, therefore mute. What?
Weirdo. He's a weirdo.
Bet. How's the globe proof been?
Zero. We've been dealing with Beptards, honestly. They're just so retarded, bro.
I see one muted up in the chat.
Yeah, he's crying now because he just got air fried in 4K in front of a whole audience. He started talking about my dick and stuff. Like, dude, you know it's bad when you start talking about other dudes' genitals. Like, holy man.
Oh my, that's rather emotional, isn't it?
You know, that's when you just do a victory lap. So, feeling pretty comfortable here tonight. He started talking about my hoes. I was like, dude. He's like, you got hoes, CB. Like, yeah, I fucking know.
It isn't like calling out the size of some other dude's wiener. Isn't that like projection? Like you're projecting your insecurities. Could you think it would be damaging because you know it's something you're self-conscious about, so it's damaging to you, so you think other people suffer from your same weaknesses, so if you call them out, you're making them suffer. So maybe this whole problem is he's got a mild case of the micropenes.
Honestly, bro, like, it's got to be some weird projection. I don't want to sit here and talk about my own shit, but, like, nah, I don't feel comfortable even talking about it because I don't just want to embarrass anybody. But I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about where Creator has blessed me. I'll just put it that way. I don't even make it weird, but, like, when he's like, you got a little wiener, it's like, oh, really? Try asking all the hoes that you just talked about. I'd probably disagree with you, dude. So I'm not even feeling bad, honestly. Hey, he doesn't know I'm half black. AI. He probably doesn't even know. Dude.
Dude, he doesn't even know what flat is. How is he going to know what half a color is?
And it got, how old is he? Like, he's got to be like 40, 50. Like, you're too old for this, dude.
This bro gonna be going into Home Depot and buy some flat paint. And then when he rolls it on his wall, it's gonna have the stippling, like paint stipple, where paint, if you use a different roller, it kind of has like these micro bumps to it. Not perfectly smooth when you paint a wall. And just showed this paint isn't flat. I want my money back.
I just showed that on camera, the paint being like that. Yeah, I truly think deep down they've been scarred or hurt by flat earthers. Like, somebody probably be like made fun of them or something, and that they've just permanently scarred. I don't know how else to put it.
That's what I'm always saying. Who touched you in your no-no spot?
Like,
touched you so deeply that you think that the earth is a big giant ball. Go ahead, sorry, I walked on you, brother.
Oh, you're good.
I bet. CBB using steering wheels, paint, all kinds of things to show these guys what's what. You got AI going into Home Depot trying to be like, look, texture, walls go up and down, ceilings go left and right.
Bro, Elderbear's still in the chat crying, bro. Bro, no one's paying attention to you, dude. You should just go leave and do something better with your life. Stomping your feet and pouting in the chat's not really doing you any favors. Why do they even hang around here?
Yeah, because nobody cares about their channels, that's why.
I mean, I know this is the party, but...
No, I'm being a little over, people do go to their channels, don't get me wrong.
What channel?
The Next Level or whatever it's called. They've got a show on YouTube that comes every so often, and I think they got a Discord you can go to.
But don't nobody care about that shit. He's here more than me.
They be talking like me, Indio, QE, a couple other guys are actually like agents to hide the real truth. To make everyone think the earth is flat instead of make them know the real truth that the earth is a real globe.
Yeah, what is that real globe?
A real globe.
What even is that?
Well, they think a globe is a shape that doesn't have a form. So when you call a shape a globe, it's a nondescript shape. And so since you don't know the overall shape of the earth, then you can't say it's flat, even though they don't realize flat's not a shape. And so then you have to use a descriptor that encompasses an unknown form. So they use the term globe. So they went from being globers to being real globers. Kind of like those flat earthers who are real flat earthers or true earthers or whatever the heck.
Bro, I mean, that's like levels stacked on levels of retard. Like, holy smokes.
I got the clips too. You can listen to them sometime.
I mean, I do have a lot of hair follicles I could probably lose, so yeah, send them over. I got a full head of hair, so I might as well just lose a few hair follicles while I'm at it. Unlike Elderbear, is probably balding right now, or bald already. Real globe, dude. What the fuck is that? Like, really retarded. Bro.
CB, the latest is Plate Earther. You heard about these guys?
Oh, Lord, what is that?
What's this, man?
You got the flat and an edge automatically. All you have to say is plate earther. Sick.
What the fuck? Wait, is that a troll? Like people are trolling or what?
That's me trolling those who think it's flat, or not think it's flat. The anti-guys that want the edge, right? If you think it's flat, then they automatically want an edge. Therefore, plate earther, right? Because a plate is flat and it has an edge. Plate earther.
I've thought about adding, I don't know how many of you guys are like WWE fans or used to be, but I've thought about adding Edge's entrance music to the soundboard, but I don't know how many, that would probably go over a lot of people's heads. Come on, dude. If you guys don't know Edge, you think you know me.
Yeah,
come on
I'm
now. Come on now.
I'm catching it, but I don't know if people are going to be quick enough to catch it. Like, you know, those jokes that need the explanation in order for them, you know, the jokes that you have to slow it down for people to catch up.
No, I really want to do it because it'd be so funny. Oh, like, where's the Edge? You think you know me. Come on, dude. That's so good.
Then do it, man. Ain't nobody stopping you. Especially, we all know you, bro. We're the soundboard G.
I might have to do it. You think you know me. I love that shit, dude. Edge. Or like, where's the Edge? Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Friggin', what's his name?
Randy Orton slithering.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. I have to get a clip of them. They're like, oh my God, Edge, it's Edge. I don't know. We'll figure something out, chat. We'll do something. I'm just getting sick of this Edge shit. My usual trap card or my test move when they start talking about the Edge. You guys know this by now. I just start asking them about the universe Edge. Like, oh, so you're saying like reality has to have an edge? Okay, where's the universe edge? Oh, I don't know. Okay, but you're saying I have to have an edge? Well, yeah. So what's up with that? What shape is your flat Earth? What shape is the universe? Well, I don't know. Okay, would you accept that as an answer? I don't know. No.
You could inverse it. I mean, like you'd say, who's been to the core? Show me the core.
True. Yeah, I do like that in particular. We used to talk about this a lot more years ago. But if someone says, well, let's say I own a piece of land, like it's property of land. I've had it for like 100 years or whatever, and I've dug a well or I've dug into the earth, my land. Maybe say a couple, I don't know, 50 feet or whatever, right? I've dug down as far as I could go, and then someone comes along and they're like, "Well, I know what's further down." It's just some random like, okay, how do you know that? Because I actually dug down. How do you know what's below what I dug? So we've actually dug into the earth. So how can anyone come along and say, well, I know what's below that? Oh, how? How do you know that? Because I actually went down there. So like, how do you know what's below what the farthest down we dug? I just find it so funny when people like start making claims like this.
Hey, that hole that was dug, does that hole go up and down, or does it actually go to like this magical epicenter? Any proof?
Ooh.
All holes are plumb, right?
Oh my!
Can you dig a curvy hole? Is that even possible? Just thinking out loud.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, I don't think so.
Wouldn't that be a tunnel?
Well, tunnels
Isn't
like
a sideways hole a tunnel?
Sideways
a
hole.
sideways hole at a time. The conversation's dropping.
Yeah, isn't it a tunnel?
I don't know, dude.
You remember the machines, the boring machines? You ever seen those?
Yeah, the caterpillars.
Tunnel. Yeah, they're those. They're just a circle tube, and they dig a hole sideways. They don't call it a hole, but I mean, I guess it is a hole, but it's called a tunnel. So who knows?
Boring, perhaps.
I think a tunnel is a hole, but not all holes are tunnels. I don't know.
Oh my.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, what was it? Are you digging a hole?
It was a hammer. Did you hear that?
Yeah, sounds like a rubber ducky.
That's all? No, man, the noise suppression is quite nice.
Sky check. Anybody else got the advantage of seeing the moon right now?
Yeah, but that's because I hacked CB's webcam.
Oh shit! There's Uppercast here. Can't see it. I think they call it a marine layer. I'm way too close to the ocean, dude.
I got the moon and Venus, and the horizons are being lit up by the sun. Inbound.
Venus. Boys go to Venus to get more genius. Girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Who remembers that classic? That's a classic.
I remember it, but they used to say it the other way.
Girls go to Venus to get more.
Yeah, they used to say boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider. It just took me back to like grade school.
Dude, that was such a classic. That was a throwback right there. Open the gate. Now who do you hate? Now that's your date. I don't know if you guys remember that one.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Who comes up with this shit, man?
I don't know, but that was way before me, even before my mom. So this is something that was way before.
ACB.
Yeah.
You want to see the clamps that I put on my wood to keep it up?
Hey, yo, pause, bro. Pause.
Easy, bro.
Clamps you put on the wood to keep it up, bro.
Even AI paused. He's like, wait, what?
You dirty dog, you. But yes, I do want to see it. Yes, let's have
that was epic.
Oh, nice. Some DeWalt. Some DeWalt. Nice. Are those flat boards or?
I don't know, dude. I can't tell, bro. Not far enough away.
Yeah,
I got those headphones.
Could we zoom in or?
Those guys make my headphones. I got DeWalt headphones.
No, you don't.
Imagine. I totally do, dude. I should like flip on my camera right now and show you.
Dude, I used to have the DeWalt. I used to have the earbud version. Worked great till they broke.
Dude, why do all these?
They awesome.
Yeah, I used to use them to talk on Discord while I was working.
Oh, no wonder why you didn't have a sexy mic back then. No,
those ones were good. Those ones were good.
Interesting.
Most of the time when I have the good headset and it's not coming in good, I think it's because it's either dying, the battery, or the connection, like where I'm walking around. But when I had those, the quality was pretty decent.
Nice. All right. Shout out to DeWalt. All right, Chad. I gotta head to bed. Shout out to Elder Bear for you're a good sport. Not really, but thanks for getting
Rest
air fried again.
Rest well, CB.
Thank you, Kiwi. I appreciate you, big dog. Keeping it level over here, bro. Nice and level and flat.
Baby. Yeah, Mummy's calling you. Come on, it's bedtime.
Mommy.
Oh, Elder.
My mommy. I mean, I do call her mommy sometimes, and one of my hoes.
Oh my!
But my mom's a sweet lady. She's like thousands of miles away, dude. I mean, like, I don't know. You keep trying with these insults. They're like, don't land ever. You're too old for this, bro. Just give it up, man. Let the youngins handle the insults, all right?
They're a bullshit from the young ones, eh? Don't know why you bother.
I mean, how old are you? They're like 50?
They're going to come after you, going to be full of your bullshit, and they won't know where the hell they are. They will not know where they are.
Is that supposed to be funny? How old are you, by the way?
You and your flat earth table.
Hey, remember the table that's not a table? That was funny. Just because I had a plant on it, he said it's not a table. Chat. Chat, before I leave, I have a table and I put a plant on it, and he said it's not a table because there's a plant on it.
Tell me, big guy. Tell me,
yo,
big
dude.
half-caste spot boy. Yeah, tell me if your table's flat, what that has got to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, we're just. I mean, dude, you don't even know what flat means. You don't know what a table is. I just showed you a table. You said that's not a table.
I know the Earth. I know the Earth's not flat. Not even like a table. Even if you found a table you said was flat, you don't see what it's got to do with the surface of the Earth. Do you? Do you know?
You're trying to connect dots that aren't there, but I guess
equivocate for the youth. Come on, equivocate for the next generation.
I don't know. Should I post it one more time,
Give them
chat, before I
something they can
leave?
really stand on, some truth. Come on, give them some truth they can stand on, big boy.
Is it like this plant that's standing on my table? I don't know. Stand on it like that, or?
Come on. What's that got to do with the surface of the Earth that isn't flat?
Wait, but
Come on.
What about this table that's in the chat that you said it's not a table?
You're an idiot, Elder Bear. We're not even enemies, bro.
Table logic.
Why do you want us to be enemies?
Well, I was just trying to help you, but you get too angry.
We don't oppose each other. We both don't agree about the Earth being a spherical body in outer space, right?
Yeah. You pull rank, you mute and silence, and I have no respect for you.
Holy shit, bro.
You shouldn't have done this to me. I'm like a little rabbit. I'll get hold of you and I'll shake the life out of you.
Elder Bear.
Yeah?
Elder Bear.
I'll shake
Dude, what are you talking about, Elder Bear? Elder Bear. We let you speak here.
If
CB didn't even know that Bev had a server, dude.
And not R.
That's how big waste of time it is, bro.
I don't care. I don't have a server. AI. I don't have a server. I have no mod rights anywhere, so you can tell. Don't ban anybody. I have no power. I would revoke the power if somebody gave it to me. I don't want it.
Damn, your own people don't even fuck with you like that.
Okay, I'm not like you guys who need to hide behind your mute button. All right, when you get a bit upset and you just want to, create some illusion for the audience in the mute spaces. Tell them what you want them to hear rather than what's going on. Understand what you do, okay?
Elder Bear, do you believe
I know
that
your
the
game,
Earth is a sphere?
and I don't play.
Why do you keep? Do you believe that the Earth's a sphere, Elder Bear?
No, I don't believe the Earth's a sphere. No, I don't.
Do you believe that it's hurling through
Not a
an
sphere.
infinite vacuum space?
That is your stuff. I didn't even thought about it. You claim that.
Do you believe that the Earth moves?
That's what you instruct. Apocryphon is what the rubbish that you teach everybody. No Glober teaches anybody this stuff. It's only you guys. You're the guys who teach people these numbers that they never knew about.
What
You
the
said
heck?
that
Wait,
these people were
numbers?
programmed in conditions since childhood.
What numbers?
Since childhood,
What numbers?
to believe all these things, and they weren't. They
What
weren't
numbers?
until
Did you just
gave
say
them the
Globers
numbers.
don't teach
The
that the Earth
radio,
moves?
the speeds, the
Wow, dude.
stuff.
It's our fault. It's our fault they believe in the globe. Holy crap.
Yeah, because you are bringing another conditioned paradigm to give people and try to tell them that is their reality. And when people tell you about their reality, you say, no, you're not experiencing that.
Whatever, dude.
And I experience when I go outside, it's not flat. Nothing like a flat screen TV, a table, a window, any of the things I might describe as being flat.
Yeah.
I know it's there.
He's never been to a lake.
But that's
He's
not my
spazzing
problem.
out.
It's your problem.
I cooked him so bad he's spazzing.
Well,
Chad.
AI has already said that lake can be on any surface. It can be on a flat surface. It can be on a ball. So it doesn't give you anything, even if you want to use it. It's now can be used.
No, you just said you don't experience anything out. You just said you don't experience anything out in the physical reality as flat, right? In nature. And I said you've never been to a lake, then.
Yeah. I have been to a lake, yes.
Yeah, and it didn't look flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
Despite the images you might post, I haven't seen anything like that in my life, ever. That's my
Maybe you need to go to Lake Huron.
You got another one because somebody says you conform to an image that somebody posts. But you guys in the South, you can't even tell me how you get your latitude. Because you are north-centric. You're stuck. You are in somebody else's head.
All right, cool. Okay, brother. Okay.
The Earth is measured.
Okay.
The Earth is measured flat by an angle to Polaris, and you don't have Polaris.
Yeah. Cool story.
Yeah. So the guys in the South they suffer from not being part of the flat Earth.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, dude. Such a pompous ass, dude. You guys in the South.
It wasn't me.
You filthy Australians. You can't be flat earthers. You're sub flat earthers. You can't be flat earthers and you don't have polarity. Yeah, what a dude. Dude, maybe we should start going hang out on Bev server to warn people to not end up like these morons.
He's like, I don't even have mod perms. I don't even have. Damn, your own people don't even fuck with you like that? Your own people don't even fuck with you, bro.
Nah, he's doing it so he can sit in a self-righteous position and be like, I don't have mod perms. I don't know. Don't give me mod perms, otherwise I can't say I don't have mod perms. Yeah.
Like, and then now he's just talking to himself. Like, you got cooked really bad when you're just like talking to yourself now. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
How are you?
Pretty good, man. Topic of discussion. Can the Globers explain gravity? What do they think that it is? Is it a force? Is it not a force?
Explain or prove?
Dealer's choice.
I mean, if you're asking, I mean, I can't prove it to you since I'm probably too dumb, and I don't have big machines to prove it. Why is my internet bad?
You're cutting in and out, yeah?
One sec. I mean, yeah, all my point is, like, me personally, I cannot, not smart enough to prove or explain it to you, but like, just because I'm not smart enough to do it doesn't mean it doesn't.
No, give it your best shot, huh?
I don't like to talk about things that I don't know of.
Oh, okay. You don't know anything about it at all?
I know some things about it, but I'm not really a credible source for how gravity works.
Okay. So you're not really sure. Is that what I'm getting from you? You're not really sure how to explain it? How to talk about it?
It's not about really, not really sure. It's just more like I don't have the qualifications.
Okay. But you do trust people that have qualifications, is that true? People that are qualified?
Yeah, I trust my doctor, trust my car mechanic.
Can they tell you about? Are those the guys that tell you about gravity?
I mean, no, but they're qualified. They're qualified people that I trust to do specific tasks.
Yeah, of course. So which guy is tasked with the information for gravity? Who's that guy?
For me, I mean, I don't personally have a gravity guy, but there's
no gravity guy. Well, then how do you know? Oh, I'm kind of confused now. You said you're looking for the qualified guys are the ones that you listen to. Okay, I'll bite. Which qualified guy is the one that told you about gravity?
Probably my high school physics teacher.
Excellent. What did he say about it?
I mean, I like got like a 4 out of 7 of physics. Like, not really the guy, but like.
Were you sleeping in class? Were you sleeping in class?
No, I just didn't go.
You don't care?
Most of the time. I mean, I passed, like, I just didn't go most of the time.
So the part where he was speaking of gravity, though, were you paying attention?
Yeah, I know it's. I know for the questions I need to answer. I know it's like 9.81.
Okay.
And
what else do you know about it?
I know that you can calculate it based off. I don't even have the formula memorized. They gave it to us an example. Like there's a attraction formula.
There's an attraction. Okay.
I don't know. I could.
You're breaking up a little. You're breaking up a little bit, but try again. You said there's an attraction.
No, I'm saying there's a formula that I have in my Google Classroom for math.
There's a formula. Yes.
Yeah. Let me find it.
Okay.
Let me pull up my 12th grade.
Might want to read the formula if you want. That way, because I'm on the move right now, so can't really look at my screen.
The gravitational force is equal to gravity. And I'm translating it since it's in Arabic. Like
gravity
gravitational 6.674 times 10 to the power of negative 11. Divide, and then like a separate thing, divide m1, m2 over the mass 1 and mass 2 over r squared. R is the distance between the centers of both objects.
Okay.
Yeah, Newton's law of universal gravitation. That's pretty much all I know.
All right. And how is this functional, do you think?
In the physics questions I got, I was given like two. I was given two planets, and I would put in the masses and the distance between both of them.
Yeah, which planets were you using?
They didn't really give me like it wasn't a word problem. They just say like M1 is this and M2 is this.
Okay.
They just say planet 1 is this.
But there's no examples that are being used, is there?
There probably is, yeah.
Well, well, I guess what I'm asking is, how do you know it's been proven if there's no example of it being proven to you? Do you just accept that someone says that this is the equation, therefore it exists?
And I accept that multiple people more qualified than me who are not related in any way, and for hundreds of years, we've said this exists.
Okay, well, you only said your teacher in high school.
Yeah, but like he got it from someone else, and I don't think my teacher is working for the.
Okay. So, what examples did they show you that gravity's working?
And they gave me a tennis ball. I would drop it, and I would, based on the time, I would calculate gravity.
Okay, so you're just measuring the effect from, how things fall in the medium of air. Yes.
You can do it on water too, if you want.
Yeah. Well, the tennis ball was in the air, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you've measured the average rate at which it falls. Is that correct?
Yeah, the average acceleration.
Okay. So we see an effect, and you're basically you're quantifying the rate at which it falls down. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay. So what is causing that?
I mean, the only explanation that I know of is gravity. I don't know of any other explanation. So.
Yeah, gravity seems to be a cause and effect relationship. Yeah. The effect is what you see happening. The cause is what's making it happen. Got it?
I'm pretty sure gravity is just the force. So like is only the cause, not the effect.
Oh, it's only the cause, not the effect. Is that what you said?
I guess. Is it?
Well, sounds so you're not really sure, are you?
Yeah, like I told you, not qualified.
Well, I've been in this discussion for quite some time. It's described as a cause and effect relationship.
I mean,
basically, the idea is you see something happening, and then people try to ascribe a causational, idea to it.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you get what that means?
Kinda.
So the causational idea is, well, what you just said. So, but my thing is this: how did they figure out it was the cause was figured out? How did they prove that to be true?
Not really.
Anybody? Not your physics teacher. You're just showing. He was just showing you a tennis ball falling down. But that's just the effect. You said the cause, right? What's making it go down? So what did he tell you is making it go down?
Probably bending in space time or something like that.
Okay, that's not Newton, that's Einstein. But okay.
It's still a theory, but like it's the most accepted theory.
Okay. And why would they accept it?
A bunch of scientists thought it made the most sense.
Okay. Why?
Sadly, not qualified.
Oh, is this the part where is this the part where you run out of like figuring out how it happened? Okay, well that's fine.
Well, that's probably where my knowledge hits the limit.
It reached the end of the road. Okay.
Not really. Maybe after like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe after I go to uni for a few months.
You're yeah. I mean, you're a bit choppy, so it's kind of hard to know when you stop talking because I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I guess you're lagging or something's going on with your internet.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so what we got so far is that it's just basically, from what I'm heard, from what you just said, it's just that you believe because somebody that you declare is smarter than you told you that this is true. Therefore, it's easier for you to believe that it is. Gravity, that is.
I think it's the only logical explanation.
What, for why things go down?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so what if things are just heavier than the thing that's supporting them? So the medium, right? Air is a medium. It's a mixture of gases. So if something is heavier than those gases, it will stratify and go to the lowest point in that medium.
Yeah, but what does that mean if I put things in vacuum chambers?
In other words, it's yeah, no.
Why not?
Because all you did was you changed the medium.
Yeah, but you said it's because of
Yeah, the medium that it's in. Yes, it's because of the medium that it's in. So you just changed the medium by removing some of the gases, but there's still a little bit of gas in there. Just you didn't remove it all, but you just removed some of the medium that's in there. You changed the medium to less of that medium, but there's still a medium.
Yeah. So if there's no medium and it falls faster, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, you think it's denser than a less. So you know what I mean? So you have less of that medium, and the thing that was already heavy in the medium, because of the fact that it's denser than the medium that it's in. If you have less of that medium, yeah, you get where we're going with it.
It's like density, right?
Yes.
It's like how things float in water. Oh, so it's like the same thing with I kind of.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, if you have, you put the tennis ball, or a beach ball underwater, the medium that it's in, it's going to respond to the object's going to respond to the medium because it's going to have the interaction with that medium.
Yeah, but
the air inside of that beach ball is lighter than the water around it, so it'll then change the directionality.
Yeah, the thing that doesn't make sense to me is like, why down? How does it go down?
Yeah, I know. That's the law of nature that everybody tries to figure out. That's why you have this theory that Einstein came up with that hasn't been scientifically validated. It's not validated. As you said, it's just a theory, which means it's just some guy's idea about what causes. Yeah, well, no, not everything.
A lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things, yes.
I mean, just because if it's as a theory, then there's nothing like there's something better than like the theory of relativity. Why is it not accepted?
Well, because people are curious creatures. They want to have explanations to things. They don't want to leave things just the way they are without no explanation. So because people are people are curious. They want to ascribe some type of cause to an effect that they don't know what is causing it. So they go with the best educated guess that they can. That's why they give it something instead of just leaving it blank. Until somebody else puts another idea on top of that idea, and then they're just building off of other ideas. There's really no verification of this being the case. They're just, that's what they would say is what's happening. They say that's how science works. We have another guy disproves another guy, and then therefore that guy is the leading guy. But there's really no one that's going to say that this is settled science, because because it's not settled. That's how science works, I'll tell you. Yeah, I know.
We can live in like the mind of like a 14-year-old kid. And this is like all his dream, like everything.
Yeah, I know, but they got you to think about reality. That's not reality. I think this is the most important part of of the way they get you to think, right? So it's all about the process of the way you think about the world around you. If they can get you to think that reality can be suspended because you can imagine things being differently other than your senses are telling you, then they've done a good job at convincing you that your senses can't be relied upon. It's a neat hat trick, yeah? To get you to think that you don't know what you're sensing.
Yeah, but can we go back to like the like density is the reason why I think as well.
Yeah, you said density. Well, we talked about density and buoyancy, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the thing like that doesn't like make sense to me is like, shouldn't things in a vacuum, even if there's still air in there, like still little bits of air, like shouldn't they fall faster?
Well, we have to test every medium, so it depends on what you're going to put in that medium. Yeah. So yeah, like there was a test done with a drop tower that did a drop in a vacuum, and they separated elements in that vacuum. I think I have the GIF somewhere, and they did the drop tower, and the elements all fell at different rates.
No, isn't that just because of drag?
Is that because of what?
Like air resistance?
Yeah, but there wasn't any because it was a vacuum chamber.
Side chat, run and drop tower test.
Hey, thanks for that, Matrix. Yeah, you can take a look at the GIF there.
So what is that telling me? Oh, it's the different gases?
No, let me see. I don't know what I think it's the drop tower, but hold on.
Different elements. You can see all their names across the top there. They're all categorized so that they are the same weight. That's why they all look like they're different sizes, because as you know, different things have different densities. So apparently they're all supposed to be the exact same weight. And when they drop them, and the bounce at the bottom is when they hit the bottom. So you can see them slowly floating up, some of them more so than others. And then the thud when they hit the bottom. And as you can see, they all move at different rates.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a video?
Very interesting.
Yeah, there is a video actually. This was a clip from that video. But there's and you guys have to what video that is.
Drop tower, if that's what you're looking for. Just I think if you punch that into YouTube, you
can probably find it on YouTube or the internet. Maybe Google it or something.
Drop tower what test?
It's a very peculiar thing, yeah? When you challenge your ideas, the preconceived notions that you might have.
Yeah, but I can't like change my preconceived notion over like a GIF. I need like actual like parameters of the experiment.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could request whatever you want. The test was done with everything in mind, taking into consideration the drop from, a specific height. And then with that, they were going to figure out whether or not elements do fall differently in a vacuum or the same. And it turns out they all fall differently and not the same. The idea was a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum will fall at the same rate. And this test shows that the different elements that were used fall at different rates and not the same rate in a vacuum. Pretty cool stuff.
Is that is drop experiment at the unit? Is that the experiment?
Yeah. I'm about to get going if somebody wants to pick this up. I might be back. I don't know. See you guys.
Hello, governors. How are you doing?
Not too bad, J.A. Yourself?
Oh, man, I'm finer than a frog's hair in a biscuit. I'm off to go see a insured of mine. So I guess that's better than having to dig ditches or something, I guess. Not by far, but hey. I guess it is better.
Well, one thing I've noticed in my lifetime, it doesn't matter what job you do, it's who you're doing it with. You can have the best job ever, and if you work with a complete lot of numpties, it's a nightmare. Or you can have the worst job ever, you can shovel shit for a living. And if you've got a good crew, it's the best days ever, mate.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, like when I was in high school, I wanted to be an electrician. Really, I wanted to be an engineer of a radio station, but kind of the first step of being an engineer of a radio station is to actually have hands-on experience running wire and doing electrical work. And so I really enjoyed the job. I was very good at industrial motor control and all the advanced logic and such, but I just could not stand the people that I worked for. Not worked for, I mean, I should say worked with. I got out of it because I have flat feet and I just can't stand all day to do the work. So I did it for 2 years and hung it up. But I would say, had they said to me, well, you can do this here and the other, I probably still would have been like, nah, I don't want to deal with these numpties. That reminds me of our GTs that come around here. They think they're smarter than they are. So has anybody tried to present any evidence for the globe around here today? Or have they, like the others, found themselves denied?
I've only been on for about half an hour. I haven't heard anyone yet. But there's always time.
Yes, indeed. There is always time. I just wonder who's going to be the next contestant on The Flat is Right.
Well, Santo was up a minute ago. Kind of fell short. If you had to go.
I was just asking questions. Like,
yeah.
What's the best? What's like the best argument for the flat Earth? Like the absolute critical.
The best argument for flat Earth. How about this for an argument? It's measured flat. There's no measured curvature.
What's like the best?
Would that suffice?
What's like the best measurement?
What's like the best measurement?
Like the best measurement, the best experiment, the best.
It's measured flat. No experiment, measured. You get a laser, you point it across the surface. Now you have two options. Number one, if it's curved, that laser will be a tangent to the ball. Number two, if it's flat, that laser will run parallel with the surface. Now, when we measure the opposite end of the laser, the distance does not increase. So, if it's a tangent, as you get further away from the tangent point, the distance from said sphere to the tangent would increase. We call this drop over distance. Now, when we measure for this, it is non-existent. Zero. None.
Show me like the best test, the best experiment.
So you just want to see a laser test?
I want to see the best one, bro. The first one, the most.
Well, that's subjective. Some people think the best one is the best one because it goes for 30 seconds. Other people think the best one is ones that go for an hour and a half because they've got all the details, not just distance, elevation, and hey, you can see the laser. Everyone's got it's subjective. What do you define as best?
So just give me like whatever one you think is best.
Just a laser test. How about I just post a couple up and you can just check them both out? That'd be easier. I'll just go and grab you one.
I just want to know like this and then figure out what's wrong.
Laser test. There you
go. Perhaps the one. Yeah, perhaps the one with the furthest distance. Maybe your best one because it's the one that's arguably
Finland 21 and 28. I'll give him. Copy. Where are we? That channel. Oh, what's going on? Why didn't it post the link? I'll have another go.
I'm just trying to find the most definitive proof of flat Earth.
Well, how about instead of finding definitive proof of the flat Earth, because obviously it offends you by the way you say that, and you can hear it in the tone of your voice, how about you go and prove curvature? Instead of just jumping on the coattails of gravity, photos of space, and all these other things, why don't you actually go and try to prove curvature and see how you fare?
But if the Earth is flat, doesn't that just mean there's no curvature?
Hallelujah, he gets it.
Yeah, so
I have a question about the flat Earth. So the Earth is flat. So does that mean that all the other planets are flat? Like Venus, Mars, Jupiter?
Mick, you can answer that on fetching stuff.
Why does specifically Earth have to be flat?
I don't believe in other planets.
Hang on, what was the question?
If the Earth is flat, does that mean all the other planets are flat? Like, for example, the Moon, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune?
First of all, do you qualify the Moon as a planet?
Well, you could say it's a planet.
Okay, well, I mean, that's neither here nor there, but you're pre-assuming that Earth is a object in space, similar to the things that we see when we... All right, so you're kind of baking into your own question at least part of your conclusion.
So,
right. So when we were all told, check this out, right? We were all told that when we look up and we see things that don't exactly look like just lights, really bright stars and shit like that, we were told that they're physical bodies, right? Spheres or spheroids of sorts, right?
Yeah, stars are stars that have supernovae and reach
Right. Okay, right. So I understand the story, right? And then we're told that planets like Jupiter, Mars, etc., some are giant gas balls and others are giant rock. Correct? So for you to assume we too are a giant rock floating up there, and then you come across the notion that we are measured flat, you're going to jump to, oh, well, those rocks might be flat also. And that was what your question was, right? But who's to say in the first place that those are actually giant rocks or giant balls of gas to begin with, let alone similar to us insofar as our, orbital path around a sun, so to speak. Right. So all you're basically, in a long story longer, your question is heavily loaded, and I'd request that you reconsider its formulation.
Oh, because I was just confused if the Earth can be flat because you guys are flat earthers, and that means many other planets can be flat earthers. Well,
Again, right? Well, that's the thing, right? So you're pre-assuming that we're a planet in the first place, and you're pre-assuming the nature of those things that you see in the sky.
Well, if one thing can have a different shape, then could be a possibility for all of them.
Sorry, we're being interrupted. What'd you say?
I mean, if one thing can have a different shape, who's to say that not that everything can have a different shape?
But I mean, it's a good question, but the reality is we don't actually know. I'm not sure if we really can know, but you are coming from a premise of assuming that we are like what we see in the sky, right? So how would you even go to verify that? How would we go to verify that?
Hello, Mike.
What's up? Oh, the other guy, he deafened.
I mean, can't they use like spectrometry to see the makeup of different faraway planets?
It might be your best guess, but it's only then a guess, right? And there's issues with that because you would think that, number one, if you see a gas when it's lit up and it's blue, right? Does that mean that everything that you see that is the same color as that blue is that gas? No. It can be, but upon verification, it may not be.
Sorry, I'm
back.
Mike, I have a question for you.
Well, fuck. I mean, I got 3 going on at the same time, Cardius. One at a time, please.
Last question, or you guys want to go?
Saddam was at it. Did you catch what I was saying, dude?
I guess. I mean, I had to go AFK for a quick minute.
Basically, all I was saying, dude, is your question is kind of preloaded, and I'd request that you reconsider your premises because we can't know that, right? And nor is there really an appropriate answer to that because our models are not really compatible, right? If you're picturing that we think, like if you think that we're picturing in our minds, oh, this is flat, we're a giant disk floating in space around the sun in a similar heliocentric model as presented since we were kids, but we're just the only pizza and all the others are balls. Well, I mean, that's where the issue arises because that's not exactly the worldview.
Okay.
All right.
Follow. Alrighty. Does anyone want to take the next one? I'm gonna.
Yeah, I have a question to ask you.
Getting ready for something.
Are you about to leave, Mike?
Well, I mean, quickly there, but I am gonna get ready to. I'm gonna be listening in, but I have to do some shit. So I'm gonna start getting ready. Dandelion or Heretic, Casey, if you want to grab it.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So I'm new to this server, this politics server, and this catch my eye, the 24/7 flat Earth, and I see you guys have your own server too. So are you guys like flat Earth believers? Like, what are you guys basically?
Yeah, we understand and know that the Earth measures flat, that there's zero evidence of curvature in the globe. So sometimes people, especially new people like yourselves, will call us believers. But when you look into the topic a little longer, perhaps you'll see that it's the globe that requires belief. Do you believe in the globe?
Yeah, I guess. I guess I was indoctrinated by the school to believe it's a globe. Again, I'm open-minded, so I want to hear all the things you have present for me to change my mind.
Yeah, okay. Well, Matrix put 3 good laser tests there, so you don't need to look at those right now while we're talking, but you could open them up and look at them later. Can you see the chat that goes along with this?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. The side server or the side chat I see. Yeah. So I guess one of my main questions to you is, when it comes to like space exploration, well, I mean like going to the moon, was that all fake in your opinion, or?
Yeah, I mean, I've known that since I was a little child. It was a PhD pharmaceutical researcher that was a friend of my dad that explained that to me. There's most people who have like a tiny bit of intellectual sense and analytical ability, when they look at the evidence, they realize there's no way we went to the moon. That's just a complete fairy tale. So yeah, I mean, that's a good start. If you haven't even looked into that yet, I could recommend another video for you, a funny thing that happened on the way to the moon, because it's a lot to realize that the whole globe models, like you said, you understand, you've been indoctrinated, and your teachers were indoctrinated also. So it's not like they were purposely trying to deceive you. It's just that everyone assumes that somebody else smarter than them checked it out. But then when you actually go to try to find this predicted drop over distance that there would be if you lived on a sphere, then you realize that it's not actually there. I mean, what's your position on the moon landings, for example, that you asked about?
Well, I guess it's real.
What makes you think that?
I mean, I guess societal, everybody just, the majority of people agrees with it, right? Just as you stated, everybody, that's kind of like the mainstream view that we all live on a globe. We live in a planet, right?
I'm just getting that moon thing for you. You could watch it later. You might find it interesting. So yeah, I understand. Yeah, when you come out of regular, pretty much any, school teaching, you are indoctrinated into these ideas. And then when you come out of that, especially with the wide world of the internet, where there's all kinds of information available for you, now you can go and you can look at the other side of the story and you can decide, is there evidence for this globe? I mean, you could go and try to find some evidence for the curvature if you want.
Yeah, so my other question is, hold on, I have another question. So my other question is, the Pacific Ocean, like from California to Japan or to China, like how does that look like? Is it like we go, the opposite? Like how does that make, like, you get what I'm saying, right? If we're on like a disc, can we go from California to China, due west?
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about, yeah, you can. I mean, people do it all the time, right? Yeah, they get on a plane or a boat and they go over there. Yep, no problem. Yeah, you don't need a globe to travel west, do you? You can travel west. You travel, you don't think about, if you're going from New York to Michigan or something, you're traveling west. You don't think about the globe. Yep. It's no different if you're going from California to Japan. You're still just traveling west. That's right. There's no need for a globe to do circumnavigation. It works well on many different types of surfaces.
So it's like China, like underneath the plate, like the flat Earth, or where's China exactly? Because when we look at a globe, spread out on a piece of paper. South America, North America is on the left, right? You got China. You know what I mean, right? You got Japan on the right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's not possible for you to imagine you're in Nebraska and you travel west to California. That's perfectly fine, right? You don't think about the globe if you're doing that, and then you just got in a boat and you kept going. Like, at what point do you need to start thinking about the globe when you're just traveling, right? What point do you need to? You don't need to, because it's not there. It's only in your imagination. Yeah, but I got to address the plates.
I'm trying to understand.
I understand that you're trying to understand.
Wait, can I turn on my camera to kind of show because I'm not smart.
I totally know exactly what you're imagining. What I don't get is why you can't just put your hand out straight in front of you and down by the right side of your palm there. There's California they mentioned, and then over on the left side of your palm there's Japan. What's the problem? Why does it have to be a globe for you to get from California to Japan? I understand that you think it has to be because you've been so deeply indoctrinated that you can't even imagine it any other way. Do you play Minecraft?
Wait, so no,
But we got. Hold on. I know you have another question. Please keep a pin on it because I just have to address the plate because I think that's part of our problem here.
Yeah,
So, you said a plate. Yeah, we're not claiming a plate. That's usually a misrepresentation.
Well, it is a flat surface.
Yeah, but it has plate. It implies that there's some kind of thickness to it, or that it's just a thing. And oftentimes when people say plate, they're thinking of just a smashed out planet, as if we accepted all the other parts of the heliocentric model, such as the fantasy medium of outer space, the rotation around the sun, and so on, which we have no reason to accept that since it's never been conclusively proven, so therefore we do not accept that, so therefore we are not claiming a plate. But if you want to think,
a lot of the ideas, so just so you know, guys,
Matrix was going to add something.
A lot of the ideas that you get force-fed through the media are from a group called the Flat Earth Society, and the majority of you have heard of those. Now, what they do is they put out stuff that is so ridiculous and so stupid that the majority of you guys will look at it and go, Flat Earth's retarded. These guys are stupid. And you won't even consider looking at the information. And that's what their purpose is. Their purpose is to put forward the pancake in space. Dinner plates flying through space, shit on the back of turtles, and all this completely ridiculous stuff to the point where you guys just instantly align those images with absolute stupidity.
So
and the problem is there's none of the
Matrix is still talking.
There's none of the other things. It's just you get these stupid images and they'll go, this is Flat Earth. And everyone associates that. We are not the Flat Earth Society, please. So those images, I get it, you've got those in your head, but we are not a cookie in space. So please, that guy that was going to ask a question, go for it, man.
Yeah.
So we were talking to Sega. Yeah, and MX Dev keeps interrupting, but yeah, go ahead, Sega.
So it's not like a pancake in space. So I see this picture Sasha's posted. So what does Earth look like if it's not a sphere exactly? In your own image, which one is Earth when I'm looking at?
Okay, just a minute before I do that. You want me to delete the posts that have your @ because you just don't want your @ here. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking me to do? Yeah, okay, that's no problem. Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
Yeah,
Okay, I will do that.
How does Earth look like? Is it
Brother, you've never seen Earth? You've never seen mountain ranges, beaches? You never seen Earth?
No, what do you mean? Just going outside or
Yes. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if it's not if we're not living in a sphere like what we see in those space movies, because that you guys said that's wrong, right? The sphere, so what does Earth look like exactly?
It looks the way you experience it. It looks just the way you experience it. Sega, if you were just here, if you just arrived here and no one had told you you lived on a spinning globe, what evidence would you find in the world that would make you think that? You just live in this realm that keeps going. There's no drop over distance. It's not curving. Nothing's disappearing behind this curve as it would be predicted to be by the globe. That's what those laser tests that Matrix put in there, as well as the long distance observations, demonstrate. So it's an Earth. We don't know how deep it is because the deepest hole that's been dug in the Earth is 7.6 miles until the equipment failed and they couldn't dig any deeper. So anything. What?
Well, wasn't like the Russians did that or something, right?
Yeah, I can find that for you. Anyway, we don't know how far down it goes. We don't know how far out it goes. We don't claim an edge. We just accept the world the way it presents itself to us, and there's no conclusive positive evidence of the globe. I mean, have you ever seen a globe or curvature in the real world?
I mean, like what they tell us. Yeah, I'm not a scientist, right? So, when I'm when I'm looking outside, you know what I mean? What I was taught in school is they say every 8 mile is a curvature, right? Right? Is that what the mainstream media says? Is that what everybody says?
8 inches per. No, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So what that means is, for the first mile, just be 1 squared times 8 inches. Only be 8 inches, you'd hardly notice it. But because it's per mile squared, there's exponential growth in the rate of the curvature. So when you get out to 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of drop. When you get out to 20 miles, you have 266 feet of drop. A lot of the laser tests are more than 20 miles. So the target that the laser is hitting should be hidden behind over 300 feet of drop for many of these laser tests. So you can understand, that's like a 30-story building. It's very tall. And then you get even further than that, 52 miles, we have observations of the Chicago skyline, where it should be hidden behind 1,800 feet of drop, meaning the tallest skyscrapers should be hidden. And yet we routinely can see that observation as well.
Also, if you were doing the laser test, the thing about the laser test, if you were firing a laser and if the Earth was flat, you would have one contiguous intensity. Like if you shone the light directly at the camera, it would have just been one giant green light. But
wrong. Why would there be one? Why would there be one continuous intensity? The shape of the ground has The shape of the ground has zero relevance to light divergence and light spreading. So light spreads, we know that. So as we know, the beams diverge. They've got most of the high-end ones, they put an accumulator on the end of it to focus the beam, very specifically to mitigate this divergence. So the shape of the ground has absolutely nothing to do with the way the beam operates. So that is the most ridiculous claim I've heard today. And in saying that, I've got to go to work early. So you all have yourselves a great day, and I shall catch you later on this afternoon. Peace, guys.
Hi, Matrix.
So to follow up my other question for Dandelion, so you guys don't have like a perspective on how the Earth look? Like there's just no evidence? Is that your point?
Yeah, we have lots of perspective on it, and so do you. We go out there, we look at it, and there it is. Yeah, like what's the problem with that? What's your argument against accepting the Earth the way it is? We go to the ocean. Have you ever been to the ocean?
I've been to beaches. Yeah, I've been to South Carolina.
Cool. Yeah, so you go there and you look out on the water. It's flat as far as the eye can see. The horizon's flat. If you sailed out there in a boat, it would just keep being flat. You went a little further, still looks flat. At no point would you observe this curve, which that's what I was just explaining to you about the rate at which this curve would develop means that you would see it. You would be able to see it.
My question is for the flat earthers community in this VC. Like, I asked you, like, how, like, in your imagination, how does Earth look?
This is the issue that we're trying to tell you, right? Maybe, right? Is that they've told us all an imaginary world, and this is what reality looks like, and this is what the world looks like, and you've only ever seen it through their eyes, right? So now you, so
Oh, so you're
imagine
saying
you,
like a different like format. It's not even like I can't comprehend it, basically, right? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
you can comprehend it. They've told you that you cannot comprehend it. This is the point. So imagine you, a human being who's lived on Earth your whole life, and imagine you're like some of us. You've traveled around the world, etc. And
Yeah,
you come into a room and say you have no idea what the world looks like. They got you, man. You know what the world looks like.
That's such a great point. I love that
sound
noting.
like-
So, yeah, let's not go back to MXW yet till we like just kind of like highlight this point because yeah, I really like the way you said that. It's like
Sounds like a
you're trying to
conspiracy.
say the globe is a conspiracy. That's right. You're trying to say that
Flat Earth is a
you know,
conspiracy.
no, it's a measurement. You're trying to say you need somebody else to tell you what the world is where you live, as if your lived experience, wherever you've gone. I mean, different people have traveled different places. You said you've been to South Carolina, assuming you mean that you're not there now. So you've been to different places. You've seen what the world looks like. You've seen the flat ocean. Yeah, that's the amazing world we live on, which has not been fully explored. There's lots more to find out and discover. It's an amazing place. Yeah. And they've got you looking out into their science fiction outer space vacuum with no plants, no animals, no life, thinking about that as if that has any relevance at all to the real world, when in reality it has no relevance. It has zero relevance.
Wow. So overall, like the conclusion, I'm sorry for asking you like 10 times. So the overall, like we're still exploring, we're still finding things. We don't know the true answer. Is that the underlying case? Is that the answer?
We don't know the what was the last word?
So I said like so. The truth of the matter is that we really don't know how our Earth looks like. Is that overall? Is that?
No, that's what No Tanks was trying to say. You know exactly what the earth looks like. It's the earth that you live on when you go outside every day and walk upon the ground and sail upon the water. We don't know how far out it goes because there's limitations on travel, but I'm really not even that interested in going, out there. It's like there's so many things I haven't even seen within the known world that's much easier for me to get to. Like, how could
So you think there's more to it,
how could
like,
anyone
there's
in their
more to Earth?
lifetime, no one in their lifetime could possibly explore every inch of, just the known world, let alone the unknown world. Yep.
Oh,
What'd
so
you
you think
say?
there's more to it, like a lot more to Earth, like different continents and different areas.
I don't know. I'm saying that's what some people speculate about. Where's the edge? What happens down there? Why are they hiding it? Why is the Antarctic Treaty restricting travel down there? I'm saying for me personally, that's an interesting question, but I'm like, it's not a priority for me because there's so many places I haven't gone in that I can get to much easier. They don't have to pay a ton of money for. They don't have to ask the government for permission, so they can have me go in this tiny little approved area in their tiny little approved place. I'd rather just explore places where you can just roam free. I'd rather do that myself.
I know that voice.
It's Neil. Hey there.
Wait, can I have camera perms? Is that possible or no? How do we get the rules for that?
No, I think we discourage people for the camera because limiting the room. Yeah, and I don't know, I'm not in charge of giving out perms in here, but I think most of the time when I've heard people talk about it, they discourage it. What is it you would like to tell us? I mean, you can't tell us a thing without using the camera or show us? You couldn't show it in the chat, whatever it is?
I mean, can I post on chat?
You should be able to.
No, I can't.
That's all. Oh, you just joined the server. That's what you said,
Yeah,
right?
I'm into the server. I see a lot of
Yeah, see, I think that's the thing is because, you're the number 2 level. It's like, it's because in this server, they automatically rank you up, I think every month or something. So you just have to stay here and do stuff and then you'll just kind of get more permissions. I think that's how it is. But what was it you wanted to show us?
Yeah, nothing. I guess just to further. Again, I'm not a prolific talker, so I don't know how to really, make it make sense for other people. I was kind of still like a demonstration, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to share something with the group, you could message it to me, and then I could put it in there for you if there's something you think would help us understand your question better.
I could give you a demonstration that you'd just, you'd have to hold it in your mind, I guess, right? But the demonstration would be that if I had we had a big lake, right, and then it was a huge lake, and then we put a house in the middle of the lake, right? There's sandbars or whatever. We built some houses there, and that was like just the world that you lived in, little hobbit world. And then you put another lake right next to that lake, that would be at the same elevation as the lake is connected to. Then put another lake against that and another lake around that, and now you have like a whole state. And then you just keep doing that, and that's the world that you live in. There's a bunch of lakes that are at the same elevation, and then the dirt, like the earth, the physical dirt, will be up and down relative to that baseline of level or horizontal that typically we call sea level, right?
So if you can like draw it out on like say a picture, how would that look like?
Just draw a lake, and then draw like a kid next to the lake flying a kite, and then draw like a couple people riding bicycles, somebody walking their dog, and then connect a bunch of lakes, and then just draw that picture 1,000 times and lay them all next to each other. Yeah.
Wow.
But put it in 3-dimensional. Yeah, put it in 3D.
3D.
Well,
yeah, I mean, he's trying to get at yeah, like that's why I asked you if you went to the ocean, because the ocean we know covers over 70% of the known territory of the Earth, and the ocean and water lies flat in its container. So that's why, to me, if somebody has been to the ocean, I feel like it helps them to visualize and to get that indoctrinated subliminal propaganda of the globe that's been pushed on you since birth, out of your head, because that's not our world. That's just a story they told you on TV.
Yeah. So what about the moon? Like when people come in this channel, when they talk about the moon, what's the response you guys give?
Depends on your question. But do you imagine anything else other than elevation measured in the vertical from sea level? Like a building is 30 feet tall, and that's relative to a horizontal baseline, and that elevation, that level elevation is just at the same level. Do you imagine like a different world than the one that we all experience? Like when you say you need a picture.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, because what I know is what I've been taught at school. So you know what I mean.
I think what you're trying to ask for, if we had like a whole world map or a whole picture or something, we don't know the ends or something like that. It's just a topology of the land that's flat. It's not a shape. Okay, flat is not a shape. That's what it is. That's what your question was.
Oh yeah, that's the old flat is not a shape. I think that is the problem.
I'm lost. I didn't really hear the guy. What did he say?
Yeah, it was kind of low. I don't know if Casey can turn up his mic a little bit.
Yeah,
he couldn't hear you.
Like, the whole world, they see Earth as a globe. How do you guys see Earth? You know what I mean? How do you guys picture Earth? I guess that's my overall question.
I mean, I could hear Casey. He was saying that flat's not a shape, that we're just talking about the topography of the land and how there's no curvature measured, because that's the main thing. If you go and look at some of those laser test videos later, you'll see that's, we're testing for the predicted curvature that would be there if we were on a sphere, and we see that it's not there. So then we know we are not on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles as claimed. So then we just accept the Earth the way it's presented to us, and we don't think there's some trick being played on us where, even though we feel like we're not moving, it seems stationary, seems like the sun and the moon are moving above us and so on, and it seems flat. We don't see any curve anywhere. Nothing ever disappears from our view around this imaginary edge. So that's what you've lived your whole life. It's just that somebody at some point convinced you, oh yeah, even though you don't feel it, it's spinning really fast, and even though you don't see any curve, it's secretly there. They're telling you they have this secret knowledge of the secret world. That's how they started. It was a cult. It was the globe cult of Pythagoras back with the ancient Greeks, and that's what people in cults pretend. They have the secret knowledge, and then they've just managed to indoctrinate over time, especially accelerated over the last 100 years, more and more people into their cult. Sadly, they're indoctrinating children against their will, which is why we're here trying to allow people to live their actual life in the actual Earth where they actually live, not on a fantasy outer space science fiction spinning globe.
Dandelion, how do you know the Earth is flat?
Measured
You've
that
heard
way.
it. Yep, thanks, Neil. Yep, I mean, I'm sure you've heard it. You've been in here many times, Santo. The long distance observations, the laser tests demonstrated that it's measured that way, that the drop over distance is never found in reality, that the objects that should be hidden from our view are in fact visible, and that the horizon distance, which should be at a maximum distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, is routinely observed at distances far beyond that. That's how I know.
Your
So about those
accent and
laser,
cadence
about those
kind of
laser
sounds
tests,
like Neil Donald.
I looked at the laser tests, but like one thing that didn't make sense for me is like they're always over water. Like I get that's the easiest, but that just means refract.
Forget about the laser test. Anytime you're mentioning height, anytime you're using these things, you are coming from a flat plane of reference. It's an impossibility to make any measurement of anything unless you're taking it off a flat plane. You tell me how it would be done off a ball. It can't be.
Light can bend, what? Light bends.
He's coming at you from a different argument, so why don't you answer the question that Neil asked you? Did you understand the question?
No, I didn't understand that question.
When you talk about heights of buildings, heights of mountains, flying for 20,000 feet for over 10 miles, 20 miles. Are you kidding me? Do I have to break this down for you? You can't visualize that and realize that it's on a flat plane?
I mean,
the Earth is just very big.
Yeah, miles are flat, dude. Feet are flat.
Exactly, all flat.
Yeah, there's always
Inches,
a
centimeters,
margin.
miles, acres, anything you want to say. They're all measured. It's all flat. You cannot get measurements any other way. When you measure it, you know something. We're trying to help you here. Forget about light bending. That's ridiculous.
Also, if the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, you just bring out a ruler.
No, the Earth is flat. You go
Are
bring
you
out a
saying it's-
ruler. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm
You
saying if
go
it was
get a
flat.
ruler and go measure the Earth. I'll wait for you.
Are you saying it's impossible to get a measurement from something spherical?
The problem is if we had a Earth, like a ruler this length of Earth, it would go into space, because if the Earth was flat, it would just, part of it would just be hanging out over the edge.
Constantino, you're saying refraction doesn't exist, bro?
It was your claim, dude. If you,
I wasn't another VC. They gave me
your claim, then
Now, how do you do it over here?
Did I say refraction? Did anybody hear me say anything about refraction?
No, that's their obsession. Yeah.
So,
I don't know who somebody's complaining about being dropped in here. I don't know. Just why don't you just listen and see what happens? Maybe it'll be fun.
So just out of curiosity, if I take a string and I wrap it around a sphere, and I take the string off the sphere and I measure the string, are you saying I can't measure the distance, the circumference of that sphere, because it's not flat?
Oh no, you totally can. I do that all the time. Yeah,
because it sounds like that's what he's saying, which is silly.
They wrapped the string around the globe and they measured it. Yeah, right. Now go look at how they measured Earth, and you'll see that it was from flat Earth.
No. It's just
even you did it, Lone. You even did it just now. You said you wrapped it around the string, around a ball, with no measurements. But then you had to lay it out flat to measure the length of the string.
Now
you did it. You did it yourself. You proved yourself that you have no other. Well, I don't know. That was your way, and you proved that you had to. You proved that you had to measure it flat. You just did it.
No, but I was showing you the fact that you can use a straight line measurement to measure something that is spherical.
Yeah, what tools are you going to use to establish a straight line?
It's just establishing the fact that we can measure something spherical with straight lines.
Yeah, but it hasn't been done. That's the idea, Lone. Do you think it has been done? Do you think it has been done, Lone?
What's a ruler?
Hold on, I'm asking Lone a question. Where has the curvature of the Earth been measured, Lone? Show me the measurements.
Good question.
So you want the measurements to prove that the Earth is spherical?
That's right. Yeah, that's what I want. Yep.
Sounds reasonable.
All right, let us know when you got them.
I still had my question about from California to Japan.
Yeah.
But I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot what was the.
Well, here I can help you out, Sega, because I actually wanted I wanted to tell you, like a tool that you could use to kind of get your bearings on where you're going to go, right? Is what you might want to use is a compass, right? And a key factor about a compass is that you have to hold it flat, level, and horizontal, and then you can get your north, south, east, west headings. But that requires the Earth to be flat. So then you can say, okay, you can go to a piece of land, and then you can say, I went east this many paces, and then I'm going to call this place China. I landed on this place. I'm going to call it China. And then you'd make a map that way. Yeah.
By the way, all maps are flat.
Yeah. So you're asking. I guess you're asking Sig, about what is the orientation of the land masses that we know about, that, and what are they laid out in reference to?
I mean,
that's what you're asking.
If you go, you know how you said the compass must be flat, right? To point north, east, west, or south, right?
Right.
I mean, on a globe, right, with my indoctrinated mind, just keep in mind, get it? On a globe, right, so let's say I'm in Ohio, okay, so point Ohio, right? On a globe, it's going to curve, you know what I mean? I'm still going, I'm not going, wait, whoa, hold on. Yeah, on a globe, if I go west, on a globe, I'm going west. No, where am I going?
How do you know? You have never used a compass on a globe. What are you talking about? Every time you use a compass, you are on a flat Earth.
No. I'm assuming that we're on a globe. Again, I have an indoctrinated mind.
I know what you're saying, and it's never been done on a globe. So how do you know?
I don't know. I just follow what I've been taught.
I mean, why is there a polar and the equatorial circumference? You need two measurements to measure Earth. Why do you need those two measurements?
No.
I don't know. Besides his scattergun nonsense, this guy just keeps scattergunning nonsense that he can't support. Sega, you just know that you got to hold. Like, there's another tool that you can accompany it with a compass called a gyroscope, right? And a gyroscope, you spin it to its orientation, and it'll maintain that orientation as you travel, and it won't. It'll let you know if you're going up or down relative to that orientation. So that's the same thing, the same principle that holds with the. This is in an airplane they put a compass and a gyroscope, so you know whether you're going up or down.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Honestly, the best policy. I'm still kind of lost about with the California to China thing. If it's not a globe, you know what I mean? I'm still lost. That's why I want to turn on my camera to try to show you what I mean fully. If you know what I mean.
Not a globe. I don't even understand what you're saying.
Because so what was the answer when I asked you guys?
It was what direction is California in relation to where you're standing?
Who gives a shit? It's on a flat plane.
But let's say I lived in California, right? On again, I forgot what you guys said on how would Earth look like for you guys. So if Earth was kind of in this like disc formation, this flat formation, right?
Flat is not a disc. Flat is not a shape. You got to remember that.
Okay, so
you keep putting a false dichotomy together.
Can you
put yourself on a globe? Why?
I mean, can you guys define the Thornton Bank wind farm?
Goodbye, scattergun guy.
I'm really I need to get camera permits to kind of show what I'm talking about here.
You're going to show us something on your globe. Do you know that there is no globe model? Do you realize that, right?
No, not a globe, but this glass table. When I'm trying to like role play it out for you.
You're saying on a globe.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying on a glass, like on a table, right? If the Earth is kind of flat, right? I mean, flat, as you guys say. If I'm in California and I go due west, where would I go exactly? Would I go under? Like, is gravity a thing or what?
Gravity? What the hell does gravity have to do with measurements?
Neil, get him. I don't know what's going on here.
Who the hell? Okay, define gravity. What is gravity? You want to play this game? What's gravity?
The thing that pushes us down. No, again, guys, I'm not smartest in the room. I'm trying to understand.
No, that's out of date. That's not gravity. Gravity is the bending of space-time.
Oh.
You
heard what I said, right? It's the bending of space-time. Now, doesn't that sound retarded?
That sounds like temporal physics, not actual physics. We're talking about physics here.
Oh, physics. Okay, so what's gravity?
I'm trying to turn on my camera to make it easier for myself.
I mean, can a flat earther explain the whole
Gravity.
Thornton
I don't got to
form?
explain shit. Earth is measured flat. You got the extra crazy claim that freaking we live on a spinning water ball. So the burden of proof is on you.
Okay, can you guys explain the Thornton wind bank farm? Why is it that when you literally look at from the Belgian coast, you can actually see the wind turbines? There's some that are higher, and there's some sort. You can just beginning to see the edges of the Belgian coast.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, that it's going beyond Earth curve, or what's the story? That we're getting blockage from somewhere? So you think the horizon's Earth curve?
So on from the Belgian curve, from the Belgian coast. Sorry, let me finish. From the Belgian coast.
I tell you what, I ain't got the patience for these people. You have at it. I'll see you later.
Okay. Well, when you're on the Belgian coast, basically you can see the more distant windmills look to appear that they're underwater.
Very nice, yeah. So, like, so for Sega, or you, I guess, right, elevation, if you're saying higher or lower, that's going to be in reference to a horizontal baseline. That's, and then, like when Sega, I don't know what you're getting at exactly, saying, is California under you? So elevation is relative to, is relative to a horizontal baseline. Now, a tool that we use to establish horizontal is a water level. So water provably is when at rest, forming a horizontal plane of reference. So in relation to from wherever, New York to California, the up and down gravity, I don't know what you're saying, but up and down, like which one's higher or lower, would be in relation to sea level, which is a horizontal plane of reference. So I don't know, you would have to look up the elevation of California and the elevation of New York, and they'll tell you in reference to sea level, it's going to be, this amount of feet above or below sea level, and those are both on the coast, so they're both above.
Okay. So if just so I can just shut my mouth.
Yeah. So they could literally be at the same elevation, meaning you could in reality go in a straight line, and that straight line would be the shortest distance between the 2 points, one in California and one in New York. They would just be a straight line connected.
All right, I'm gonna just to finish off my question again. I'm sorry if I'm not making any sense here. So if I'm on California and I wanted to go to Japan on the Pacific Ocean, right? How would that look like in your view? West.
Yeah, west is what if west is a straight line, you'd have to find that out. Is west a straight line, or is it curves?
So.
I'm just pointing out that you're asking where are these things.
Do you want me to use what I know? Do you want me to use what I know?
I guess.
Okay, so what I know, right? Again, I'm not a scientist on this, so might make some few mistakes here, right? I'm not a scientist nor a genius. So what I know, my indoctrinated mind, right? Because I went to elementary school and then high school, is the 8 mile curvature thing. So from our perspective, right, in Earth, we really can't, we don't get curvature, you know what I mean, right? And
curvature of what? I don't know. Curvature of what?
The globe, the Earth, just how the planets are.
So the curvature you're talking about, because the land, like I was telling you, like California, New York, it's got buildings on it and dirt that goes up and down. That's topography. When you're saying there's 8 inches of drop per mile squared, you're saying that level drops. But what is the tool that we use to establish level?
What is it?
Yeah, water level. Water level is a tool for establishing level, which is provably horizontal.
Okay, forget about the Earth globe thing. On a flat, how would that look like if I go west?
Yeah, well, you would. All right, so you could imagine that a compass points to the north, right? And you could imagine the north as a point, if you'd like. You'd have to prove it, but you could imagine, right? Everybody holds a compass, and it's a piece of metal floating on water, or whatnot, magnetized, and it points north. Right now, if that's a central point, west and east would be making circles around a central point, right? Or north, south, east, west are perpendicular and straight. So you would have to determine your reference grid of what you're going to use to get your heading north, south, east, west, and then you'll say, okay, well, this is 30 degrees west of my current location. It would just be an orientation and direction, and it is where it's I would say it is where it says it is, which is if you follow a compass heading of west, from New York west, you'll get to where you're going, but you'll have to hold the compass horizontally, and the shortest distance between the 2 points would be a straight line at equal elevation, which is flat. And the compass has to be held flat in all these things.
Yeah, we get it that, when you're like just realizing this, I guess what I would always ask new people is just.
I just want to show my camera because I learn faster when it comes to demonstration.
I know you keep saying that, but that's not. It's not that's a politics server thing. We're just like a guest channel in here. We don't have to do with those permissions for But anyway, what I just wanted to say real quick, because we also have Default Name who's waiting to ask a question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, that you just imagine, that it's possible that you don't live on a globe. Like, we understand, like, just even getting to that point, like, a lot of people just can't even get to that point, which is funny. Yeah, I know. Because, like, at first, especially, it's like, because the indoctrination's so deep and so strong and has been going on for so long.
So who do you think is indoctrinating us, the Jews or who?
No, I don't think that. But Default Name's been waiting. So go ahead, Default Name.
It's somebody else's turn.
Thank you. So, no, I just wanted to ask, like, real quick. I'm just starting with a standpoint where we have these footages from the space and stuff. Like, how do you explain that? And, like, you come with conclusion that it's fake, or
they're about as good as the movies, like Interstellar or Gravity with Sandra Bullock. They're on the same level. If they can make movies like Interstellar, then they can also do whatever the hell NASA's doing, bro. It's same shit, basically. Movies.
So you say it's like all made up footage.
Well, there's a reason. Yeah, and there's a reason you could say that.
Hold on? Are you saying that Interstellar is real footage?
I'm just saying, like, for example, SpaceX and stuff like that. No, actually,
have you seen Interstellar?
No.
Have you seen Gravity with Sandra Bullock?
No.
Have you seen any space movies?
No, I'm not into it really, but I just saw like the footage from the international.
Well, the point is that none of those are real footage. So if they can do that, then NASA can do that too.
But for example, like we could spend like, for example, a few $1,000s and prove it for ourselves.
Not really.
Yes, you can.
You can buy a rocket and put your camera on and prove it for yourself. Like, I think it's.
Where are we shooting the rocket?
Sorry, what?
Where are we going to shoot the rocket?
Straight up.
And then what is the rocket going to see?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see, the footage, and then analyze it if it's flat or not.
We're gonna see if it's a globe or not.
How high do you think the rocket needs to go? Like, how high do you think the rocket needs to go? Just whatever, or like, do you have a number in mind?
I don't have exact number, but we can just compare it to...
Because people have already been up high in the sky, bro, and it's still flat from up there. So I don't think we need to keep doing the same things over and over that we've already done.
When they show footage up there, it oddly curves, you know.
Mm-mm.
No, it doesn't. Footage in a hot air balloon does not show curvature. Try again.
Yeah, how high are you talking about, bro? Whoever
Usually
just said
about
that.
25 miles. Usually they're 25
miles.
Yeah, on average.
25 miles. There's a professor from a planetarium who works as a director. Yeah. And he says that at 250 miles, it's still flat.
Which professor is this?
Oh, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'll post it for you. It doesn't really matter. Like,
no, but
it's mostly about the math.
Who is it then? If you're going to claim
his name is Paul Larson. But I'll post it for you, bro. It's not really because he said it. It's more about the math that seems to be correct. Then just like because he said it, then it's true type of thing.
And in theory, you could go infinite distance as long as you have battery or the vehicle doesn't self-destruct, as long as you have a connection to satellites and
we shouldn't use
real-time footage.
hypotheticals. But no one, it is hypothetical because you don't know if it's flat or not either, because you haven't been up there. So how do you know?
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's just like measuring your foot when you go to the shoe store. They go down to your foot and measure it directly. They don't need to
But
go
you still haven't been
look at
up
the
there.
security cameras. Hold on a second. I'm trying to prove I'm trying to show you that you don't need to go up. You go down. If you want to know what the surface is doing, you go to the surface directly. Just like if I want to know your shoe size, I go to your foot directly and measure it down. I don't need to go up in the sky and hover above you or look at the security cameras in the ceiling. I go down to the thing directly that we want to measure and measure it. So on the Earth, we go down to the Earth directly and measure it. That's how we do know it's flat, 100%. When you measure the surface. Going up in the sky and launching yourself up isn't really doing what you think it's going to do. In fact, when they do launch themselves up, they don't see curvature. It's always flat every single time.
Yeah, up would be in relation to a horizontal plane. It would be vertical. So it'd be like, how high are you going? That would be in reference to the surface being horizontal. Yeah, no matter how high you go up in the air, if you measure something to be if you measure your table to be at 10 degrees, tilted 10 degrees, no matter how high you go, your table is still going to be tilted 10 degrees. Doesn't matter that I went higher than the surface of the table. The table is still measurably on a 10-degree tilt. Yeah, I don't know how it followed.
The previous request of me, specifically, is this how do we measure curvature? What is the mathematical formula? Or how do we measure the curvature of the Earth standing on the Earth?
Well, you can put forward how you did it, if you like.
I mean, so you know the standard. Yeah, no. So you know the standard mile apart shine a light through, because light is another tool for measuring what's horizontal, not just water. There are many other tools that we can use for what is horizontal besides water. And if you shine a light through a pinhole or a hole in a box, and it's a mile apart, there's another box with the exact same hole and the exact same height on the cardboard cutout. You don't see the light shine through. Then you can figure out from which point you see the light and it disappears, and then you can use the formula to then go, okay, why is this the case? And there is the curvature, the angle. And
that doesn't mean it's curved, bro. Just because you fail at shining a light through a fucking hole doesn't mean it's curved.
What does it mean?
I mean, it sounds like a faulty test, low key.
Okay, then what does it mean? Why does the light? Because light is light horizontal.
Are we talking about?
Is light horizontal?
Water, by the way, are you talking about?
Is light horizontal?
No, light diverges.
Okay. So light is not horizontal. It doesn't go in a straight line.
Especially a flashlight. is very diverging. Yep.
Okay, I'm glad we established light.
Water?
I'm glad we established light isn't horizontal.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's not curving, so there's that.
Like a light bulb or a lamp? What's this guy talking
about? He's talking about a flashlight. He's talking about the Jeranism thing, bro. It's that, bro. It's that. But are you talking about doing this over water? Water?
You can do it over water if you like.
Wait, was it done over water? This example you're referring
to? I mean, you can. I mean, if you want to do it over water and you think this will give you a massively different result, then do so.
Was it done over water?
Not that I could think of, but if you want to, you can. And if it gives you a different result, I would love to see it.
You got to slow your roll. Are you referring to the Jaren example, which we've all seen like a billion times?
Yeah, of course I am.
Was this done over water or over land?
Like I said, from what I know, no. But if you want to do it, and it gives you a drastically different result, the Jaren result, no, it wasn't.
Was it not? Cat,
unless I'm talking about a different one.
Cat.
Talking about the Netflix, he's talking about the Netflix mockumentary. Yeah, I mean, this guy, I sent him off. He said he could find curvature. He said, yeah, do you want me to go find curvature, proof of the globe? I think it's funny that the best thing he could come up with was
a Netflix entertainment piece from 2018, which did not prove curvature and was highly questionable in any way. It proves that modern American media will come up with an idea ahead of time and then edit footage to
have you tried
give
it yourself?
off the
Fun fact, I learned this in school.
impression that they wish to give.
I learned this in school, not a Netflix documentary, and it's been something that has been studied for ages, not just So if you do want to test it yourself, it is very easy to replicate.
Yeah, we all appreciate that.
In case you think like some Netflix.
No, we all appreciate that.
What are you referring to?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that you can test it yourself.
He keeps saying it. What are you referring to specifically? You need to be specific about what you're saying. What did you learn in school specifically?
I gave the parameters of what to do when I initiated this conversation.
You're saying you learned
get 2 cardboard cutouts, get a hole in the cardboard at the exact same height on both of them, put them a mile apart, shine a laser through.
What was tasked to you was how are you going to establish points of equal elevation to know whether something's dropping or rising from that, i.e. curvature. So what tool are you going to use? And you came with a Netflix documentary.
Again,
and there was no laser. First you said flashlight, now you're saying laser. They were originally planning to use a laser, but supposedly the laser broke, so then they used a flashlight. But even with the flashlight, they did not prove Earth curve. That was just an implication that you were given due to editing, which was ahead of time decided how they wanted to portray it. I mean, if you're not familiar with how propaganda is, if you're not familiar with how propaganda is produced, that's not really our problem.
What is the government hiding? Why can't they tell us?
Okay, am I going to tackle one point at a time or 4 different points and keep getting muted?
It's the same point, dude.
So first of all, I never said flashlight. I said light. I'm very particular. And laser is a light. I said laser. I clarified just for you. No, I'm saying you can test this yourself.
So then do it.
I have in school. I've said this multiple times. I've tested this in school. Are you actually listening or are you just muting? Okay, you can go outside, right? And you can do it yourself if you highly doubt me.
All right,
do you have any evidence? Yeah, do you have any test results?
No, sadly, I didn't have a camera recorder in high school when I didn't have a camera in high school when I tested this, but you can do it yourself.
All right, cool. So why are we talking straight through each other? Why are we talking straight through each other? Hey, you, shut your mouth. Why are everybody talking through each other?
Because I keep getting muted.
Yep, facts.
You know why? You know why, dude? Because you keep talking straight through people. Maybe that's why.
I have a substantial amount of proof to prove why the Earth is actually a
Hey, I didn't tell him to shut up so you could speak. Okay? We'd like to get to the end of the point with that guy without the audience on the stream hearing 2 people literally talk straight through each other so we can't understand what either person is saying. So you got 2 options. You either relent or you get muted. Which one it's going to be? Okay? Point, counterpoint. Counterpoint, rebuttal. Not straight through each other, for goodness sakes. All right, for the love of God, let's see if this kid can actually behave himself and allow someone to speak longer than 1 sentence before he interrupts.
Hey, is there something specific you want him to react to? Because if he's saying he did this in high school, I want to see some results, some evidence, something.
Yeah, the particulars. Right? Instead of a claim, right, the data points.
Yep.
What was the range? Where were the objects set up? How did you validate the differentials in the height? How did you record that actually happened and you didn't just claim it happened? How did you prove what you were saying rather than just draw it on a piece of paper, et cetera, et cetera? Like, the actual data, the actual particulars, instead of just repeating the claim over and over and over again. All right. So let's see if we can unmute him and he'll actually get right into the data points. Probably not, but let's give him a chance.
All right. Go ahead, Loner. You're unmuted. Can you post anything from your high school test, bro?
Okay, am I muted? Oh, there we go. So no, I can't post anything from my high school test, but what I can do is go through the exact same process in which I did it. Is that sufficient?
Step one, how did you establish points of equal elevation?
You would use any form of basis that 2 points opposing each other with 2 lights shining would be elevation enough. You would have to go with the baseline assumption that... Sorry, what was that?
That was laughable. Try again.
Sorry, I was muted because I was being overtalked, and I do believe that goes against your tangential argument. Okay, so... no, wait. Just out of curiosity, how else would we measure a horizontal plane being equal?
I didn't do it in school like you. That's what I'm asking. How did you guys establish 2 points of equal elevation to then debunk the elevation?
Well, what do you mean? So there's a mile apart. There's a flat road that we're on. Are you asking how do we know that road is horizontally flat?
A flat road?
Yes, a flat road.
This was your proof, man. I'm giving it to you. But step one, right? Because we know what it's going to entail. You need to just lay it out how you establish points of equal elevation to then show that there's a drop over the distance in elevation. So how did you first establish points of equal elevation?
I can't actually remember that. I don't even know if we did.
Creation Bear, anything?
I don't know.
I can't remember if we did.
He doesn't even remember this shit. I could just make up and say, well, in school I tested it and it was flat. And you'd ask me, well, do you have any like stats, details, any facts? And I was like, no, I don't remember. Then why would you even bring it up? There's no good for anybody.
How is it no good?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's weird. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dayla.
Keep going.
No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say just a little, commentary, which is kind of odd, like that you came in and I asked you I asked you to find measurements for the curvature. And you said, do you want me to go find measurements of the curvature of the globe? And I said, yes. Then you went away for like 5 or 10 minutes. I assumed you were researching it. Now you come back and tell us that you proved the globe in high school. Like, why didn't you bring that up when we first started talking? But nonetheless, all of these claims are just claims.
The specific reason I didn't bring it up 5 minutes ago was because I wanted to find the specific formula in which we used to do so. Because believe it or not, I don't have it off by a rip.
Yeah, so wouldn't you think it'd be easier to find, like, a lot of times when we send people off to find that, they just don't come back. So I applaud you for actually coming back and making an attempt. But, when we show you the flat Earth measurements, observations, laser tests, and so on, that demonstrate the drop over distance expected on a sphere is never found, I'm getting to the end of my sentence soon. Believe me, if you stop interrupting me, it'll happen faster. We have, meticulous documentation, observer height, distance, weather condition, often refractive index, and so on. But we're just supposed to believe you did something in high school that showed it was a globe. So do you understand that the standard of evidence here that you're presenting is extremely low? So you can take some more time to research if you need more time. We probably have other people with questions.
Again, I've not been presented with any of this. You asked me to go back and do research, and I'm coming back with you now with the formula that I used and the exact same measurement. So real life example that we used to factor in and use this equation to plug in the numbers that we had and show how we got the curvature and how we measured the curvature.
Yeah, so are you curious then to know about are you adding something, Overlord?
Yeah, I'll take things that never happened for 10,000, Alex.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on?
You're not presenting anything. What?
I mean, here's the
you got the exact same result. Dude,
here's the thing.
Hold on, you asked the question to me based on what? because he said he got the exact same result. The only way to get the exact same result is to have the exact same setup as in the Netflix documentary, which means he's cherry picking a perfect option that somehow his teacher knew to do years prior. The statistical impossibilities of that are so great that I must call bullshit on its face.
You do know this.
It's intellectual dishonesty at best.
He has nothing to present. He's presented literally jack shit.
But the thing is, though, even when someone provides evidence in this channel,
He
they
hasn't.
get muted, though. So, like,
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Give an example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Lone was just
one
muted just a couple minutes ago.
What was his evidence that he was muted for?
Again, I was given an in real life example, and before I could even finish, you jump to flashlights, you jump to a Netflix documentary where this example has been a working model for ages. It's not suddenly invented by Netflix. I don't know where that came from.
So that's great. That's great.
Wait. So I wasn't finished. If I can prove that it was a working example before Netflix documented it, would you concede that point?
Go ahead.
I don't care, dude.
Go ahead and prove it, bro.
He said he got the exact same result, not used a similar example with a different result, but congruent with the gold model. Those are two different claims, homie, in case you didn't know. So why don't you, Mr. Lone, who wanted to speak up, why don't you bear the burden of providing the particulars? Give us a demonstrated, validated example of when this methodology was effectuated in the field and has a recording of the data points.
I just saw Lone just got muted. I just saw that. So
he hasn't presented any evidence, dude.
I just want to highlight that when I said, if I can prove that it was a working example before Netflix, you said it doesn't matter. This is crazy. So when I was okay.
Can you prove
you didn't listen to a word I said. Yeah, but it's irrelevant. You didn't listen to a word I said. It may be the case that the structure of the example is a methodology that's been used in the past. The difference is doing the exact same numbers. That's the difference. So what I then asked for is a broader scope, which is any example of this methodology actually being recorded, being effectuated in the field, which means the people actually went out and did it, and you have the evidence from that excursion where they actually accomplished it. That's what you were then asked for. So if you don't have that, hold on, brother, hold on. If you don't have what I just asked for, you have nothing.
So when I say exact same numbers, what was I referring to?
I mean, you tell us.
Well, no, because you already made an assumption, so I'm asking what that assumption is.
Go ahead. Just tell us.
Dude, I mean, it is on the recording that you didn't say you were talking about you. You said, yes, I'm talking about the Netflix. You admitted it. When I said to Creation Bear, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The Netflix, and then you said,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, I want to hear this.
No, it doesn't matter.
I want to hear what it said. Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, not wasting our time with it. Okay, where we've arrived at is it's time for you to pony up an effectuated example that actually occurred in history that you have the evidence for. That's all we're asking for. If you don't want to talk about that in particular, where you provide that evidence, then you have nothing to talk about.
But but this channel mutes people that provide evidence.
You don't have anything to talk about yet.
No
try
evidence
again.
has been provided.
This was your first try, Lone. Maybe try again.
Yeah, so Lone and MD Tofu Dove Avatar. Why don't you two guys do a little symposium, go find the evidence, and then when you actually have evidence to talk about, then you can talk about it. You're not getting muted because of the evidence you present. You're getting muted because we keep talking about not presenting the evidence. For goodness sakes, dudes. So I'm going to mute you guys. For the love of God, if you don't say, hey, I do have an example, let me go get it. And until then, I'm just going to refrain from talking because that way we actually have the data points to talk about rather than just conjecture and imagination. For goodness sakes. You guys not know the difference between evidence and actually just repeating the claim ad infinitum? For goodness sakes. All right, let's unmute these guys and see if they learned a lesson. Or if they're still as dumb as they were 5 minutes ago. Go ahead.
I've been unmuted. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So I'm going to give you the working example and how I got the numbers. Would that suffice as evidence, or do you want me to prove in high school that I did it?
No, I don't care whether you did it or didn't. And I don't want an example. That's a hypothetical. Yeah, because the problem is you weren't paying attention and you didn't listen to what you're being asked. So I'm going to leave you off server mute. I'm going to ask you to shut your mouth hole and open your ears so you can actually listen. Since you're too undisciplined to listen while you're on mute, and I have to allow you to be off mute so you can talk straight through me, I'm going to do my best to say what I'm about to say uninterrupted. That way your feelings don't get hurt. Okay, fair? Now, what I asked you for is an effectuated example that actually occurred in history. Okay, not the math, not a hypothetical, not a shoulda, woulda, coulda, but an actual effectuated example that you can show us that somebody actually did. If you don't have that, then we're all wasting our time here.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second. Let me look.
Absolutely, brother. I'll give you all the time you need.
Yeah, so while he's looking, if anybody else has a question, that would be a good time. I don't know if Default Name has any other questions. Some other people have jumped in here. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, I don't know if Default Name got his question answered. His first one was pictures in space or something. Oh, he's off mute. Go ahead, Default. Sorry, man.
Yeah, that was what I was curious about, and like it seemed like unbeatable evidence would really prove the point for it or against, flat or round.
Thank you for pointing that out, No Tanks. I think you're right that his question kind of got lost in the shuffle there. Yeah, so Default Name, the reason why there's so many reasons why we wouldn't accept pictures from space as evidence of a globe. I mean, the number one.
I think it's because you're on a live stream.
Hold on. Is somebody? Oh, somebody's interrupting me. Is that the same person who keeps claiming that we mute people for presenting evidence? So when I'm going to give my answer to the question, you think it's a good idea to talk over me? Is that proving your point somehow, that you've been unjustly muted? Or are you just trying to demonstrate that indeed we're actually trying to produce a program here? So people who are rude and interrupt when they clearly are not the person who was asked the question might occasionally get muted. All right, so anyway, back to the question, great question asked by Default Name. Happy to see that MX Dove has muted themselves instead of getting muted. Good news here. Maybe we're making some progress. 44 minutes after the hour, Robert Simon, he's a NASA employee, and he has, it's right on the nasa.gov website where he explains, like you see there in the image, that he's taken images, which are flat images of the Earth's surface. He took, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So yeah, this is one of those images that you think proves the globe, but right on nasa.gov, he tells us that this is not a snapshot of the Earth. This is, stitched together images using Photoshop and CGI. So the reason we don't accept those on a broader sense is, as well as the multiple discrepancies, the admission to CGI and artistic rendition, which you can find on the NASA website, the images themselves show outrageous discrepancies between images in terms of the sizes of the continent in relation to the degree of curvature, and just the fact that on Earth we don't measure any drop over distance, and we can't go up there to their little fantasy realm of outer space and take any of these photographs. So the fact that they're all incredibly inconsistent, multiple discrepancies, very, very shady stuff going on, as well as them admitting they use CGI and artistic renditions. That's the reason why we don't accept pictures from space as solid evidence of the globe claim. Does that make sense to you, Default Name?
Thank you very much for follow-up. Yeah, I mean, I would like to go to my second point. Like, why wouldn't, there's a bunch of people who are interested in this topic. Why wouldn't we do our own research, or even finance it, to do some own evidence?
Yeah, we have. Like earlier, I guess that must have been before you came in, where we were talking about the laser test. There's a lot of different examples of laser tests. New ones have been done all the time. So basically, what they're doing with these laser tests, I'll put those a couple of those examples into the chat. They're calculating what the predicted drop over distance would be if we were on a sphere. And then they're testing to see is that drop over distance actually observed in reality. And what we're finding is that it's not, that the laser is able to hit the target at distances which it should not be able to hit if we were on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. So the first one I put in there is FE Core, which we also have PDF documentation of their setup and their measurements, the refractive index expected on that day, and so on. And then the next one at 47 minutes after the hour, Dr. John D. He also, like many of us, set out to show that flat earthers were wrong. That's how I got into this. And same thing with him, although he actually went ahead and did laser tests. I've done long distance observations. I haven't been privileged enough to do a laser test. But yeah, his laser tests demonstrate conclusively that expected drop over distance is not measured in reality.
Thank you.
Can you see those?
Yeah,
Default name?
I'm
Yeah, good.
seeing now in the chat. Thank you so much for
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, and if you like that Dr. John D one, I'd recommend going to his channel because he has a lot. Other ones that he has are horizon observations, which that's kind of a different argument than the drop over distance, but it's still a mathematical argument that can be disproved through a counterexample. And we have a lot of horizon observations that also disprove the claimed geometry of the globe.
Yeah, I'll go through the videos and make my conclusions.
Good idea. Yeah, that's what we want everybody to do. Yeah. So yeah, another one I really like, if you're interested in the part about the horizon. I mean, we have some oil rig observations, which we haven't shown yet here recently today that we can get into, but Dr. John D also does black swan observations of the
Is there
horizon.
proof he's a doctor? Otherwise, doctor is just a title that anyone could assign to their name.
I mean, you can write to him if you want. I mean, he's there on YouTube. I don't personally have access to his papers. He's been around for years, so I can't imagine that he would be. That I imagine that some Glober would have called him out on that if that wasn't proven.
Well, what's his last name? Dr. John D. Sounds
yeah,
kind of
I've
like
heard
John
his last
Doe.
name. Now I can't remember what it is. That's
John
a good
D's
question.
John
No,
Doe.
these are totally valid questions. I mean, like Flat Lloyd put in the chat, like he said, like Prof. Dave, Professor Dave. Sadly, Majin says it's a pseudonym. Yeah, that makes
it
sense.
is.
Oh, and Majin
John
said.
D's.
Yeah, Majin said that he's able to be contacted. Yeah, so the thing of it is, I know you're not asking a serious question, MXDev. You're trying to ask a gotcha question, but just for the audience, there have been multiple people, who do these flat Earth observations and measurements, and they're putting themselves at risk, because of people like MX Doves and others who are disingenuous about the topic. So, yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. It's totally possible that someone wouldn't want to risk their living.
Why do they want to use a pseudonym?
Oh, can you not hear me still talking?
Why does someone have to use a pseudonym?
Oh, can you not hear me? I'm explaining. I'm answering that question. Amazing that you would interrupt my answer to ask the question that I'm answering. So yeah, some people, even though they care enough about truth to put themselves out there in a highly controversial topic where it's been documented that many people have lost their livelihood by putting themselves in public, by putting themselves at risk, to try to get the truth out there, to try to make some kind of difference in this world full of deception. So yeah, I might have to use a pseudonym because of people like you. That's my answer, MX Doves.
Ariel, real doctor puts their name out there so they can actually know they're credible. No.
Do you have any real question or any proof of the curvature? Or are you just you could look at his information. The other reason that happens, you know why? The other reason it happens.
Okay, I do have a question.
I got another answer. You don't want to hear it. I can tell you don't want to hear
Dr.
it.
John
But I'm
D,
going to say it anyway. Yep,
I'm
MX
going to
does.
answer my question.
Hey,
does he
I
have?
got a
Does this
second
Dr.
reason.
John
Can you
D?
be
Does he have a
quiet?
PhD?
Can you
Does
be
this guy-
quiet?
Does
Are
he
you
have a
able to be
PhD?
quiet? Are you able to be quiet? The other reason is because many people, because they've observed how, since this information has come out, and since we clearly know, as was discussed earlier, that it was first, many of the ways that it was first introduced in terms of mass media was through the controlled opposition fake organization named as the Flat Earth Society. And then they've observed how other people who try to, let's say, put themselves out there and maybe, gain a YouTube presence and so on. It makes people focus on the personality, right? Instead of the information. So if you were a serious researcher, you could look at Dr. John D's video and you wouldn't be asking these questions because you'd just be like, look at this. He very carefully documents everything, both with his measurements and his photography and so on. So you can check his work. You could even, if you cared enough, go to England and redo it. You care so much about whether he's truthful or not, or you could do your own observations. So the work speaks for itself. That's why many of us here on this channel, we're using pseudonyms here because it's not about us. It's about the information. It's not about what degrees we have or don't have or what our names are, what our jobs are. It's about the information that you can check and do yourself. So there's the reason why somebody might use a pseudonym.
Okay, does he have a PhD though?
Yeah, this is what you can do, okay? You can use your idea that you just said. Unless they have a doctorate, you don't have to listen to them. So now you throw out all of Darwin, you throw out all of Newton, all your YouTube anti-flat earthers, they're all out. You're out. You're done. You don't have anything at this point. You got no gravity, you got no evolution, you got no Baltard, none of it. It's all gone. All of it is out.
Yep. So we got Majin, I appreciate you chiming in on that because the other example, which is the one I was thinking of, but since Majin put it in the text there, I'll just read it for you. Yeah, if you look at academics like Brian Mullen and how he was treated by some anti-flat earthers, contacted Board of Engineering Ethics inquiring about some content he was making on YouTube and tried to get the guy fired. So yeah, that happens. Usually they don't get very. Like we had someone on our home server who was working at a school, and he kind of laughs about it because he's like, "Oh yeah, some of those," and he used his real name. So it's like, yeah, some of those anti-flat earthers, they called the school and they were like, "Do you know this guy is into flat Earth?" And they're just kind of like, okay, like people don't really care, but at the same time, you don't want these little crazy anti-flat earthers harassing your workplace, It's just like, because people go nuts about this topic. So like, if you have a real professional career, like, you don't want to deal with them. Even if your place of work wouldn't care, like, why even put yourself out there? Because they're losers and they don't know how to follow evidence and look at the information. They try to make it about the people, because that's all they have left. You guys got no proof of curvature. You got no evidence. You got no arguments. So all you got left is trying to create drama and attack people. It's sad.
Can I ask a
really
question?
sad. Go for it, please.
So, what is can I ask, like, you believe in flat Earth, right?
Oh, cute. I'm sorry. These other people have gotten me all agitated. I didn't mean to be like hostile to you.
I imagine if you have to do it a lot.
I'll try to give you the benefit of the doubt. I do apologize. They kind of got me on a little
My thing is, I don't know which version of flat Earth you support, so I don't know if this argument is illogical or not. All I'll ask is how do you explain, let's say you're in a plane and you fly from one side of this flat area to the other, and then you reach back to another place. You know what I'm saying? You go all the way around or flat or whatever. How does that work in terms of that theory? Is there something stopping that from happening? Or does the plane go somewhere else? Or are they being misdirected? Do you know what I mean?
Who does that?
Yeah,
Sounds like a rabbit hole.
Well, let's say if I was going from Japan to like fucking I don't know, the UK, and then I go from the UK to Japan, I go the other way, like past America instead.
We understand that you think they need a globe for that, but in fact, you do not need a globe for that. You
how
can
would it work?
accomplish that. You don't need a globe to do circumnavigation. Like, for example, you can circumnavigate your house. You can go out the front door, go to the right, go all the way around the house. You know, if you're going east, you're going east, and then you end up back at your front door. I mean, and it's just on a larger scale. Like, you don't need a globe to circumnavigate something, right?
So it's just like a smaller loop than what we're led to believe, basically.
Well, I don't know about what you mean, like a smaller loop. I guess, you know,
Well,
when I've
like,
looked, I haven't, when I
I
look
only
into
mean
flight
like,
paths,
sorry,
usually the flight paths make more sense on a flat Earth than they do on the globe. It's usually the globe that makes it look like they're going way further. I can find some pictures example for you if you want, but yeah, it's the globe that has a trouble with flight paths, not the flat Earth. The flat Earth makes perfect sense because that's what it is, and that's what many pilots have testified that it is, and that's what anybody with any sense sees that it definitely is once they look into it. I'm not saying like instantly because we know there's the indoctrination, but yeah,
that's all I was curious about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will find those for you. I mean, that's what you're interested in. Flight paths in
Would there
general.
be like a video for it?
Well, I know the video. I know a video that's 19 pilots explain how the Earth is flat. I've got that video for you. I feel like I'm trying to remember if that one would. I feel like that would get you started in the right direction. Yeah, I'll find that one for you.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck off, bitch.
Yeah, thanks, Cucker. Yeah, I can see your name checks out there.
Oh, you
Do
can.
you have any other questions, Cube?
I have no idea why. Hey,
I appreciate your answer.
I would like to add up something like, for example, if we could verify that footage from the space is genuine footage of, from both sides, would it be undisputable evidence, or would there still be some space for it to be disputed?
Well, that's just it's just like a what if, right? And you're saying like, what if people can go to this thing that they call outer space and exist within outer space, and take a picture of the entire Earth, within their field of view? I mean, that's just a what if, somebody had asked earlier, like, how high would you have to? What's that?
If we could fund the project, that would be undisputable, genuine footage of the Earth.
And that would not debunk. If I measure my table, which I can do, and I have done, to show that all points on my table are at the same elevation on the surface of the table, no matter how high up in the sky I go, it's not going to debunk that the table's flat.
Right.
Yeah, so now if you think you're going into outer space, I don't really love the argument. Maybe somebody else wants to take it over, but if you think that outer space is a very low pressure system, adjacent to a high pressure system of 14.7 psi here at sea level, then you'd have to really demonstrate that that's even a place where people can go to take the pictures.
But my point is, like, would footage be distorted in any way by light or by any other means? Or
yes.
So you say yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe I was coming with the wrong assumption that it would be that proof, of flat Earth or round Earth,
Yeah, even even just the standard camera that people use when they say they use like the Hero Pro, GoPro cameras, fisheye lens cameras that gives you, my backyard looks like a globe through my Ring cameras, and that's the same cameras that they use. and they go up high and say, "Look, the Earth's a globe." Now you may have seen like the Red Bull jump footage, etc., when they say they went like 100,000 feet in the air and captured the curvature of the Earth. But what that's just at a glance, and then they show you that they have onboard footage with a different camera that has less distortion. It's not a fisheye; it's just like a standard camera. Still has barrel distortion no matter what camera you use. But then it shows that the horizon is at the same elevation the whole time, and there's no curvature. So we're getting tricked often by what they're saying we ought to see from a place that they say exists right next to the high pressure system that we have here on Earth.
Yeah, so you would say like these laser measurements are more credible evidence than the footage would be that we could.
I mean, we go down to like a pro and con list. It's repeatable. The laser experiments are repeatable. The high altitude footage, we could go down like a con list. You have to use distorted lenses. You have to. There's perspective. There's magnification and lensing going on with the attenuation of light through the atmosphere. There's a whole bunch of things going on that you'd have to like kind of account for to then say, well, there's the Earth curve.
Yeah, but if we could set it up for it to be as accurate as possible, like it still wouldn't. If we could set up the cameras, before we do this project, and
people know if you're saying do so people have done, and it's like a big proof for people, or like an eye opener for people for flat Earth. I put a picture and I'll put it in again in a second, but people have put up a camera on a high altitude balloon and gone up as high as they could go until the gas that was within the balloon expanded and popped the balloon. Because gas expands to fill the available space. So they've done that. Plenty of people have done that, and it's a pretty big eye opener for a lot of people in regards to the Earth being flat. I'll post a picture. There you go. There's 120,000 feet.
I can see it.
Yeah, so that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. There's such conflicting stories from there, conflicting images. Some that show flat, some that show curve, but the degree of curvature is varying all the time in terms of how much of different continents are in there in relation to the degree of curvature that's being shown, or how many continents are on one face of the Earth. So, when you look into it in more detail, like you said, you were going to look at some of the information videos and so on. I'll give you a link to a summary of many different observations, which then you can see how, unlike some of the claims that have been presented here today about the globe, which do not have any measurements, don't even have anything really, except for somebody just saying, yep, there's curve for sure. I measured it in high school. To the contrary, if you look into the flat Earth observations there, very carefully documented, because we live in this highly controversial topic where we have to very carefully document everything because people fight this so hard. But once you actually look at it and you let yourself, even entertain the possibility that what we're saying might be true, then you see, oh, there is really something to this. I mean, that's basically, you're welcome. That's basically what happened to me. I was trying to disprove flat Earth for a term paper I was writing, and the more I looked into it, the more worried I got. I didn't instantly decide. I just realized, oh, there's all kinds of questions I can't answer. I'm not finding good answers. I'm finding contradictory answers. This is way harder than I thought. So before I made up my mind, which was when I saw the mathematics, at the beginning, I just thought, oh, I can't, this isn't a joke. People shouldn't be making fun of this. This is a serious inquiry. So pictures from space are not necessary once you look at the mathematical argument. You don't need to go up there to confirm it. I wouldn't go up there. Somebody could offer me a trip. I wouldn't go up there. No way.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk, I guess. I mean, yeah, I was just trying to say, maybe like all this project of trying to prove it by this space flight would be a waste of money if it
This is the thing. It's been proven. The issue is, and it's like the most amazing things. I think that like flat Earth is one of the easiest things to prove, but it's like the hardest thing for people to accept. Like how hard is it for me to prove to you that I can get some Earth, make it flat, and it exists? Like how hard is that to prove? It's very easy, right? They do it all the time in surveying, and you know and they'll survey the land, they'll excavate the land, they'll flatten it out, the dirt. They'll use the earth. They'll utilize the earth to be flat in 100 square miles. Now I don't know how they do that exactly as far as 1 foot by 100 or what, but so they say 100 square miles. They'll utilize it as flat. I mean, it's proven, but it's hard for people to accept it. I mean, what would I have to do for you? Like imagine, like you're saying right now, I would have to go to this thing that we've all seen on TV and like Star Wars to prove to you what I can just show you right here on the ground. It's so easy to prove, but hard for people to believe it.
So you're saying because that we measure land in square footage, the Earth is flat?
What would you say? Well, you're like, if I rephrase what you said, if I was to ask you the question, are you saying just because we utilize the Earth to be flat and measure it to be flat, that means the Earth is flat? You hear what you're saying?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like kind of
no. That's a very dumb analogy. So we use square footage, right, in all sorts of complex objects. If you have a house and the house has a slope in it, or house have a divot and the house has a curve in it, you're still going to use square footage to count how much footage you have in that house, no matter the geometry. That's how we do things, right? It just seems like, you can use square footage so all square means is that a length times a height, right?
With.
So when we're doing that, sorry to call you dumb, that's not nice, but it's just saying that any geometry you can measure it in square footage.
Now, Euclidean geometry is what you use, and those are straight lines. And what we use to implement, like it's not just the concept or the calculation of trigonometry or whatever you want to use. It's not just the concept; it's the utilization of the tools, being a plumb establishing vertical and a water level establishing horizontal. That we can utilize that perpendicular relationship to then get rise over run or square footage of the Earth. So utilizing the surface of the Earth in a planar over 100 square miles is just like admitted to in mainstream, text. Yeah, and if there's like some other way, like so, if it's the case that universals apply universally, that a straight line distance is the tools that we use for establishing that is a water level or just level being perpendicular to vertical. And that applies everywhere on Earth, then yeah, that entails that the Earth is flat.
So it's relativistically, right? Like, you probably heard this a million times, but the Earth is pretty big, right? It's not small. And when we're doing a plumb or a bob or something, we're fairly small in comparison to it. So flat works. Like, this is an engineering problem. We're not doing it at the micron level, right? Even if you ever do any engineering, right? Like, the joke is that, the mathematician will say pi is an abstract number. The chemist will ask for significant digits, and the engineer will ask whether we need to be conservative or liberal in our estimation, right? So it's not absolutely level. Or not, sorry, not absolutely level, but it's not absolutely like, we assume in order to get a
Right, it's not,
calculation that we
right.
can use.
It's not perfect, but the approximation would be like a value that lies between two parallel planes.
I also
Nothing
find it
else.
interesting that, see, for me, if I saw, in a book, and this book believed that the Earth was round, and it talked about, 100-mile square sort of dealio where you're getting the square footage of it. I wouldn't think immediately that that's a contradiction, especially if so many people saw it there. I might think, okay, what do these people know that I don't know, right? Especially since, like, there's no person, like,
Cut out.
Yeah, I think he cut out. Yeah, who was that? He was down there at the bottom. I don't know. Maybe he just had to leave.
I think it
Right, it's on the
was
phone.
Peace. War's Peace. He's still down there, but he's not flashing anymore.
Okay, War's Peace. So hopefully you will return.
Yeah, so like, I don't know for anybody else, to imagine that there's something else. So like, if they say they use they'll utilize the planar surveying for 100 square miles. So now so now that's just one guy. So now put him next to another guy he's utilizing within 100 square miles. Now everybody's utilizing it together as flat for 100 square miles. Where does the curve come in? When everybody's utilizing their plot of land within 100 square miles to be flat.
sorry, I got disconnected. I was just saying that there's no person that I can think of that wrote a textbook that believes in the flat Earth. Right?
They
It's
all
not.
do. Like even the engineers that you're citing, who will give you like a tolerance that's located between two parallel planes of to get as precise as they can. I mean, they don't. Whether they believe in Santa Claus or not is irrelevant. They are asserting they are implicitly asserting flat Earth when they say, well, the building is this tall. Well, that's in reference to a horizontal baseline to say that its vertical height is this tall. They're implicitly affirming it. They don't have to outright say what their belief system is.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I mean. Just to summarize real quickly, then there are many documents showing that NASA government and NASA documents treating the Earth as a flat, non-rotating sphere. I mean, what he's saying is most people who are doing their jobs, like they're not sitting around thinking about whether it's flat or globe or not, but they're just treating it as flat. They're not taking curvature into account, and that is oftentimes in situations where they should be taking it into account if it existed, such as we've heard from long-range snipers, pilots, builders, surveyors, like he was just talking about. So it doesn't mean that those people, like you said, you don't know of any textbooks being written that acknowledge flat Earth. They don't need to, because that is just the way people are treating the Earth. They're only treating it as a globe, as an abstract concept or picture that you see on TV. In reality, they're not using it as if there were this curvature that the distances we're talking about would need to be taken into account if it existed.
Have you ever so you have a square piece of paper and you cut off the corners, right? And you cut off the corners of those corners, and you cut off the corners of those corners of corners, and eventually the square piece of paper looks circular. And you never made a curve cut in your whole entire operating of doing that. Same thing with calculus. In calculus, like Isaac Newton, I forget the whole thing, but basically these tiny little cubes is how he can approximate certain volumes of trying to circle the square, right? And the idea is that that the point I'm standing at, it's going to look flat because it's a pretty damn big circle. Just like you cut that circle in a straight line. So it's not necessary for me to treat it as that unless I'm, doing some calculations at a, astronomical level. So it doesn't make sense to, treat the Earth as the other things if we're working on a smaller scale.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here when we were explaining about the horizon observations and so on, which demonstrate that the predicted curvature is not observed in reality. So, yeah, I mean, even though I'll just put an example here in the text chat. So, even though this claim is sometimes made, yeah, the Earth is too big, we wouldn't see it, all these things. In reality, you would be able to observe it. So are you familiar with the calculation for the maximum horizon distance for the horizon on a sphere?
No.
Okay. So that comes from the Earth curve calculators. It just comes from the actual geometry of a sphere, which would mean if you were standing on this sphere and looking to the distance at a given point, this geometric horizon would be obscuring your view, and it would be doing that at a consistent rate. So and the calculation is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this particular image of the oil rigs I put in there at 17 minutes after the hour, where is the horizon located in that image?
Oh, I've seen this one debunked before.
Well, you haven't even heard. You haven't even heard. You told me you didn't had. You told me you had. You told me you hadn't. You told me you hadn't heard the horizon argument, but now you're telling me you've already heard it debunked. So that's interesting.
Right. So I'll explain.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to explain before the argument's even been presented.
Interrupting me.
Oh, that gosh, we're getting feisty now. He was fine when we were talking about his piece of paper, but now that we're looking at reality, you don't like it. So you can't. War is peace. War is peace. You can't answer the question
because I'm going to mute you, and I'm not going to listen to you.
No, you're not allowed. You can't do that.
Be disrespectful towards me.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of your time here if you do that. So you choose.
So I will be willing to let you present your rebuttal that you say you have, but you can't present a rebuttal before the argument has even been presented. So surely you can understand that war is peace, can't you?
You asked me a question and you didn't let me get your answer.
What question would you like to answer? By all means, go ahead.
Okay. So I seen the video. I didn't remember the exact equation, right? Because I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a scientist, and I don't do this for a living. So when you asked me if I was familiar with the equation, I wasn't being dishonest. I'm not familiar with the equation. But I am familiar with this video. I've seen a couple things on the internet about, flat Earth and stuff like that. And I've seen this debunked. I don't exactly remember how it was debunked, but I remember seeing it and seeing it being convincing. So that's what I was saying. And I don't appreciate being called dishonest when you didn't even know what I was trying to say. Please please participate in this conversation with good faith.
I'll do my best, yeah, but when somebody, before I've even presented something, says they saw it debunked, when my impression, I may have misheard you, was that you had not seen the argument before. So I understand that you then, when you saw or heard more details about it, now you think you have seen it. So that's fine. Yep, I can take that at face value. So I'm going to present the argument. Maybe, after that, maybe it'll ring some bells for you about what your debunk is.
So you wouldn't answer about whether the horizon, where the horizon was. You wouldn't answer. I mean, I guess that's what kind of first, kind of made me wonder about you, because I just asked you where the horizon was, and you didn't answer that direct question. So if we're going to go back to where the conversation went off the rails, I'm pretty sure that was the location.
Would you like me to answer that
if you would like to not take any responsibility for it, it's fine. Yeah, I would like you to answer it.
Or would you like me to answer that question, or you want to continue being passive aggressive?
Well, I've already answered it for you because I got tired of waiting for you. The horizon is behind.
I wasn't listening to you. I muted you while you were over talking.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm a mod here in this channel, so as Heretic mentioned, please do not mute me because it will make the conversation very difficult for the rest of the audience. Thank you. So
it's difficult for me to talk to you too if you overtalk me. So
yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so the horizon is behind the platform. It's 10 plus miles away. So according to the calculation that I just gave you with the observer height of 8 feet, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. So here's one example of where the horizon is shown much further than it should be if we were on a sphere. So I mean, if you don't have,
the Earth is flat?
We know that it is. That's right. That's what we're talking to War's Peace is about. So War's Peace, if you don't remember the rebuttal, I mean, maybe you could try to dig it up because we can't really answer if we don't know what it is. But that's the argument.
I don't understand this sort of point. Like, I have no reason to believe any of your measurements, right? I if you don't believe, I think you should accept.
Well, the argument, War is Peace, dude. The argument is, if the Earth is a sphere with a specific radius of 3959, that means the geometric Earth curve horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So what the guy did was he went out at 1 foot elevation and he sighted a distant marker at that was one was at 10 miles, one's at 8 miles, and the horizon is well beyond the markers. How does that affirm your position?
Why should I believe you're saying that this guy said that this thing was so far out? I'm going to invoke some skepticism here. I'm going to say there's no reason for me to believe that this measurement from this telescope was as far as it says it is.
Yeah, I'm going to. You don't have to ask that question again. I wanted to answer you the first time you asked it. So
if the Earth was flat, why do stars at night?
Okay, we will be happy to help, sir, down there at the bottom. If you would just hold on a minute, we're in the middle of a conversation, but we would be happy to answer your stars question. If you could just patiently wait, Tartarshire, and we will get to it. All right. So anyway, yeah. Many things here. So one, this is a still shot from a video. You could, look at there's more in the actual video itself. There's more details into the measurements and so on. So I'm all with you about, show me, the information. I'm right on board with you that. And these distances, no one who disputes this observation ever uses the distances to the oil rigs. Any globe believer, they're just not going to use that. I'm just trying to tell you that as like a shortcut. Like you can go and try to find your debunks. I'm just telling you that's not one of them. But I see how when you first look at it, like you would wonder about that, right? So I get that. So it's you can find these oil rigs. They're off the coast of Santa Barbara. Platform habitat. You can, Google Maps distance can be verified if you use that measuring tool on Google Maps. So yeah, I mean, it depends on the level of scrutiny that you wish to do for this. If you have that kind of mind of scrutiny, I encourage you, don't go for this one. Go off and do your own observations wherever you are. If you really cared about it, you could go out to Santa Barbara. Many people have replicated this exact same observation. So, and the reason why it's not analogous to when we're questioning some of these images, like I was earlier questioning the images from space, is that I cannot go and replicate these claims. And so all we can do is test it on the ground, which is what we have done. And we have found that the drop over distance is not there and that the horizon is routinely observed at distances way beyond where it should be for the claimed geometry.
Oh, you could go to space. It's possible. It's not impossible. That's presuming you're right. You know,
why is that what you're addressing? Aren't you supposed to be addressing the debunk?
Why is that what you're addressing that I'm addressing?
Or the affirmation of the horizon? Because that was like a throwing comment. She threw that in to say that's something we can't do. Here's something we can do, and you went to the can't do. That's not what you should address.
Well, it's because she was wrong.
No, it's much easier to just go wherever. I mean, I just go to Lake Michigan right down the street. You can go, but this one's in California. There's anywhere that you can find a large body of water. You can do your own tests much cheaper than trying to spend millions of dollars on a fantasy trip to space. Like, why would we do something very complicated, difficult, and expensive when we can do something cheap and easy and just show that there's no globe, so there's no reason to even have to go up there to check? Because there's nothing to check, because no curvature has been demonstrated. I mean, do you have a demonstration of curvature, Warriors Peace? Do you have a measurement of curvature?
No, but I'm also, it's very hard for me to sort of just take your word for these things too. So I don't think we can go anywhere further. If I just have to take your word for it, if I have to go out to Lake Michigan in order to perform this test and do math.
It's kind of ironic.
Like that.
It's kind of ironic that you'd take that position on this when you've just claimed that you can go to space. It sounds like you're taking the word of strangers when it comes to space, but that's
not what I was saying. She was saying it's impossible, and she continued to say it's impossible.
Yeah, and you're saying it's possible. Yeah, you're saying it's possible, but that's based purely on the word of others. You're taking that at face value. You're not showing the same level of scrutiny for that claim as you are for what you can actually observe on Earth.
Well,
that's a good point. Imagine saying I can't look at an oil rig. That's impossible, but I can definitely go to outer space. That's more.
That's a lie, and now you're misinterpreting what I said, and you're strawmanning me.
So no, it's pretty much what you said. It's pretty much what you said.
Okay, now two people are strawmanning me. No, I didn't say it's impossible to go out to an oil rig. I said that it is possible. I'm just not going to do it. Those are two different things.
But you're acting like going to the beach and observing the horizon is crazy.
I didn't
you
say
can go to space.
It's reasonable to go into space. I said it's possible.
Well, how do you don't even know that it's possible? You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't even know that it's possible, dude. You don't even know that it's possible.
This poor guy might have to undergo buying a extra large, pizza slice on the boardwalk and getting some cheese fries and a camera. That would sound unreasonably awful versus going to outer space. I mean,
Well, he just doesn't know that it's even possible. Anyway, sorry, Mary Mom. I didn't want to interrupt. Hello, everyone.
Cyclone. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's going to hear it from anybody else. He doesn't seem to be real receptive to what I'm saying. At least I got to present the argument.
You didn't present an argument. You said something could be the case, and then when I questioned it, you said do it yourself. That's not an argument. That's a command.
No, I'm showing you an example of how the horizon is shown to be further than it should be if you lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. You are nitpicking the example, you are questioning the numbers, and I said to you, that's fine. If you have this level of skepticism, I applaud you. Go out and do your own test if you care enough. But you don't have the same, what I think Cyclone was trying to point out, that you don't have the same level of skepticism to the stories you're being told about the curvature of the Earth and the spinning of the globe when they're not giving you the same kind of documentation we're giving you, and they're also not offering to you that this is something within the realm of most people's experience that you could go and test for yourself. I don't have millions of dollars to go on one of these little fantasy space rides where the people coming back say they didn't even see any curve anyway. I mean,
it's because they didn't go high enough. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
space too.
Yeah, you can keep telling yourself
you believe
that.
the people that say they don't see the curve, but you don't believe the ones that say they do. That's cool.
See,
that's funny, not what I fucking said, idiot. I said that you need to go a certain number of. Here's the idea: if you don't go high enough, you're not going to.
I was talking to Mary Mom, but okay.
Right?
I know.
Yeah, that's another zesty Glober. You guys are confusing each other.
He was fighting the Glober. That was funny.
Yeah, you guys, this is the funny thing. That is the funny thing. I mean, because you guys come in and you all of a sudden act like you have some kind of skepticism. You've got some kind of standard of evidence when you don't. You're in here arguing based on government space cartoons that you've got no way to verify. You've never even tried to. You're just arguing from your appeal to authority. And yet, all of a sudden, when we show observations taken in reality, you're like,
I haven't even given my
tell me the exact details of this. How could this be possible? How could you do this?
That's fucking stupid.
All right, okay,
You know,
okay.
assuming makes an ass out of you and
so
me.
do you believe the space? So you don't believe the images of the Earth as a ball from space?
I don't take it from authority.
So you don't believe those images. So when NASA show you an image of a ball Earth in space, you don't believe it. So okay, so you do believe it, right? So you do believe those images.
It's a difference to say somebody's.
So you do believe those images,
not having any good arguments for it.
Listen, do you believe the images? Do you trust those images?
You said I don't have any good arguments for it, and I'm only taking it from authority. Those are two fucking different things.
Well,
now,
listen,
if you want to continue to conflate and be stupid and illogical,
well, let's see if that's true. The globe images that NASA show you, do you believe them or not?
Yes, I said I did.
Then there you go. There you go. So how did you verify those were true?
Argument, and I don't
okay, so did you not stop at NASA like you did with Mary Mum? Did you not stop NASA like you did with Mary Mum and say
fallacy? You
said to Mary Mum, I can't believe this because you've just presented me an image. How can I just believe it? But you said you do that when it comes to NASA.
I didn't say I just believe it. That's not what I said.
That's what you just said. You said you believe it. I said, do you believe the image? And you said, yeah.
I believe the image, but I don't just believe it. I believe
yes, you do just believe it. That is what you're saying.
Understanding of the world.
You believing the image is believing the image, dude. Right. I know you're going to try and dress this up like you're somehow doing something scientific by blindly accepting government space cartoons.
Believing it because there was no technology to fake the moon landing like flat earthers claim.
Oh, they couldn't have possibly filmed it in a studio, could they? No.
That you have in film rigs.
So that's why you believe those. So the images that NASA show you of a ball Earth in space. Right. Tell me how you verify those to be true.
How do I verify that there was no technology in order to?
No. How do you verify the images that you see of a ball Earth in space? How do you verify that those are true? Because remember, when Mary Mum showed you the oil rigs, you can't believe it. You need to verify it. So how do you do that for the space cartoons?
First of all, I didn't discredit the image. I discredited the data. Right?
It's an image. What data are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that Mary Mum said that this was, I forget how many lines away from the shore, and I forget how far. And there was a bunch of math.
So she says the horizon's. She says the horizon's 10 miles away. The horizon's 10 miles away. That's the claim, and you can't accept that.
Slightly away, or so when any slightly away, then
right. So when NASA says that they're taking one from 250 miles away,
given the curvature we're having, and
right. So when NASA say that,
I have no reason to believe that's a false image.
So what reason do you have to trust NASA's claim? NASA's claim you can't even
honest, answers to.
It's a good thing you can go out and check for yourself.
Yeah, NASA's claim is a lot more far-fetched than what Mary Mum presented. She's just showing you a horizon with oil rigs that are a known distance away from shore. That's not a large or crazy claim. You can go and check that out. But NASA make large and crazy claims for stuff saying, oh, we're 250 miles above the Earth here. And you can't possibly verify it, and yet you believe those. So why the double standard?
The double standard because there's no reason. Okay, so let me put it in your word. This is all just a matter of phraseology.
No, you just conceded it's a double standard. You already know it's a double standard.
A known fact we've known since the ancient Greeks is incorrect because my friend took a picture of an oil rig.
Yeah, why not just say, like, you know what, maybe you guys have a good point. Why not just say, maybe
based off of
why not just take the approach that maybe the guys have a good point and that you ought to check it out. You have everybody turn down war. What's going on?
Government service.
This guy's so annoying.
Money to fake.
He's just too emotional, bro.
Can you just mute him and then?
We're working and
else?
sending
any other neighbors who can
images
talk?
to people.
This guy's bricked.
So I could phrase it that way too.
You're just
I find
talking
it
away
way
to
more
yourself.
far-fetched.
You're just talking away to yourself.
Any astronomical calculation, any global
What's this guy's
calculation.
name?
He's literally talking to himself. Just mute him.
Yeah, what's his name?
He did state war is peace. He did state earlier that if people talk, he'll turn them down. And then he was told that Mary Mom is a mod.
Yeah, that's
he can't
fine.
turn her
Well,
down.
we've got a solution to that. There it is. Bingo. Peace at last.
Well, if you guys don't want someone annoying, Grandpa Fiddlebone is here. If anybody has questions, comments, concerns.
Yeah, so War is Peace, you were talking over Wolfgang, over me, which you admitted that you muted me or turned me down. Yeah, we're not here to just listen to you, recite your globe religion. So you can verify, you could right now go verify where the platform habitat oil rig is off the coast of Santa Barbara on Google Maps. So then if you want to argue about Google Maps distances, go for it, but you're just kind of grasping at straws here. So yeah, if there's anybody else that has a real question, that's willing to have a back and forth, not talk over people, not mute and turn down the mods, that'd be cool. Yep. Is anybody else here that has a question about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm surprised his carers let him on Discord. That's outrageous.
Yeah, he's real special.
Away.
Real special.
I love it when they're like, oh, how do you know this horizon is real? But the space cartoons, I can believe those. Like, come on, dude. At least be consistent. It's not unreasonable to be skeptical of images and videos that you're presented. That's fine. But then to be like, yeah, but I can believe the government's videos and images that I can never verify. It's a blatant double standard and shows that you're not actually asking for verification from some kind of skeptical, honest point of view. It's literally just an emotional rejection that you're trying to dress up as skepticism. Because if we probe into your actual worldview, we find that there's no skepticism whatsoever. 100% gullibility, appeal to authority, and statist cuckery.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, and then, I tried to give him a little help there. Like, yeah, he said he's seen some kind of refutation, which he could not recall or explain. But yeah, no globe believer has ever said, no. If it were a thing where they could claim the oil rigs weren't at that distance or whatever, or was a faked image, like, yeah, believe me, they would have claimed it. But that's never been claimed because it's a ridiculous claim because many people have observed the same and documented the same thing. And you could easily go and observe and document it for yourself. And you could see the horizon behind the oil rigs, So it's just silliness. Yep, it's just grasping at straws. They're not. I like how you said that. Yep, they're pretending to be skeptics, but they really aren't. They're only skeptical when it comes to something that challenges their worldview, but not to the thing that reinforces the globe fantasy.
Yeah, they're desperate for anything that agrees with them, but then they'll just dismiss anything that doesn't and pretend that it's a skeptical position. You're the least skeptical people on Earth. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he's still in there in the chat. He claims now he remembers the debunk. Amazing. And he's got his, I'm sure that, the ridiculous Apollo landing. That's probably, I bet that's the one. I haven't even clicked it, but it's probably where they said, it'd be cheaper to go than to fake it. I love that one. It's like, people, please. I haven't even clicked the link, but just from being PBS, I'm just assuming that's what it is. Does anybody else have a question so we don't have to talk to War's Peace? I don't know, Taco.
Hello, I have one question for the panel.
Go for it.
Yes, I see there are two YouTube bots in here. Like, what is going on with the YouTube bots?
It's streamed on YouTube, so say hi.
You don't have my permission to stream in here. You need my permission.
Yes, we do. We got it.
I need a consent form, or you're going to hear from my lawyer.
Tell Mr. Goldstein we're not interested.
The consent was when you agreed to the servers, terms of services, and it says it's right there. You're going to get recorded.
If I do not see a consent form in 24 hours...
Well, that's called signing without reading, bro. You sign something without reading.
there will be big problem if I don't see a consent form in 24 hours.
Elbow, I feel like
this guy's
you're the
just
man for this
argumentative.
guy.
Somebody mute this creation guy.
No, I believe him. He sounds like the guy from Modern Warfare 2019 that kills the one Arab family. It's scary.
Yeah, we got
Spetsnaz, dude. You sound like
All right,
Spetsnaz.
gamer.
Creation Bear,
Gamer,
you
what
should
you
go
got?
to the main rule page on the Discord, because when I post this, my recording of this
Quiet, dude. We're on to the
conversation that
gamer.
just happened,
The gamer
I don't
pipes
have
up.
to have consent because I already have it, right? Because it's on the server, right?
Quiet, dude. No one cares. So who was the gamer guy? The Call of Duty guy.
That was the
That was
napalm.
me. Hello.
All right, Napalm. What brings you by the Flat Earth chat?
I've been in here before. I'm just chilling. I like having background noise while I game.
Yeah, I can tell you're a gamer. Do you have anything for the globe? Any good arguments for the globe?
Nothing I could think of off the top of my head, man. I don't know.
But you believe it,
very
right?
good. I mean, for the most part.
What do you mean for the most part? What part of the globe don't you believe? The spin? The curve? The space?
Well, no, I mean, I believe
the spin.
I believe the all the fun jazz I was taught in high school.
All right, so you believe it all. So when you say for the most part, you just mean yes, I believe it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the best evidence that they showed to you in school when they were teaching you it?
Best evidence? Can I
Did they show
be
you
so
evidence?
honest with you?
Well, I'd prefer that you did.
I did not do very good in high school. I did not do very, especially in. Well, okay. Let me walk
Were
that
you not
back. I
paying
didn't do good in
attention
math
when they
and
showed the globe
science.
proof? Are you saying you weren't paying attention when they showed the globe proof?
Not really, no.
Oh shit. Well, I've got some good news for you, Napalm. They never did show any globe proof. You didn't miss anything.
Okay. That's good to know then. I didn't really, yeah, exactly. Like you said, I didn't really miss much.
And if you're unsure about that, just Google it. Just say, what globe proof did I miss in school? And then tell us what they say.
I'm going to Google it right now. I got my phone.
Yeah, you go and Google it right now. What globe proof did I miss in first grade? Time to get you caught up with your peers.
I got an AI overview. Good Lord.
AI overview, there you go. That's what you need nowadays. The robots are going to tell you about reality.
Thank you, Google. You want me to read exactly what it says?
Sure. Tell us what did you Google firstly?
I Googled what globe proof did I miss in school.
Oh, nice. You did it word for word. Good guy. All right. What does it say?
It says, if you're wondering what globe proofs you might not have learned in school, it's possible you didn't delve deeply into the historical arguments for a spherical Earth, particularly those made by the ancient Greeks. Here are some key proofs, especially those from ancient times.
Smack talking you.
Proofs from ancient Greece. Aristotle's lunar eclipse observation. Aristotle noted that during a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow cast on the moon is always circular. This is only possible if the Earth is a sphere.
Okay,
Aristotle's observation. Yeah.
How did Aristotle know that what he was observing was a shadow from the Earth? Of the Earth?
That's a good question. What else I don't know this.
Well, how would he know what's causing that darkening of the moon?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Like, did he write down it must be the Earth's shadow? I mean, so that's begging the question. You know what begging the question is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what that is, because he doesn't know that it's the shadow of Earth being cast on the moon. So AI is treating you like a dummy. You can accept that?
I am not. I'm not a big fan of the Google AI overview, if I'm being quite honest.
Good for you. I'm not either. I'm a bigger fan of critical, rational thought and human reasoning. Does it give you any other evidences other than...
It does. Oh, I've got a whole list here. Other proofs.
All right.
Ships appearing over the horizon. When a ship sails away from shore, the bottom of the ship disappears from view before the top does, demonstrating the Earth's curvature.
Now, is that a physical phenomena or an optical one?
I would wager both. Maybe.
But the argument that the AI is making is that it's physical.
Well, yeah, saying ships appearing over the horizon, when ship sails way
like
over the bottom of the ship.
Going over a
so
physical curve, right?
Yeah.
Like it's going over a physical curve. So how does it know that it's physical and not just an optical limit to what we can see?
Doesn't say. It just says disappears from view before the top does, demonstrating the Earth's curvature.
So that's kind of begging the question as well, then, wouldn't you say?
I would say so. Yeah. We got another one here. Hang on. Let me see.
All right, let's keep going. Keep it going.
4, 5. We got 5 here. The appearance of other celestial bodies, planets and stars, which are also massive objects, are observed to be spherical.
Are they?
That I don't know. I mean, if you believe the models that we see from like NASA and the ESA.
But what about what we observe?
I couldn't tell you. I have not had the privilege of cracking open a telescope or going to
rotating.
Well, you'd see a circular disk of light or a blob of light, but could you say it's a sphere for sure?
Yeah, especially if it rotates like Mars does. And I see the same.
How do you know it's rotating?
Because I see the same sports periodically. What do you mean? I can see the ground, like Mount Olympus, for example.
Mount Olympus?
Yeah, Mount Olympus.
You're getting onto Greek mythology now?
Olympus Mons, I think it is technically the.
Okay, Olympus Mons. Regardless, are you not aware of this? I mean, I wouldn't expect
going to find Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you can see with the telescope, but okay, yeah, sure.
Well, judging by your erratic tone, I'm guessing that you've been here many times before and you're triggered. Is that correct?
Do you have a brother who like has a dove as their profile picture? Sounds just like you.
No.
Yeah, he's a very triggered one. Let me go back to the Greek guy with the AI.
Being triggered, do you want to address the point?
Yeah, we were in the middle of a conversation.
Okay, so this is interesting now. I looked it up, Olympus Mons. It says Olympus Mons, the largest volcano and mountain in the solar system, casts a long shadow on the Martian surface due to its immense size and the low angle of the sun relative to its slopes. An observer on Mars would not be able to see the full extent of the volcano's profile due to the planet's curvature and the volcano's own shallow slopes, making it difficult to
Yeah, flat Earth is not a planet in outer space, right? Earth is not a planet. Planets are distinctly different to what we experience the Earth to be. Just observably. I mean, nobody is going to these planets and seeing what they are, finding out what they are. They're not experiencing them firsthand, like up close and personal. We observed these things from a very, seems like a very far away distance, right? And all we can do is look at them and just describe what we see. And we're told things about them that we don't observe. We don't observe these things to be balls of rock. We don't observe these things to be balls of gas. We just see these circle-like lights with varying colors and features. Like Saturn appears to have some rings. Like it has this ring-like structure thing that happened, like who knows what that is. I don't know if it's actual rings around it or some sort of visual phenomenon that I can't explain. I don't know. Kind of looks like what they, like what we're told, like rings around it. But is it? I don't know. Who knows? What we're shown on TV by people saying that they've sent things out there to investigate these planets and things like these probes and satellites and things. The pictures that they show us, we can't observe that. Not with the best commercially available telescope. We can't view those things like that. Nobody can. We are left at the mercy of strangers telling us stories and showing us pictures on TV. If you want to believe them, that's fine. I don't have any reason to believe them. I've got every reason not to believe them, actually, because everything that they've said about my reality so far, I have not been able to verify it, and what I can verify goes against what they say. Well, I guess those guys didn't get the answers they were looking for. It's very difficult for. It must be very difficult. I mean, it wasn't that difficult for me, but it must be difficult for some to conceive of Earth not being in outer space, like to conceive of outer space not existing, right? To conceive that of the sky being a mystery. I mean, what we're so conditioned and programmed to just accept that being the case. So I can understand people's reluctance to want to talk about it beyond that point once they hear that position, because how else are you supposed to think about it and talk about it and or contest it, right? And it's kind of has a beauty to it, because it leaves the person that's claiming that they do know things definitively with certainty about certain aspects of our reality, with the burden. You don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know what the sky is exactly, why it's the way it is, why lights do what they do up there. Oh, you do you? How do you know that? What did you do to verify that? And all of a sudden, they don't have anything to compare with. It's like, but I need you to make a claim. I want to compare our claims. No, that's not how it works. You think you know what that stuff is out there? You prove it. And I really like falling back on the fact that these people they claim it as their own, right? But they don't. That's not theirs. They're borrowing. They're adopting some view, some worldview, some opinion, something that they heard. They don't have the wherewithal to support it. I like driving that home. I like driving that home to people that, hey, you didn't come up with this. That's why they use the word "we" so much. They just throw themselves into the group, right? Hello, Miss Art.
I'm good, brother. How are you?
That's good. Not too bad, thanks. Not too bad at all. You got some questions for us?
What questions? Ask me. എന്നെ കാണല്ലേടാ ഇതില്.
You don't have questions for us?
I have questions. Actually, I have to invite my friend. Actually, he's a beginner in Discord. That's why I'm just helping him. How to invite? Tell me about that thing.
How do you invite?
I want to invite from our.
Well, I'm not sure about on PC.
Wait, brother. Wait.
Got it? Wait. You found it? Ah, well, there you go. Must have figured something out. It's also very difficult for people to just take on reality as they experience it, right? Just directly when you go outside, what your eyes are seeing, what your nose is smelling, what your ears are hearing, what you're touching, what you can feel with your hands. I mean, that's reality, and people find it hard to just like get into that mindset. They want to think outside of that, like they have some sort of vantage point that they've never had before. And they'll never have it. But welcoming new people, Danielle Fart Lord. Lovely
Yeah,
name.
I'm over here farting in my own pants, you know.
Yeah, charming,
cool.
charming. Who else just showed up? Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's gone. You guys got any questions for us? Since the event's Q&A, Flat Earth Q&A. We're currently taking your questions and attempting to answer them.
Well, what's your greatest doubt in your beliefs?
Greatest doubt. I don't have, it's not so much a belief that I have, right? Like I was just talking about before, I just go outside and experience reality.
Yeah, but what's the underlying?
Gorgeous, headstrong, legs as long as spaghetti noodles, endurance.
Underlying doubt.
And it's Stanley thinks about it, and I want to hear myself. Joey? It's all good.
Stewie, please control your mic. Sounds like you're watching TV or something.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, how's it going, mate? Yeah, we're currently taking questions.
Ask me.
If you got any?
What's going
you want
on?
me to ask you? I've got lots of questions for you, but the event is Flat Earth Q&A, so if you'd like to ask us any questions, feel free.
No.
You don't have any questions about Flat Earth? I guess not. Sheesh, welcome in. Welcome in. Have you joined us for the event? Hopefully so. We're looking for people that want to ask us questions. I guess not. Oh, well. One day. Now, I'm not saying that thinking outside of what we observe and experience can't be innovative, can't be beneficial in any way, right? It can lead to breakthroughs sometimes, but it's not enough just to imagine, right? And then use some fancy math to then support what you're thinking, right? It has to be somehow demonstrable. It has to be somehow connected with your observation and experience in some way, right? At least a little bit. And even then, you'll just be left with a possibility, right? If you can't test this, what you're thinking about directly, right? Your hypothesis, so to speak, you'll never know if it's true or not. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome back.
Hey, bro. Thanks.
Do you have some questions for us?
No. I'm pretty busy, and
You're still busy? That's all right. No problem. Someone will come in eventually who's joining us for the event, which is Flat Earth Q&A, which means questions and answers. Now, you can ask us the questions, and we can attempt to answer them. Or if not, and you feel like still talking, though, we can ask you questions, and you can attempt to
okay,
answer.
go on, ask me question.
Well, the biggest question is, how does anybody know that they live on a giant spinning ball? But you already expressed your sentiment towards that earlier when you said that you don't think anybody can prove it.
Yes, as I told you, when someone say the Earth is a flat, they cannot prove it totally. I mean, the completely. But also, if someone say the Earth is like a X, it's not a circle, it's like a X, and also they cannot totally prove it because there is evidence to the Earth is a flat, and also there is evidence to the Earth is a like a shape of like an X. I mean, ellipse, it's like that, ellipse.
All right. Okay. All right. What sort of evidence are you talking about?
I don't know. Just give me a time, and I'll Google it. Not now because, as I told you, I have to cook for myself, and I search it. I don't know how often do you open this.
Oh, we're
This
here a
live?
lot. We're here a lot.
Okay,
That's why
okay,
we call it 24/7.
that's
So there's usually somebody always here. Occasionally, it gets very quiet and there's nobody here. But for the most part, there's always someone here that probably be willing to have a chat with you.
Okay, first of all, as I like to tell you, I believe that the Earth is a flat, but also as I told you, there is evidence for both, and I'm looking up for a strong evidence, but I think I cannot find it. Do you know the NASA is a sport? The Earth is like a circle, and most of the people believe that because the NASA is like the famous channel or the famous group because the most of the people without anything they believe the NASA is the right. Did you get me?
Yes, some very special men, right? Some men and women, part of a special group of the U.S. government. They can do these special things that everybody else can't, right?
Yeah, believe me, the United States pay a lot of NASA just for tricky people, for cheating people. Maybe you don't. Maybe you are not with me, but that's the truth.
They're just you're saying they're just stealing people's money.
It's not about the stealing money. It's about I don't know, just make some people be stupid. Sorry for saying the bad word. I respect all people, but that's why the NASA make a people stupid. Do you know if NASA say, I don't know, just say a strange thing, all the people, the most of the people believe that because the NASA is a famous group.
Yeah, they're no one special. They've got there's no proof that they do what they say they do.
Okay, I want to ask you, are you believe that? Are you believe the NASA?
No, I don't.
Okay, okay. I like that. Because people must think about something, some though. Not only they announce something and you believe it.
Well, see, they present to you imagery that suggests that the Earth is a big ball in outer space, right? Now, this would require the Earth's surface to have curvature, bodies of water to be curving. They've also told us that the Earth has a specific size, it has a specific radius value, right? That would mean that the surface has to curve at a certain rate over distance, right? When people go out to check to see if those large bodies of water are curving at that rate, which is 8 inches per mile squared, it doesn't. It's flat. Now, listen, I've got to mute up for a minute because I'm actually going to mute up for a little while. It's been pleasant talking with you. There's other people here, hopefully, that could possibly mic up and talk. I don't know. DJ might be busy. Sporadic may be listening on YouTube, but is probably busy and can't talk at the moment. I don't know about Berserker. Berserker, are you around? You available to talk at all? Dragon Fruit? I know, or even Ultimate FE Final Boss. If you guys are available to talk, I'd appreciate it if you could take over because I can't at the moment. I've got a mic up and do some.
It's getting a bit late in Australia for you guys.
Yeah. I'm just about to serve up some food for the family and it. So yeah, and go and eat. So I've just got to do a couple of things, and then I can come back later maybe. I can stay here and listen in, but yeah, I'll be gone for a bit.
Oh, Mohammed's dropped out anyway.
Dang. Anyway, yeah, he'll be back.
LS Discord. Hello. Hello. How are you? If I think it's some muting.
Hello bro, hello. Hello amına kodumun orospu çocukları. Hello desenize la. Oğlum hello la, hello la. Kapat şimdi şunu.
Flight towards Q&A. माइक ऑन करना भाई, क्या कर रहे हो? زين انجلش اغتنا واتم خلقو سر انجلش ډېر خوند کې انګريزون دي.
Beta! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Hello there. Hello there. You were the chosen one!
Oh, anyone is here? Hello, guys.
Hello there. Hello there.
Yeah, how you doing?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hello? Hello?
Are you sure?
What? Bruh. What do you mean by that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Got her. No, bro. Me.
Hey, wake up.
Apollo was a burning thing, and it made a fiery ring.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Is there a gentleman in your life?
Space is fake and gay.
These craters are what look to be like craters. What are they then?
So there's things that they call craters, which are holes in the earth, like a bowl shape. And then there's little edges kind of up above the rest of the earth around them there. So in one way, it looks like it could have been caused based on an impact from above. Though another way it could be is, say, like a gas bubble from below, and that same kind of shape could be the resulting shape from some sort of phenomenon happening from below just as well.
Like a sinkhole.
Like a sinkhole. And if it was from, say, a rock, burning rock from outer space, there should be huge, I mean, the rock itself should still be there if it caused that big of a depression, and there should also be huge chunks of it everywhere. Yet none of these supposed crater sites have anything of the sort. No big ball sitting in a hole, or even gigantic shards that we can still look at. Only, again, little pieces that they claim, oh, this is a meteorite, just like they claim the moon rocks. And same with the craters on the moon. If you look at the moon with your own eyes or with a telescope, there are potch marks of some kind there. But it's a foregone conclusion to say that they are craters formed during meteorite collisions. I mean, this is just an explanation that you've come up with. It's a possible explanation, but there's no physical evidence for that. None of us have ever seen a rock come from space and collide with the Earth, make a huge explosion, and then show us the rock sitting there so that we can verify that, yep, that was a big-ass rock that just came from outer space. It doesn't exist. We don't actually have that physical evidence to prove that such a thing exists.
So what do we see around the world? These lights that we saw in Russia a few years back and Arizona a few weeks ago, what are these?
Well, we've got shooting stars. Like I said, stars aren't actual terra firma, so when you see a light shoot from somewhere to somewhere else, it's simply that. It's simply a light shooting. It's not a rock in outer space coming somewhere.
No, but the ones in Russia that actually broke school windows and it almost felt like an explosion.
Right. And then you've got these ones where you can see mostly from Russia, it seems like, from dashboard cams, you'll see these burning balls of something coming, and they've even crashed windows and something. These, I think, are some sort of military thing that they're shooting to make us believe that meteorites exist, because they're always coming down at an angle like they've been shot from a plane. If meteorites existed and we were on a spinning ball Earth, then meteors should be shooting in every single direction possible, not always from the exact same direction coming down onto the Earth. There should be meteorites that go upwards, and ones that go diagonally upwards, and ones that go horizontal, and every other type of way, but we don't see that. So I'm quite skeptical of meteorites or asteroids or any sort of thing that they claim is up there floating around and comes down here and destroys dinosaurs, their other myth. They like to use their myths in conjunction like that.
Two more questions. No, I'm sorry, finish your statement.
So as far as the Russian ones, I would tend to think those are some sort of military experiment, some sort of weapon or something like this. Because you don't see them all over the world, you just see them there. It seems like it might be something they're working on. And the craters, not sure what those are formed from, but again, not seeing the evidence that they're from rocks falling from the sky. And for shooting stars, they say that those are comets, or that's another one. They say comets or whatever are asteroid rock formations that circle around us every so many years. But if we're spinning around the sun and the sun's spinning around the galaxy and all these motions are happening, why would comets have regular revolutions that we would see in such a cosmology? If the Earth was actually making all of those motions, we shouldn't ever come up across the same comets again. That makes more sense in a geocentric cosmology where everything in the heavens is revolving around us so that it could return at a regular time, like Halley's Comet or something like that.
outside aren't actually even the meteor. The apparent meteor is this here, a piece of it.
Oh.
Looks like metal.
It is iron nickel.